Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Yuan felt restless after prolonged seclusion. He left his cave dwelling and began wandering around the mountain peak. Rounding a corner, he spotted a fifth-level chi condensation disciple hopping between 7 stone pillars arranged in the Big Dipper formation. The disciple moved nimbly across the pillars until his rhythm faltered, causing him to misstep and tumble down. Thud! The soft, sandy ground cushioned his fall. Wiping mud from his face and spitting out grit, the disciple immediately climbed back up to resume practicing the 7 stars flowing light steps. Yuan observed quietly from his side. After 3 full hours, the disciple finally stopped, his face bearing multiple scrapes from repeated falls. Panting, he approached Yuan. "Senior brother, you're incredibly patient to watch me practice for 3 hours. The disciple seemed genuinely surprised. Yuan chuckled. "You're the persistent one, practicing for 3 hours straight. That's far more tiring than my standing around." The disciple sighed, glancing despondently at the pillars. "Persistence means little without talent. Even with supreme techniques before me, I still can't master them." "You're learning Elder Su's signature technique, aren't you?" Yuan asked. "Of course. Every peak disciple is studying it now. This place used to be crowded, but everyone else mastered it and left. Now I'm the only one still struggling here." The disciple sighed again. Yuan touched his face to confirm his appearance hadn't changed. "You don't recognize me? Is senior brother famous?" "I transferred from Art Extremity Peak." The disciple looked embarrassed. Yuan gazed skyward. "When practicing 7 stars flowing light steps, don't just focus on the pillars beneath your feet. Look up at the sky." The disciple blinked, then raised his head. The Big Dipper shone brilliantly above, with starlight periodically descending onto various parts of the peak, where other disciples were absorbing the celestial energy. As he stared at the constellation, months of accumulated insights suddenly ignited. A profound realization dawned upon him. Without thinking, he leaped onto the pillars again, this time keeping his eyes fixed on the stars above. Though initially clumsy, his footwork soon grew fluid. Without glancing down, his steps became perfectly steady. Suddenly, a beam of starlight responded to his movements, appearing before him. Acting on instinct, he stepped forward, off the pillar, yet didn't fall. Instead, he walked upon the starlight. More beams descended, each perfectly aligning with his steps, as if his movements were summoning the constellation's power. He advanced above the treetops, the Big Dipper pattern forming beneath his feet, mirroring the celestial arrangement above. "I did it. After months of struggle, I finally grasped the basics." He shouted ecstatically, then turned to thank Yuan, only to find his benefactor already walking away. "Senior brother, what's your name?" "I'm Lin Quan. Thank you for your guidance." Lin Quan called out while chasing after him. Without turning, Yuan waved back. "Remember, keep your feet grounded but your eyes on the stars. You'll know who I am after mastering the first manual." As Yuan disappeared around the bend, Lin Quan suddenly noticed something odd about the retreating figure's robes. Stunned, he lost concentration and fell from the sky. Crack! My leg! Ding! Fame points +5. Yuan glanced curiously at his system panel. The notification came so late. Isn't the system supposed to be instant? He muttered while continuing his walk through Three Peaks Sect. Everywhere he looked, disciples were practicing his techniques, evidenced by the constant descent of starlight from the Big Dipper. The celestial phenomenon seemed to facilitate easier comprehension of his methods. "Wait a minute." Yuan looked up sharply. The starlight wasn't just descending on 3 peaks. It was showering all 7 peaks equally. By midnight, the entire 7 Extremes sect was bathed in falling starlight. Countless beams merged into a radiant river flowing from the celestial Big Dipper to the earthly sect below. Yuan soared into the air for a better view. From altitude, the spectacle appeared even more magnificent, a cascading galaxy pouring onto the sect grounds. The astonishing sight meant an incredible number of cultivators were practicing his techniques, far more than he'd imagined. Upon closer inspection, he discovered the true source. Numerous spirit herb fields across the sect had Big Dipper formations, with starlight nourishing the plants. With so many formations active simultaneously, the collective starlight created this breathtaking phenomenon. Excess starlight that the plants couldn't absorb suffused the entire sect in a dreamlike, fairyland glow. Sect leader Gu Qingzhu flew up to join Yuan in admiring the view. Yuan, you've finally emerged from seclusion. Anything important happening? Yuan asked. Nothing major. Gu Qingzhu coughed lightly. Just considering changing the sect's name. Tradition dictates we should become 8 Extremes sect now. No. Yuan shook his head vehemently. I prefer the number 7. 8 feels wrong. Gu Qingzhu smiled wryly. We can keep 7, but perhaps replace Extremes with stars? It seems more fitting now. Yuan blinked. 7 stars sect. Gesturing across the illuminated sect, Gu Qingzhu explained. Your techniques have become the common thread uniting our entire sect. Even disciples from other peaks are learning them. Historically, subtle divisions existed between peaks, suppressed by elders but never truly resolved. Your methods have bridged these gaps, making 7 Extremes sect an outdated concept. The future is 7 stars sect. Moreover, Gu added, the new name perfectly matches your technique's celestial theme, immediately conveying our sect's specialty. Yuan looked uneasy. Sect leader, have you considered our founding ancestors might come beat me up for this? Gu Qingzhu waved dismissively. Our founders left clear instructions. For lasting prosperity, the sect must innovate continuously. Each peak's techniques have evolved far beyond their original forms already. You're simply taking the next logical step. With a sigh, Yuan conceded. I assume the Elder Council has already discussed this. Do as you see fit. There's one more thing. Gu Qingzhu coughed awkwardly. Yes. 6 of our 7 extreme arts have transitioned well to your system. But lightning extremity remains incompatible. Could you, perhaps, develop a lightning version of your techniques? What? Yuan's eyes widened. Do you think I can just casually create new techniques? Can't you? Gu Qingzhu looked genuinely puzzled. Yuan twitched. Everyone has limitations. This happens to be mine. You need spirit stones, right? Gu Qingzhu brightened. Yuan gaped at him. Name your price. The Lightning Peak Master is desperate to join the collective. He'll reimburse everything. Gu Qingzhu chuckled. Yuan sighed. My techniques emerge from comprehending natural wonders. Without encountering lightning-based marvels, I can't create corresponding methods. Lightning wonders. Gu Qingzhu pondered. Our Lightning Peak's nascent soul ancestor currently cultivates at Thunder Sea. I'll contact him. That area must have suitable phenomena. He could escort you there. No need for such trouble, Yuan said. If your ancestor discovers suitable lightning phenomena, just have him silently recite my name. I can observe remotely and gain some insights. Gu Qingzhu's eyes widened with realization. Now he understood how Yuan had defeated the mad Daoist and Mistwalker. Such miraculous abilities explained everything. Understood. Expect news soon. The sect leader flew toward the main peak. Wait, Yuan called after him. Tell the Lightning Peak Master 10,000 top-grade spirit stones will suffice. No need for more. Gu Qingzhu smirked mid-flight. Consider it done. Before the sect leader had gone far, another figure approached from Pill Extremity Peak, Peak Master Tao Yao. Peak Master Tao? Yuan asked. She glared. Sister Tao, he corrected. What brings you here? Blossoming into a peach flower smile, she said, remember our discussion about the alchemy conference? Yes, Though I've lost interest in participating personally, Yuan admitted. With better fame-gaining methods and the myriad treasures Heaven Earth Cauldron already refined, the competition held little appeal. How about serving as chief examiner instead? Tao Yaoyao proposed. What? Yuan stared incredulously. Me? You're joking. Tao Yaoyao remained composed. You've refined more flawless pills than I've consumed premium-grade ones. You're perfectly qualified, but shouldn't examiners be venerable alchemy masters? Yuan protested. Tao Yaoyao smiled serenely. On 7 Stars Sect's territory, we make the rules. The alchemy conference was approaching. Alchemy geniuses from various regions were already making their way to the 7 Extremes sect. Due to the 7 Stars sect's powerful counterattack against the demonic faction over 2 months ago, the demonic faction's arrogance had been thoroughly suppressed. With the demonic faction now adopting a defensive posture, the cultivation world had suddenly become much more peaceful. Many uninformed cultivators mistakenly believed this was the 7 Extremes sect's preemptive strike to ensure the alchemy conference's smooth operation, earning the sect considerable admiration. The alchemy summit had become lively. Numerous alchemists under 100 years old arrived one after another to temporarily reside at the alchemy summit, awaiting the conference's commencement. So this is the 7 Extremes sect's alchemy summit? Truly magnificent. I heard there are several master alchemists, and even one grandmaster alchemist on the alchemy summit. I wonder if we'll have a chance to meet them. Fellow Daoist, do you know which master will serve as the chief examiner this time? Who knows? Such confidential information wouldn't be revealed so early. If we knew the examiner's identity, we might predict the topics and showcase our talents during the conference. Keep dreaming. Zhou Wuyo, as a disciple of the Alchemy Summit, was currently guiding a talented alchemist. My name is Li Qinglian, at the mid-foundation establishment stage. May I know your name, junior brother? The alchemist asked with a smile. Zhou Wuyo replied, I'm Zhou Wuyo. Li Qinglian asked curiously, You're already at the 6th level of qi refining? How long have you been in the sect? About 2.5 years, Zhou Wuyo answered. Oh, not bad. As a disciple of the Alchemy Summit, have you started learning alchemy? Zhou Wuyo paused before replying. Currently, I can refine upper-grade first-tier pills. What? Li Qinglian looked astonished. You can already refine upper-grade first-tier pills? After only 2.5 years in the sect? And your cultivation has reached the 6th level of qi refining. Zhou Wuyo sighed. My cultivation is nothing special. Only my alchemy skills are somewhat decent. He thought of Yuan, who is already a Golden Core elder now, completely incomparable. The 6th level of qi refining was nothing. May I check your bone age? Go ahead. Li Qinglian placed her hand on Zhou Wuyo, seemingly sensing something. Zhou Wuyo remained completely calm, allowing her to proceed. Li Qinglian exclaimed in surprise. Only 18.5 years old. You truly entered the sect 2.5 years ago, and you can really refine upper-grade first-tier pills? Could you demonstrate for me? Though somewhat reluctant, Zhou Wuyo led Li Qinglian to an alchemy chamber as she was a guest. Under her watchful gaze, he skillfully refined a batch of upper-grade first-tier qi gathering pills. Li Qinglian watched with sparkling eyes. She could see Zhou Wuyo's techniques were exceptionally skilled, his movements remarkably fluid, and his spiritual sense and energy far surpassing ordinary cultivators at his level. After the pills were completed, Li Qinglian couldn't help but ask, You must be one of the Alchemy Summit's prodigies, right? Why are you doing menial tasks like guiding visitors? It's such a waste of your talent. Zhou Wuyo was taken aback before shaking his head. Me? Don't joke around. There are countless others at my level. Since Yuan's teachings have been made public, with their incredibly detailed explanations of alchemical techniques, especially for first-tier pills, even non-prodigies like Zhou Wuyo could reach upper-grade first-tier alchemist standards. Li Qinglian pressed. Who is your master? Zhou Wuyo hesitated, recalling that the sect had no confidentiality requirements, and answered, I study Elder Yuan's alchemical legacy, though I'm not his direct disciple. just fortunate enough to have received some guidance from him. He remembered listening to Su Yuan explain difficult concepts, not realizing at the time how precious those opportunities were. Su Yuan. Li Qinglian repeated the name without recognition. In her mind, she pictured an immortal-like elderly Daoist. Though she'd never seen Su Yuan, any 7 Extreme sect elder would be at least Golden Core level, probably some reclusive senior alchemy master. This scenario wasn't unique to Li Qinglian. Other visiting alchemists, many visiting the 7 Extreme sect for the first time, inquired about the disciple situations and kept hearing about an elder named Su Yuan. Nearly every Qi refining disciple was studying Elder Su's alchemical legacy. Before anyone realized it, Su Yuan's reputation had spread among the alchemists, known by name before being seen. Su Yuan occasionally heard notifications of fame points increasing. Using his mind echo, he observed these scenes and felt somewhat speechless. His reputation had inexplicably risen, bringing a modest increase in fame points. He pondered. These alchemists came from various regions and were all talented in alchemy. If he could leave a deep impression, his fame would spread further, potentially causing his fame points to skyrocket. Moreover, he saw no reason to avoid fame in alchemy. Having reached this conclusion, Su Yuan formed a plan. On the day of the event, under bright sunshine, 108 alchemy geniuses gathered on the Alchemy Summit's massive plaza. Spectators included many alchemists from other sects, some even using recording stones to document the event for later dissemination. The 108 alchemists entered in orderly fashion, each seated within a small barrier formation, solemnly awaiting the chief examiner's arrival. When the appointed time came, a spatial rift suddenly tore open in the sky. A white-haired elder slowly emerged. The elder coughed repeatedly upon exiting, appearing sickly and full of twilight aura. When a divine transformation realm spiritual sense probed toward him, the elder suddenly unleashed an overwhelming pressure that swept across the entire plaza at incredible speed. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. Even the divine transformation experts from other sects and the 7 Extremes sect stared in shock. Is this a void refining expert? Impossible, right? An ancient monster. The Alchemy Conference has attracted a supreme ancient monster. The 7 Extremes sect truly hides formidable experts, as expected of the Righteous Path's leader. Gu Qingzhu stared dumbfounded at the elder, trembling as he looked to Nangong Xianwang for explanation. Nangong Xianwang twitched his mouth, recognizing the familiar pressure and aura. He waved at Gu Qingzhu, signaling there was no cause for concern. Su Yuan remained calm. With his changed appearance, he had no fear of exposure. In his elder disguise, Su Yuan retracted his pressure, coughed again, and slowly descended to the plaza's center. The entire venue fell silent as all eyes focused on him. Su Yuan calmly addressed the crowd. This old man's surname is Su. Having secluded myself for long years, I'm unskilled in combat, among the weakest of my realm. I only know some trivial alchemical arts. Sensing my remaining lifespan, less than 300 years, I decided to emerge. He coughed again before continuing. Growing restless after prolonged seclusion, I heard of this alchemy conference and shamelessly requested to host it, hoping to exchange knowledge with everyone and absorb some youthful vitality. A divine transformation cultivator responded. Elder Su's generosity is commendable. Su Yuan waved his hand, smiling faintly. Some might grow restless at my appearance. Approaching my end, I prefer no disturbances to my sect these last centuries. Otherwise, I might treat certain individuals to a spectacular fireworks display with this old body. His words made visiting cultivators tense. Some divine transformation experts muttered, dangerous. Such lifespan-exhausted elders were the most troublesome. Many exchanged glances, silently agreeing the 7 Extremes sect must not be provoked for the next 300 years. At least this was only a void refining alchemist, not too threatening. Su Yuan then announced, "Very well, let today's conference begin." Having studied alchemy for over 10,000 years, I'll share some insights, but that will come last. The conference has 3 segments. First is the talent competition, where subcenarian geniuses may showcase their abilities. The strongest will earn the conference's top honors. Second is an exchange, where all may freely discuss alchemical experiences and insights. Third will be this old man's humble offering, sharing my alchemical realizations while refining a pill to be divided between the competition champion and 3 most insightful participants from the exchange. Yuan paused before declaring, "The first test is quite simple." With a wave of his hand, the spatial rift reopened, revealing a massive cauldron. The 5-tier alchemy cauldron's aura made many cultivators pale. This 5-tier cauldron contains an independent space. Enter to refine pills. It provides various spiritual flames and materials, with the cauldron spirit offering optimal conditions. Within 7 days, refine as many high-quality pills as possible. The cauldron spirit will score your results. Highest score wins. Yuan smiled at the 100-plus alchemy geniuses. Don't fear exposing your unique techniques. This old man has no interest in them. Outsiders won't see your process, only scores and rankings. I hope you'll surprise me. The participants relaxed slightly. A void refining elder naturally wouldn't covet their techniques. This was a chance to showcase their skills, and the promised rewards were highly anticipated. Over 100 alchemists entered the cauldron one after another. Li Qinglian found herself in a private alchemy chamber upon entering. A white-haired youth in spiritual form was scrutinizing her. Li Qinglian immediately realized the situation and clasped her hands respectfully. "Greetings, senior artifact spirit." "Just call me Elder Qian," the youth said. "Ah yes, Elder Qian." Old Qian nodded and said, "What spiritual flame do you need? I can provide common 2nd or 3rd grade spiritual flames." Having refined numerous cauldrons, he had accumulated many spiritual flames. To prepare for the alchemy conference, he had specifically gone to Alchemy Summit Peak to refine even more flames. Li Qinglian was surprised. "Any spiritual flame will do?" "Yes. Also, if you don't have a cauldron, I can provide one too," Elder Qian said. "I want 3rd grade clearwood flame," Li Qinglian declared. "No problem." With a wave of Elder Qian's hand, a clearwood flame rose from the center of the chamber. Li Qinglian placed her own cauldron atop it and tested the flame, finding it exceptionally gentle and easily controllable with spiritual sense, as if she had refined it herself. This type of spiritual flame is extremely rare. I wanted to refine one before, but never got the chance. I never thought I'd get to use one here," Li Qinglian said joyfully. "If you rank in the top 10, I'll gift you one of these flames," Elder Qian said with a faint smile. "Elder Qian, are you serious?" Li Qinglian's spirits lifted. "It's not expensive, just a flame worth a few million spirit stones. Nothing particularly valuable. Truly befitting an artifact spirit of a 5th grade spiritual treasure. So extravagant." While she was still excitedly familiarizing herself with the clearwood flame, Elder Qian suddenly announced, "Someone has already received a score. The rankings are now live." He waved his hand, and a luminous screen appeared before Li Qinglian, displaying the rankings. 1. Zhang Yichuan 5 points. 2. Qiuke 3 points. 108. Li Qinglian 0 points. A sense of urgency arose in Li Qinglian's heart. "Elder Qian, do you provide materials here? I need soulwood fruit, silva heartgrass." As soon as she finished speaking, the requested materials appeared before her in ample quantities, enough for 3 attempts. Without hesitation, Li Qinglian immediately picked up the materials. After briefly assessing their medicinal potency, she noticed that the 7 extremes sex herbs were at least 10% more potent than ordinary ones. This required her to adjust the quantities, another test of skill. But this didn't faze her. She immediately began processing the materials and started refining. Elder Qian openly observed from the side, meticulously recording every detail of her alchemy process: material selection, refinement, fusion, pill condensation timing. Everything was documented thoroughly. Meanwhile, Yuan sat with his eyes closed, observing these alchemy scenes. He realized these alchemy geniuses from various sects and factions truly had remarkable skills. Most were Foundation establishment cultivators, yet could already refine third-grade pills. This was cross-dyer alchemy, yet everyone here could do it. Moreover, each had their own distinctive techniques, many of which Yuan had never seen before. Although Alchemy Summit Peak possessed supreme alchemy knowledge, which Yuan had studied, how could one sect's teachings compare to the collective alchemy heritage of the entire cultivation world? Each faction's inheritance had its merits, and these geniuses were the young representatives of these traditions. Though some aspects were beyond his current understanding, that didn't stop him from watching intently. Alchemy was an important path in cultivation. Even though his cultivation progressed easily, it was wise to prepare for the future. What if he encountered bottlenecks later? Therefore, this opportunity to learn others' alchemy techniques was invaluable. Was it improper to steal techniques? He wasn't stealing. Elder Qian was observing openly, wasn't he? If the alchemist didn't mind, why should he? Simultaneously, outside in the alchemy conference square, a large luminous ranking board appeared, displaying the real-time scores of all 108 alchemists. The rapidly changing names kept the audience on edge. This year's alchemy competition truly tests real skill. Indeed, endurance, success rate, speed, pill selection, all factors matter. I just noticed another rule. Repeatedly refining the same pill reduces subsequent score gains. This further tests an alchemist's fundamentals. In that case, this competition is truly fair, judged by an artifact's spirit rather than humans. It's completely impartial, testing pure alchemy skill. Any loss would be unquestionably deserved. Moreover, with a void refining senior presiding, the champion will receive even greater alchemy fortune. Everyone must bring their A game. The discussions continued. This year's alchemy conference had exceeded expectations, more equitable and better at showcasing true alchemy mastery. Hearing these comments, Yuan's lips curled slightly. This was exactly his intention, to fully extract these alchemist talents. Repeatedly refining the same pill would be boring. Diverse pill refining would expose more alchemical insights. Yuan committed each alchemy scene to memory, silently accumulating alchemical comprehension. He didn't just watch once. He repeatedly reviewed certain distinctive techniques to ensure precise memorization. Time passed slowly. For the alchemists inside the cauldron, this was an extremely grueling test. Everyone was racking their brains to refine better pills. They didn't need to worry about external factors. When their true essence depleted, Elder Qian provided a special spiritual liquid that rapidly restored it. When spiritual sense exhausted, another liquid quickly rejuvenated it. Like tireless machines, they continuously refined pills under the immense pressure of the real-time rankings. During a brief respite between pills, Li Qinglian glanced at the rankings and saw her position had dropped to 12th, a significant fall from her previous 7th place. After a moment's hesitation and a glance at Elder Qian's impassive face, she decided to employ her sect's secret alchemy method. For the Clearwood Flame, the conference ranking, and considering Elder Qian, an artifact spirit, wouldn't care about her techniques. Why hold back? If others truly want to learn, they wouldn't be observing so openly anyway. Resolute, she activated her technique. The meridian rotation paths within her body underwent a marvelous transformation. The channels momentarily formed the pattern of a grand furnace. Elder Qian noted this change and related to Yuan. Yuan was delighted. This was the real deal. Li Qinglian's hand seals also transformed. Each seal seemed to resonate with heaven and earth, drawing spiritual energy rapidly into the cauldron. The pill inside underwent a wondrous change. Its medicinal properties improved significantly. Yuan was pleased. This alchemy method was truly exquisite. Which sect's secret technique was this, revealed so readily? He had high hopes for this Li Qinglian. a foolishly honest inheritor. He liked that. As the final seal landed, the cauldron opened. A third-grade low-tier pill with 2 Dao patterns flew out, its refreshing aroma immediately filling the chamber. A wisp of profound charm emerged from the pill and automatically merged into the myriad treasures heaven-earth cauldron. After Su Yuan's complete refinement, the cauldron could now absorb the divine essence from others' creations, something undetectable by others, quite miraculous. When Li Qinglian collected her pill, her ranking skyrocketed straight to first place. It was now the 4th day. Her sudden rise immediately drew attention from other alchemy geniuses. As someone started showing their true skills, a 3,000-point leap at once? What grade pill did they refine? One genius exclaimed. Elder Qian nearby explained, a 3rd-grade low-tier bright yellow pill with 2 pill patterns. The genius froze, then his expression turned serious. Realizing he might miss the top 10, even the championship, if he didn't step up, he immediately began refining a new pill. This time, a cauldron formed by spiritual sense appeared in his consciousness, emitting special fluctuations. Strands of spiritual sense energy merged into the cauldron, inducing beneficial changes in the herb's properties. Even Elder Qian was impressed. Someone had actually created this visualization alchemy method. By visualizing an immortal cauldron and tempering spiritual sense over time, one could develop a universal effect that enhanced herb properties, making alchemy unstoppable. Not just this alchemist. Others also began showcasing their unique techniques one after another, leaving Su Yuan dazzled. He was astonished. These alchemy methods were typically closely guarded secrets, yet here they were being openly displayed before him. Didn't anyone worry he might steal them? Was the reputation of a void refining alchemy master too intimidating, making these alchemists eager to impress? Or had he acted too quickly for the elders to warn their juniors? Regardless, Su Yuan didn't care. Absorbing their alchemy experience was his priority. In truth, ordinary people couldn't reverse engineer secret methods just by watching. If that were possible, why would decades of study be needed for inheritance? Even with written instructions, mastery took centuries. To comprehend secrets through mere observation required terrifying comprehension abilities. The 7-day competition finally concluded. All 108 alchemy geniuses flew out of their cauldrons with exhausted expressions, appearing in the square. Upon emerging, they immediately looked up at the ranking list suspended mid-air. To everyone's astonishment, the name at the top was none other than Li Qinglian. Many beat their chests in frustration, precisely because Li Qinglian had made her decision first, seizing the initiative. That early advantage had snowballed, allowing her to luckily claim the title of alchemy champion. I actually won first place? Is this real? Li Qinglian shouted in joyous disbelief. Her sect elder also beamed with pride. Well done. Magnificent. Su Yuan stood up and addressed Li Qinglian. Congratulations, Li Qinglian. You've successfully earned the title of Alchemy Conference Champion. As a personal reward, I'm giving you a 4th-grade spiritual fire. May you surpass this old man in the future. With a wave of his hand, a spiritual fire flew from the cauldron toward Li Qinglian. Overjoyed, she caught it gratefully. Thank you for your generous gift, Elder Su. Additionally, Su Yuan continued, the top 10 alchemists will also receive spiritual fires. 9 3rd-grade spiritual fires emerged from the cauldron, flying toward the remaining top-ranked participants. The recipients expressed their gratitude repeatedly. While 3rd-grade spiritual fires weren't extremely rare, the varieties Su Yuan provided were exceptionally precious specimens. However, for the myriad treasures heaven-earth cauldron, producing spiritual fires was simply a matter of nourishing them with spirit stones, an ability of the cauldron. With sufficient spirit stones and fire seeds, it could generate spiritual fires endlessly. This explained Su Yuan's generosity. Su Yuan nodded in satisfaction before addressing the crowd. Next will be a 3-day alchemy exchange conference. Everyone may speak freely about their insights into alchemy. After 3 days, my cauldron's artifact spirit will select 3 participants who contributed the most profound discussions to receive special rewards. Who would like to begin? I will. Someone immediately responded. Su Yuan smiled, recognizing the speaker as an elder from Li Qinglian's sect, truly, like teacher, like disciple. Under Su Yuan's guidance, this divine transformation stage elder took the central platform to share his alchemy experience. In my view, the essence of alchemy lies not in medicinal ratios, but in the harmonious combination of natural spiritual attributes. Su Yuan listened intently, nodding frequently at the profound insights shared. Once this elder set the precedent, other alchemists came forward to share their experiences, some even debating others' viewpoints. The conference quickly developed into lively discussions, with smaller groups forming to debate specific alchemical problems. Standing on the platform, Su Yuan quietly absorbed all the alchemical wisdom shared. Though no one revealed their deepest secrets, it was more than sufficient for his purposes. 3 more days passed in this manner. When all discussions concluded, the myriad treasures Heaven Earth Cauldron selected 3 contributors who had offered the most valuable insights, including that very same elder from Li Qinglian's Hidden Sword Pavilion sect, known by his Daoist name Snow Sword. This elder had been remarkably open, sharing numerous alchemical secrets without reservation, earning everyone's respect. The 3 selected participants, along with Li Qinglian, sat before Su Yuan, granted the privilege of observing his alchemy process up close. As the alchemy conference draws to a close, Su Yuan announced, I've benefited greatly from this event. To mark the occasion, I shall personally refine a batch of pills. After completion, I'll share some of my own alchemical insights. Please forgive any shortcomings. The crowd watched with eager anticipation as Su Yuan turned his attention to his system panel. Name: Su Yuan. Region: Green Vine Continent. Level: Renowned 535-000/1 000-000. Realm: Peak Foundation Establishment 99/100 Peak Golden Star Realm. Trait 1: Work-Rest Balance. Current rest time 101 days. Trait 2: Daoist Techniques Naturally. Trait 3: 7 Stars Shine Bright. Trait 4: Mind Echo. Trait 5: Great Master's Bearing. Late Void Refinement Stage Pressure. Looking inward at his dantian, Su Yuan observed that only 3 of his 9 golden stars bore Dao patterns, leaving 6 vacant. He now resolved to engrave one with an alchemical pattern. During golden core formation, one could imprint Dao patterns that would become the foundation of cultivation. Some chose spell patterns to convert spells into innate abilities, while others selected sword patterns to transform their golden core into a sword pill capable of cutting through all techniques. Most opted for potential patterns, merging their Dao foundation with a golden core for future advancement toward conceptual realms. Su Yuan had currently selected wood, fire, and metal conceptual patterns, clearly superior to spell patterns and even potential patterns. Beyond these, he planned to incorporate alchemy, formations, talismans, and artifact forging into his golden stars, along with water and earth concepts to cover all elements. Finally, he would unify all these insights under the stellar concept, creating a golden core foundation as stable and flawless as the stars themselves. After countless mental calculations, Su Yuan activated his work-rest balance trait. First activation, second activation, third activation. His comprehension increased tenfold, then 100-fold, then 1,000-fold. In this moment, Su Yuan felt transformed into a true cultivation genius. All the doubts accumulated during his previous slacking were effortlessly resolved. The alchemical knowledge and techniques gathered over 10 days became fuel for his sudden enlightenment, combined with his own practical alchemy experience. His alchemical skills skyrocketed at an astonishing rate. The 4 observers nearby noticed Su Yuan closing his eyes, but respectfully remained silent. To cultivators, time flowed differently than for mortals, a brief meditation was nothing to wait for. After half an hour, Su Yuan's eyes snapped open, blazing with fiery intensity as countless alchemical insights fused together and merged with his supreme techniques. Then he moved. Springing to his feet, Su Yuan stomped the ground, sending starlight radiating outward in intricate patterns. The crowd hastily retreated as glowing lines snaked across the floor like flying dragons, gradually forming an enormous cauldron shape. To everyone's astonishment, the glowing patterns converged and erupted in a pillar of light, reaching toward the heavens. Simultaneously, the Big Dipper constellation above shone with unprecedented brilliance, casting down a massive stellar pillar. The descending starlight and rising earthly light met midair, merging to form a mountainous stellar cauldron that left the audience speechless. Calmly, Su Yuan observed the myriad treasures heaven-earth cauldron's contents. After absorbing numerous pills, particularly the high-quality ones provided by the competing alchemists, it had produced abundant spiritual liquids that could serve as secondary refining materials. With a gesture, Su Yuan summoned 365 different spiritual liquids from the cauldron, sending them skyward like colorful ribbons into the stellar cauldron. He then soared upward, splitting into 365 afterimages, each performing different alchemy hand seals that flew into the glowing cauldron. What kind of alchemy is this? Madness. Sheer madness. He's using heaven as the lid, earth as the base, and stellar power as the cauldron. Those hand seals are incredibly profound. Each one seems extraordinary. Quick, record this for later study. Even the sect masters were awestruck. How is this possible? One murmured. Elder Nangong, Xinwen, sensed familiar spatial fluctuations from his years guarding Immortal Seed Valley, realizing with shock that Su Yuan had actually refined their ancestral secret realm. Above the Seven Stars sect, the stellar river seemed drawn by Su Yuan's power, diverting toward his cauldron. Whether cultivators practicing stellar techniques or spirit plants absorbing starlight, all found their connection to the Big Dipper severed as its power concentrated on the cauldron. Countless starlight trails painted the night sky as the stellar cauldron grew increasingly solid. Inside, the 365 spiritual liquids condensed under stellar refinement into a multicolored medicinal solution. Most alchemists watched in intoxicated fascination, desperately memorizing every detail of this unforgettable spectacle. Meanwhile, Su Yuan's true energy depleted at a terrifying rate, but the natural restrictions of his Yuan pool replenished it just as quickly. Every few dozen seconds consumed a golden core's worth of energy, yet his formidable foundation provided seemingly inexhaustible reserves. After slightly over an hour, Su Yuan sent a final hand seal into the cauldron, which then exploded spectacularly like a nine-colored firework across the sky. The audience gasped, fearing a failed refinement, until the dissipating starlight revealed 9 hovering pills encircled by shimmering radiance. Su Yuan experienced profound enlightenment as his alchemical insights ascended to new heights. The Seven Stars alchemy technique was complete. The myriad treasures heaven-earth cauldron happily absorbed the rich medicinal essence from the pills, its grade remaining unchanged, but its advancement progress making significant leaps. What kind of pills are these, Elder Su? Li Qinglian asked at the perfect moment. Coughing weakly with a pale face, Su Yuan explained. These are 7-colored stellar pills with no fixed grade. Any cultivator up to divine transformation stage can use them to advance one minor realm, though I recommend slowly absorbing them to improve one's Dao foundation. He collected the 9 pills before announcing, I'll auction one here today. As I'm rather short on spirit stones, I must ask for your generosity. Elder Snow Sword immediately understood the hint. For the 2 stellar pills you've granted my disciple and me, we'll pay the auction price. The other 2 recipients reluctantly agreed to similar terms. Su Yuan pretended offense. I said these were rewards. You're making this difficult. Elder Snow Sword smiled. Simply having the opportunity to purchase your pills is already an immense blessing. We couldn't possibly accept such treasures for free. It would weigh too heavily on our hearts. Please grant us this honor. With a sigh, Yuan conceded. Very well, but just pay whatever you feel is appropriate. Everyone was curious about the pill's effects. Yuan pondered briefly before casually flicking his wrist, sending a 7-colored stellar pill flying toward Li Qinglian. Swallow it and test its effects. This old man has also never refined this newly developed pill before, so I'm unclear about its exact properties, Yuan said calmly. Hearing it was a newly developed formula, Li Qinglian's expression changed. She glanced at Elder Snow's sword, who remained expressionless, offering no advice. With solemn determination, Li Qinglian said, "Understood, Senior Su. Since this pill was refined by a divine transformation elder and would ultimately be paid for by Elder Snow's sword, with 2 powerful cultivators overseeing the process, what could possibly go wrong?" She sat cross-legged and swallowed the 7-colored stellar pill without hesitation. Yuan's eyes revealed a peculiar light. This pill represented the culmination of various secret techniques, combining insights from the 9-colored celestial fish, the Big Dipper constellation, and a myriad treasures heaven-earth cauldron to create something entirely new, forged through celestial energies and array formations. Truthfully, he had only simulated its effects in his mind. The actual outcome remained uncertain. Li Qinglian was at mid-foundation establishment stage with superior firewood spiritual roots, having formed a superior-grade Dao foundation during her breakthrough. The moment she swallowed the pill, spiritual energy from heaven and earth began rapidly converging toward her. Yuan reacted instantly, casually setting up a spirit-gathering array. Elder Snow's sword immediately took out spirit stones to place around Li Qinglian, ensuring she wouldn't lack spiritual energy. The onlookers watched with intense curiosity about the pill's miraculous properties. Li Qinglian's aura began rising rapidly. The spectators remained calm. Such dramatic effects seemed normal after witnessing the extraordinary refinement process. But soon they noticed her aura's growth accelerating exponentially. An experienced cultivator observed, "That pill seems to have body-tempering effects, too. This young friend's physical body is strengthening. Not just the body. Her spiritual sense is expanding while her true essence intensifies. This is comprehensive enhancement." Under everyone's gaze, within just 2/4 of an hour, Li Qinglian effortlessly broke through to late foundation establishment, as if the bottleneck never existed. Elder Snow's sword showed astonishment. Wait. Little Lian's true essence quality appears improved. Could her Dao foundation have actually been enhanced? His words drew probing spiritual senses from numerous powerful figures, who confirmed that Li Qinglian's Dao foundation had indeed upgraded from superior grade to supreme grade. This was unprecedented. Dao foundations were notoriously difficult to improve, typically fixed at quality during the qi condensation to foundation establishment breakthrough, requiring rare treasures for secondary enhancement. Yet this pill alone had accomplished it. Since Dao foundation influenced golden core quality, a supreme grade foundation meant higher potential ceilings. Li Qinglian's cultivation continued rising. After half an hour, her aura reached foundation establishment's peak. The spectators exchanged glances. This single pill had saved immense cultivation time, while showing no signs of unstable foundations. Her Dao foundation quality had even improved further. Many cultivators already showed covetous expressions. Suddenly, Li Qinglian's face revealed struggle before firming with resolve. Her aura began climbing again. What? She's attempting golden core breakthrough directly? Too risky. She just reached peak foundation establishment without stabilizing her cultivation or tempering her mental state. Elder Snow Sword, shouldn't you stop your disciple? Friendly nascent soul cultivators advise from afar. Elder Snow Sword said impassively, "This is her choice. The cultivation path must be walked alone." Yuan was also surprised Li Qinglian would attempt golden core formation so soon. Internally visualizing her dantian, Li Qinglian guided her true essence toward the pill's residual medicinal power, intending to refine it into her forming golden core as heavenly treasure. Her Tao foundation manifested as a flame seedling, merging with the true essence center to begin golden core formation. Massive true essence condensed into a rough, pitted core prototype. Internal flames refined it smoother, while 7 colored lights radiated outward, imprinting colorful Tao patterns on her skin. It works. Li Qinglian rejoiced inwardly, continuing the process. 2 hours passed in a blink. Her aura underwent sudden metamorphosis, successful golden core breakthrough. Now the inner demon tribulation, someone reminded. Black energy materialized around Li Qinglian's forehead, invading her consciousness for the mental trial. The crowd grew solemn. This was the true challenge, why many cultivators sought worldly experience to temper their minds. Indeed, Li Qinglian's deepening frown and pained expression suggested impending failure. Elder Snow's sword sighed. Failing the inner demon trial could mean cultivation regression at best, or chi deviation death at worst. Such was the arduous cultivation path. But then, 7-colored light erupted from her dantian, illuminating her forehead and vaporizing the black energy. Her pained expression smoothed as her chaotic aura stabilized, continuing to rise until settling at mid-golden core stage, a full major realm advancement. Finally opening her eyes, Li Qinglian radiated post-tribulation joy. Such pill effects. Heaven-defying. It actually protects against inner demons. Elder Snow, sword urgently asked, "Little Yin, what happened?" "I thought the inner demons would consume me," she said shakily. But my mind suddenly cleared, seeing through their illusions to break free easily. Nodding, Elder Snow, sword inquired, "Golden core quality?" Golden cores were classified as upper, middle, or lower grades, each with 3 tiers, 9 total. Normally, superior Tao foundations could reach middle grade cores, while supreme grade might achieve upper grade. Beaming, Li Qinglian revealed, upper grade 7th tier core. She manifested her golden core, its size, density, and unique 7-colored glow confirming the assessment. Elder Snow, sword praised, to reach upper grade. With further tempering, you might achieve 9th tier. Nascent soul prospects. Middle grade cores typically maxed at 7th tier with nascent soul potential, but upper grade, 9th tier, significantly improved nascent soul chances. Essentially, one pill had rewritten Li Qinglian's destiny. At under a century old with extended lifespan, the benefits spoke for themselves. The crowd's covetous gazes turned to Su Yuan's remaining pills, the ultimate breakthrough treasures. Enhancing foundation quality while protecting against inner demons rivaled multiple heavenly treasures. Su Yuan coughed. Having witnessed the effects, let's auction the first pill. Starting bid, 1 top-grade spirit stone. 100 top-grade stones came immediately, equivalent to 100 million low-grade stones, whereas normal breakthrough resources might cost mere millions. Yet none considered this exaggerated, given the pill's guaranteed breakthrough and time-saving properties that could elevate ordinary cultivators to genius status with nascent soul potential, effectively manufacturing elite disciples. 500 top-grade stones bid a heavenly unity sex nascent soul elder, raising to 500 million equivalent. 800 top-grade stones countered a nascent soul rogue cultivator. 2,000 top-grade stones, the heavenly unity elder declared firmly. Whispers circulated. That's heavenly unity's nocturnal chill, true monarch, right? Rumor says he had a late-born son with poor aptitude. No wonder he's bidding so aggressively. Who wouldn't want this for loved ones? This pill is practically divine. Foundation reconstruction unheard of. The price skyrocketed, with bidders constrained to financial competition under Su Yuan's presence. Finally, the pill sold for 99,990 top-grade spirit stones, nearly 100,000 to true monarch nocturnal chill. Whether the elder regretted the price was unknown, but Elder Snow sword turned pale. This far exceeded his wildest estimates. He'd assumed a few hundred top-grade stones at most. Now he owed double that amount, needing to borrow from peers. Li Qinglian gasped, realizing her fresh golden core came with crushing debt. Elder Snow's sword transmitted, "Don't worry, dear disciple. Just focus on alchemy for the sect. Only 300 years of continuous pill refining should cover it." Li Qinglian stiffened, almost wanting to spit the pill out. Too expensive. Though of course she wouldn't. Such heaven-defying opportunities were priceless even at 500 years labor. Actually, 300 years might be insufficient. Make it 500, Elder Snow sort of amended. Hearing this, Li Qinglian's eyes rolled back as she fainted. The conference concluded smoothly in the end. Su Yuan later shared some alchemy insights, and during his lecture, everyone listened with unprecedented attentiveness, far surpassing their focus during previous sessions. Su Yuan spent 3 hours imparting alchemy knowledge before gracefully departing. He left behind a crowd, displaying expressions ranging from restless excitement to wistful melancholy. These attendees soon dispersed from the Seven Extremes sect, and news quickly spread throughout the cultivation world. Su Yuan's reputation expanded at lightning speed. A void refining elder, nearing lifespan's end, the pinnacle of alchemy, miraculous skills. When true monarch Nocturnal Chill publicly revealed the effects of the pill on his child, it created another wave of astonishment. A mediocre foundation establishment cultivator with merely low-grade spiritual roots had actually advanced to a 6th grade golden core. Though only 6th grade, given his original aptitude, he should have barely reached 1st grade at most. While 1st grade could potentially reach nascent soul, 6th grade not only secured nascent soul, but even offered a glimmer of hope for divine transformation. This was incomparable to his original prospects. In cave dwelling number 6, Su Yuan lounged comfortably while listening to system notifications. Ding, fame points plus 88. Ding, fame points plus 1. Ding, fame points plus 24. Ding, fame points plus 3. Fantastic. Su Yuan felt utterly content. Several days had passed since the alchemy conference, and the growth of his fame points had gradually slowed. He opened his system panel to review. Name, Su Yuan. Region, Green Vine Continent. Rank, Renowned 1, 285, 000/10, 000/000. Realm, Peak Foundation Establishment, 99/100 Peak Golden Star Realm. Entry 1, Work-Life Balance. Current rest duration, 18 days. Entry 2, Daoist Techniques Naturally. Entry 3, 7 Stars Shine Bright. Entry 4, Mind Echo. Entry 5, Great Masters Bearing. Entry 6, To Be Selected. Indeed, taking that risk was worth it. Earned 800,000 fame points in one go. Su Yuan mused delightedly. His confidence in taking this risk stemmed largely from the Great Masters Bearing entry. This entry served 2 purposes. First, it granted him void refining level pressure, preventing others from probing his actual condition or daring to try. Second, it detected hidden threats, virtually eliminating the possibility of being ambushed. If any void refining expert tried sneaking in, he would automatically project body unity level pressure rather than just void refining pressure. Each entry proved immensely useful, so selecting this 6th one required careful consideration. Little Kai, come sprinkle some colorful lights for me. Su Yuan called to his frolicking 9-colored celestial fish. My name is Su Si. The fish floated over, pouting in displeasure. Right, force of habit. I'll remember next time. He gazed at her expectantly. With a puff, Little Kai released a radiant glow that enveloped Su Yuan. Golden, wooden, watery, fiery, and earthy Tao rhythms swirled around him, prompting Su Yuan to marvel at the sight. This fish truly possessed remarkable bloodline traits, having naturally comprehended all 5 elemental concepts immediately upon reaching 3rd tier. This was practically cheating. Perhaps the breakthrough conditions at Silver Spirit Waterfall were simply too favorable. Surrounded by these 5 conceptual rhythms, Yuan felt profoundly at ease as he activated his system. 3 lines of text materialized before him. Know when to stop. You easily identify valuable items. Each discovery and collection slightly increases your negligible fortune. Perilous duty. You readily detect dangerous situations. Each identified and resolved crisis slightly extends your negligible lifespan. Emulate the virtuous. You effortlessly spot talented individuals. Each genius recruited allows you to appropriate a portion of their cultivation to supplement your own. 3 entries appeared before Yuan, still catching him by surprise. Treasures, dangers, talents, corresponding to fortune, lifespan, and cultivation. Yuan fell into deep contemplation. Each of these entries offered substantial temptation. Any choice would be valid, but only one could be selected. Yuan analyzed carefully. Fortune held great importance for cultivators. Without it, progress became arduous. With it, treasures might literally fall from the sky. Cultivation seemed simpler. Selecting this entry meant he could lie at home while his power grew, with more and stronger disciples accelerating his progress. However, recruiting geniuses carry karma. Each additional disciple spun more karmic threads, extending even to their disciples' disciples. Endless troubles once begun. Compared to this, the cultivation gains seemed insignificant. Choosing the 3rd entry would make his cultivation path fraught with anxiety. Thus, Yuan's gaze finally settled on the 2nd entry. The latter half promised lifespan extension. Longevity represented one of cultivation's fundamental goals. Selecting this entry would undoubtedly prove worthwhile. More crucially, the danger detection capability addressed cultivators' greatest fear: unforeseen perils. This early warning system would provide critical risk alerts. Forewarned, he could choose whether to confront or avoid dangers. The entry's first half ensured safety during cultivation, while the second extended his cultivation lifespan. Combined, they might truly lead to immortality. With sufficient lifespan, gradual cultivation would eventually succeed. Life presented many choices. Who could always select optimally? Obtaining what one desired sufficed. Resolute, Yuan mentally selected perilous duty. Instantly, an inexplicable power surged through him, invigorating his spirit. Ding, lifespan plus 10. Ding, lifespan plus 8. Ding, lifespan plus 5. Ding, lifespan plus 4. Yuan blinked in surprise. Lifespan, 18/327. He raised an eyebrow. The theoretical lifespan limit for Foundation establishment was 300 years, yet it had increased to 327. When the lifespan notifications appeared, images flashed through his mind. Zhuge Jian, Nangong Huiyu, and their 2 companions. Activating the entry had retroactively calculated his earlier rescue of these 4 from peril, granting him 27 bonus years. Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. 27 free years of lifespan. This entry's effects proved truly remarkable. He immediately set out to conduct experiments. Returning half a day later, he wore a thoughtful expression. Results matched expectations. Saving a rabbit from mortal danger yielded no lifespan gain. Venturing beyond the sect to rescue a drowning child similarly produced no notification. Examining the perilous duty entry, he considered its literal meaning. The danger likely referred to threats against himself or those connected to him. Presumably, only crises involving 7 extremes, sect disciples, or his own family would trigger lifespan rewards. Understanding this, Yuan remained unperturbed. Such events occurred frequently. As long as lifespan gains exceeded consumption, this entry essentially granted him immortality. With ample lifespan, he could cultivate peacefully. When running low, he could remotely mete out celestial punishment to replenish it, perfectly balanced. His heart settled into complete tranquility. Now he needn't debate whether to seek adventures or resources. With this entry, he could comfortably remain sequestered in the sect indefinitely. However splendid the outside world, he'd content himself with a cup of tea, paired with work-life balance. This created perfect synergy, accumulating more rest time for exponentially greater cultivation effects. This aligned perfectly with his original cultivation aspirations. Previously concerned about lifespan, he needed to take risks for fame. Now he could simply relax. Yuan happily cast a fishing line into his cave-dwelling stream. Though rich in spiritual energy, most fish remained ordinary unless fate intervened. As he fished contentedly, free from cultivation concerns, little Kai would inevitably appear whenever he hooked a spiritual fish, flipping the line to grant escape. Sticking out her tongue playfully, the fish spirit teased him. Unfazed, Yuan chuckled. There are countless fish in the world. You can't protect them all. I don't care. You can't eat spiritual fish in front of me. They're developing intelligence. Little Kai nestled against him coquettishly. Promise not to eat them. What about ordinary fish? Yuan asked. Those don't matter. Big fish eat little fish. That's nature. With a tail flick, she scooped a mundane fish from the water. Roast this for me. Make it tasty, she demanded sweetly. Yuan laughed helplessly. Fine, fine, I'll grill it for you. The aromatic roasting soon attracted Shaoli, who plopped down beside them expectantly. Yuan suddenly realized he'd become their personal chef. Noticing the 35 spiritual fish showing traces of 9-colored celestial fish heritage, he produced 5 pills. Yuan, what pills are these? They smell amazing. Little Kai asked eagerly. Not for you. They wouldn't benefit you. Yuan waved her off before addressing old Qian. Can you refine these into equivalent liquid medicine? Not with just 5. I need 100, old Qian replied. Another time then. Yuan tossed the pills to the 35 fish. Little Kai watched curiously as the fish scrambled for the pills. After intense competition, 5 emerged victorious. Upon consuming the pills, their auras surged dramatically. 2 hours later, 5 third-tier monster auras erupted. Yuan promptly taught them transformation arts based on 7 extremes techniques. Soon, several child forms appear by the stream. With a wave, Yuan clothed them in miniature robes. 3 boys and 2 girls stood proudly before him. The newly transformed children immediately prostrated respectfully. We thank our master. From now on, you shall be Su-Da, Su-Air, Su-San, Su-Lan, and Su-Ju, Yuan bestowed. The 2 girls responded brightly. Su-Lan/Su-Ju, thanks master for the name. Satisfied, Yuan thought 2 more would complete the set nicely with Su-Mei and Su-He. The 3 boys froze momentarily, slow to react. Thank you, master, for the names. Little Kai scolded. Finally comprehending, they bowed. Su-Da/Su-Air/Su, thanks master for the names. Exchanging glances as they knelt, the boys' eyes conveyed silent lament. Why were their names so simplistic? 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Yuan calmly sipped tea while perusing an ancient text. Beside him, Jiuzong smiled and explained, this batch of books was excavated from an ancient ruin. There was a complete restriction barrier there initially. We thought it was a treasure trove. But when we opened it, all we found were miscellaneous texts. Our family acquired the originals, which are the texts you see before you. Though they contain no cultivation knowledge, they do describe the customs and legends of ancient times. I hope Elder Su finds them enjoyable. Yuan nodded. Your family truly has its ways, managing to uncover such ancient texts. It must have cost a considerable amount of spirit stones, no? Haha. Our family has always had a passion for collecting texts. Since you needed them, I brought them over. A few spirit stones mean nothing. Jiuzong replied cheerfully. Yuan acknowledged with another nod. You've done well these years. Ever since establishing contact with him, the family had continuously supplied him with texts. Over the years, the number of texts they provided gradually dwindled. Not because the family had grown lax, but because most available texts had already been gathered. This latest batch, excavated from an ancient ruin, was particularly rare. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yuan retrieved a token from his pocket and handed it to Jiuzong. Jiuzong immediately accepted it with reverence. "This is my 7-star token. If your family ever faces a calamity, you may activate it, and I will intervene once," Yuan said casually. Jiuzong's eyes lit up, and he promptly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for this generous gift, Elder Su." Yuan waved him off. "You may attend to your duties now." Your disciple takes his leave. Jiuzong withdrew respectfully, carefully storing the token in his storage pouch before hurrying away. Upon returning to his family, he presented the token to the family patriarch. The token was then enshrined in the family's most secure location, guarded personally by the family elders. This token became the family's ultimate lifeline. Its mere existence ensured the family's safety and stability. Its unactivated state was even more valuable than its activated one. As expected, neighboring families who caught wind of this news began treating the family more favorably. Without anyone noticing, the family's influence grew several times over. In Cave Dwelling Number 6, Yuan spent several days flipping through the texts. The last one in his hands was a collection of legends. As he read, he couldn't help but marvel. This text had been considered a legend even in ancient times. By now, it could only be described as mythology. According to this, when the world was first formed, the Green Vine continent was merely a fragment of an enormous landmass. After a great war between humans and immortals, the landmass shattered and sank into the sea, leaving only a small fragment that became the Green Vine continent. Yuan was speechless. The Green Vine continent was far from small. It was larger than millions of past Earths combined. That such a vast landmass was referred to as a fragment was unimaginable. It didn't seem like something that belonged in the mortal realm, so he dismissed it as mere legend. Yuan stroked his chin, his fingers tracing the characters for Great War between humans and immortals. Did this refer to battles among human immortals, or between humans and immortals? Suddenly, the entry duty in peril on his system panel lit up, flashing as if awaiting activation. Yuan frowned. This was the first time duty in peril had changed on its own. He had always assumed it was a passive entry, never expecting it could be actively triggered. Without hesitation, he focused his intent on the entry. In the next instant, a bolt of lightning seemed to flash before his eyes. "Ascension is a lie," a desolate voice, as if traversing time itself, pierced through from the distant past. The voice flooded Yuan's consciousness, threatening to shatter his very soul. At that moment, the entry great talents bearing flickered, shielding him from the oppressive force. Yuan staggered briefly before regaining his senses, only to find the ancient text in his hand spontaneously combusting. As he watched the flames consume the book, Yuan recalled the vision triggered by the entry's activation. He realized he had stumbled upon an earth-shattering revelation. Then, he noticed that among the threads of consciousness in the entry mind echo, a new strand had appeared, stretching beyond the heavens. Yuan immediately activated it. His consciousness seemed to accelerate violently, soaring beyond the 9 heavens. The earth shrank beneath him as his consciousness pierced through the celestial layers, arriving in a region crackling with lightning. At the center of this tempest lay a solitary island, upon which slumbered a giant composed of stone. Lightning wreathed its form, and with each breath, bolts of thunder roared outward, spreading to form a sea of lightning. The lightning giant suddenly opened one eye in its slumber, its stony brow furrowing as it glanced downward before closing its eye again. Yuan's consciousness instinctively stilled as he observed the giant, his mind brimming with questions. Stealthily, he triggered the entry Great Talents Bearing. Instantly, his aura surged explosively, from void refining to unity, then tribulation transcendence, and finally great ascension, until in the next moment it broke through to an indescribable realm. He could faintly perceive a certain will of the heavens turning its gaze toward him. Without hesitation, he deactivated great talents bearing and immediately withdrew from the mind echo state. The lightning giant's eyes snapped open. It glanced at the sky and muttered disdainfully, "Mortal realms, heavenly Tao? I'm outside your jurisdiction. Why are you staring at me?" The oppressive intent dissipated. "Nonsense." The lightning giant scoffed before closing its eyes and resuming its slumber. Back in cave dwelling number 6, Yuan opened his eyes. He was startled to find his body drenched in cold sweat. What kind of existence was that lightning giant? There's actually a lightning giant above the mortal realm. What is it doing there? That ancient text was destroyed by it, wasn't it? What is it trying to conceal? As Yuan pondered, a system notification chimed. Ding! Lifespan plus 100,000. Yuan's eyes widened as he scrutinized the notification. His lifespan had indeed increased by a full 100,000 years. He was utterly stunned. Is this the duty in peril entry's feedback? What exactly did I do just now? There was indeed a crisis, but I didn't do anything, just took a peek using Mind Echo. After some thought, Yuan realized he must have inadvertently avoided some catastrophic danger, hence the massive lifespan reward. A 100,000-year lifespan was no small matter. As the lifespan integrated into his body, immediate changes became apparent. A profound sense of fulfillment welled up from the depths of his being. His body seemed to brim with newfound vitality. Spiritual energy surged into him from all directions, not converting into true essence, but seeping into his bones and deepest bloodstream. With a thought, Yuan summoned the 6th grade cave treasure, floating sky pot, above his head. A 6th grade Yuan pool array activated as he waved his hand, summoning a mountain of spirit stones around him. The array automatically absorbed and refined them into pure spiritual liquid, which poured into Yuan's body. The spiritual liquid flooded his bones, triggering an incredible transformation. His bones shifted from white to jade-like, then gradually took on a golden jade hue. 3 full days passed before the skeletal metamorphosis completed. Golden jade bones now coursed with crimson gold blood, replacing his original red blood. Yuan became drenched in discarded blood as his physical aura steadily intensified. The entire process occurred autonomously, requiring no intervention from him. The crimson gold blood began remodeling his flesh, imbuing it with golden hues. Even his heart and brain grew exponentially more robust. When the transformation finally concluded, Yuan felt his sensitivity to spiritual energy skyrocket. Metal, wood, and fire attribute energies now flocked to him as if sentient. Simultaneously, he could clearly perceive other attributes: water, earth, wind, thunder, lightning, ice, darkness, light, and more. It was as if a heavy veil had been lifted from his eyes, revealing the world in crystal clarity. Such overwhelming vitality. Old Qian finally spoke up. What exactly happened to you? You suddenly gained such immense vitality, like a born divine beast. Even your talents have multiplied. It's nothing. Yuan chuckled, understanding Old Qian's meaning. His lifespan had inexplicably increased by 100,000 years. This wasn't just about longevity. To sustain such a lifespan, his body needed corresponding foundational upgrades. The system didn't merely tack on years. It fundamentally enhanced his physical essence. And what creature with a 100,000-year lifespan could possibly have poor aptitudes? Thus, his talents had risen to match those of a supreme life form, perhaps even the weakest among them, but still far surpassing any human. This was a leap in life hierarchy. Yuan never imagined stumbling upon such an opportunity. Crisis. It wasn't just about danger. It also concealed fortune. Though this crisis wasn't one Yuan had sought, having survived it, he intended to fully enjoy its benefits. This entry's potential far exceeds my expectations. Su Yuan took a deep breath, his expression grave. This time, he had merely been fortunate. That lightning stone giant's power surpassed mortal limits. That he still lived was sheer luck. Best to lay low. The outside world is far too dangerous. As Su Yuan familiarized himself with his new body, he found that with each breath, vast amounts of spiritual energy rushed into him. When he gazed at the world, strands of energy seemed to whisper secrets, as if cosmic truths lay bare before him. Suppressing the urge to cultivate immediately, Su Yuan calmly sat back down, steadying his mind. His demeanor returned to its usual tranquility, as if nothing had happened. Yet his mental state had undeniably elevated through this ordeal. Thunder Sea. This place was no longer located on the green vine continent, but rather in the ocean 3 million miles east of it. Here, lightning constantly rained down from the skies. One could find extremely precious thunder-attributed materials here, encounter rarely seen thunder-type demonic beasts and spirit beasts, and witness marvelous thunder-related natural phenomena to comprehend the Tao of heaven and earth. But with these benefits came great dangers. Even a divine transformation expert had to proceed with caution here, as losing one's life could happen in an instant. Elder Lei Yin, a divine transformation elder from the Thunder Peak of the Seven Stars sect, had been in secluded cultivation here for years. Even when news of the new patriarch's emergence spread, he showed no intention of leaving. The extreme distance was one reason, but more importantly, his current location was deep within the Thunder Sea's dangerous territory. Attempting to leave now would risk his life, making it better to stay put. As usual, Elder Lei Yin cultivated on a lightning-charged island, occasionally gazing at the falling bolts from the sky, seeking to comprehend deeper truths of the universe. Above intent lay the domain of laws. The void refinement stage required grasping even a sliver of law to break through. With law comprehension, one could command the power of heaven and earth with mere thoughts and fundamentally alter a cultivator's essence. This was the power of immortals and deities. Even a shred of such understanding could make one invincible. Unfortunately, Elder Lei Yin was still far from comprehending laws. Even his thunder intent had only reached minor achievement, with perfection nowhere in sight. Recalling the recent lightning strike, he absent-mindedly channeled thunderous spiritual energy, tracing Tao patterns in the air. Suddenly, a pattern broke, dispersing energy outward. On the other side of the lightning island, a thunder-type demonic beast abruptly opened its eyes, roaring before charging toward Lei Yin at terrifying speed. Startled from his meditation, Lei Yin immediately summoned his flying sword and fled the island. He hadn't expected his momentary lapse to reveal his presence. This had been an excellent cultivation spot. What a pity. Not daring to stop, he raced across unfamiliar waters. Glancing back, he saw a twin-winged thunder tiger in pursuit, radiating the aura of a peak 5th-grade demonic beast, leaving him no choice but to flee desperately. The chase lasted 5 days and nights until Lei Yin, in his panic, stumbled into unknown territory. Only when the Thunder Tiger stopped pursuing did he realize he'd entered an unfamiliar region of the Thunder Sea. His eyes lit up when he spotted layered golden thunderclouds covering less than 100 square miles over the distant sea, with golden lightning striking down. Virtual gold thunderclouds. He couldn't believe his luck, encountering newly formed virtual gold thunderclouds in their nascent stage, when their power was weakest and most suitable for comprehending thunder principles. Noticing a small reef island nearby, he immediately landed, set up a concealment array, and prepared to begin his enlightenment. A shame it's gold lightning rather than fire lightning. Looking skyward, he suddenly remembered something and retrieved a special conch shell, a mother-child shell that allowed communication across vast distances, though fragile with limited uses. This precious treasure connected him to his sect. He recalled the sect leader's message. The new patriarch sought thunder-related natural phenomena. Upon discovery, simply chant the patriarch's name. Lei Yin immediately began chanting inwardly, Patriarch Su, the 7 Stars Patriarch. In Cave Abode 6, Yuan, still adjusting to his recent changes, suddenly turned toward a certain direction. An intense mental ripple reached him through mind echo. A powerful cultivator was calling his name. Activating mind echo, his consciousness traversed continents and oceans, quickly arriving above Lei Yin. Yuan's eyes brightened upon seeing the virtual gold thunderclouds. Exactly what he needed. Elder Lei Yin had found it. His true body immediately activated the Big Dipper, sending a beam of starlight skyward. Above the Thunder Sea, the Big Dipper constellation shone brightly, descending 7 starlight beams. Lei Yin watched as the starlight coalesced before him, forming a human figure composed of stellar energy, ethereal yet lifelike. Elder Lei Yin. Startled, Lei Yin responded, 7 Stars Patriarch? Well, I'm Yuan. Then it is indeed you, 7 Stars Patriarch. Lei Yin replied. Yuan smiled, unconcerned about the title. Thank you for calling me. I happen to need to comprehend heavenly principles. Your help is greatly appreciated. Ha ha! To assist the 7 Stars Patriarch brings me great joy. Lei Yin laughed. Please call my name periodically to maintain this avatar, Yuan added. Lei Yin paused, then summoned a thunder attribute spirit turtle from his beast pouch. Master, the turtle called. Would the turtle's call suffice? Lei Yin asked. That works. Yuan nodded. Perfect. Lei Yin agreed. The confused turtle lifted its head and began chanting 7 Stars Patriarch. I'll begin my enlightenment now. We'll talk later. With that, Yuan's avatar vanished. Lei Yin searched but couldn't detect the avatar's location, marveling at the Patriarch's prowess. Meanwhile, Yuan activated work-rest balance. 5 years had accumulated 2,000 days of rest time. 4 instant activations left him with only 2.4 hours of enlightenment time remaining. His comprehension ability skyrocketed nearly 10,000-fold, combined with his transformed physical talents. The radiant Daoist techniques, naturally. His void refinement level great talent, and a shining Big Dipper above. Countless insights flooded him the moment he gazed at the virtual gold thunderclouds. Simultaneously, his true body appeared before the silver spirit waterfall, cross-legged to comprehend its heavenly principles. He would comprehend 2 natural wonders at once. All the texts studied and waterfall observations from the past 5 years became stepping stones, paving his path to the heavens. Within breaths, thunder intent broke through, soaring to the intent realm in 10 breaths. Moments later, water and earth intents followed suit. Now he had comprehended 8 intents: metal, wood, fire, water, earth, stars, thunder, and sword, all in under a minute, matching previous multi-session achievements. With time remaining, Yuan deepened his understanding rather than pursuing new intents. Progress proved slower than expected. Only after 15 minutes did metal intent first reach minor achievement, followed by thunder, fire, and wood. Surprisingly, star intent reached minor achievement last. After another 45 minutes, metal intent led again, reaching major achievement, with others following 15 minutes later. Expression serene, Yuan calmly comprehended various Daoists. Another hour passed. Metal intent reached perfection. Only 6 quarter hours remained. After brief consideration, Yuan continued with other intents. 45 minutes later, star intent finally reached perfection. Perfect intent meant fully understanding a heavenly principle's manifestations, qualifying him to explore what lay beyond, often called divine intent, but truly representing law comprehension. The true essence behind heavenly principles, the deeper mysteries beneath intense surface. After contemplation, Yuan turned to the Big Dipper. Abandoning the waterfall and thunderclouds, he focused solely on the stars. His foundation lay with the Big Dipper. He wouldn't abandon it for temporary wonders. Activating work-rest balance. 5 times, his remaining 45 minutes compressed to 4 minutes of comprehension time. His target, Star Law. The 7 stars shine bright. Entry flickered. His understanding of the Big Dipper distilled and elevated. Within his dantian, 9 golden cores rotated, their Tao patterns now displaying metal, wood, water, fire, earth, alchemy, arrays, talismans, and artifacts. Arranged in the Big Dipper formation, including 2 dark stars, they now bore Tao patterns of sword, thunder, and star intents. As 4 minutes raced by, Yuan gazed at the stars, seeking that sliver of star law. Finally, with 80% time elapsed, enlightenment dawned. A special Tao pattern embodying heavenly principles materialized within his dantian's Big Dipper formation. Star law comprehension successful. All intents merged into star law, unifying his 9 golden cores as one. In this moment, Yuan broke through to the golden core realm. With the last remaining bit of cultivation time, Yuan immediately began comprehending divine ability techniques. Insight into the Tao's meaning served as the foundation, but to fully unleash its power required the enhancement of divine abilities. Typically, cultivators refer to the realm where one comprehended a trace of law as the divine intent realm, meaning one's insights had touched upon divinity. With a wisp of law serving as the general, the power of insight gained a commander, allowing it to exhibit strength many times greater, as if possessing divine intelligence. This was also the origin of the term divine ability. For others, the ultimate purpose of learning divine abilities was to comprehend the underlying laws and principles during the process. Now that Yuan had already grasped a trace of law in advance, creating divine abilities in reverse became much simpler. Divine abilities are essentially advanced spells. The difference lies in that spells primarily utilize one's own magic power, while divine abilities not only mobilize personal magic power, but also harness the natural forces existing between heaven and earth, thereby amplifying one's magic power tenfold, even 100 or 1,000 times. Once capable of executing divine abilities, a cultivator's strength would undergo a qualitative leap. This was also why the gap between nascent soul and divine transformation was so stark. From chi refining to nascent soul could collectively be called transcending mortality. Only beyond divine transformation could one truly step onto the threshold of immortals and deities, transitioning from human to divine levels. Why had Yuan initially chosen stellar laws as his target? Naturally, it was because the Big Dipper's upper limits were high, its power formidable, and combined with the effects of his traits, it could push the power of divine abilities to extreme heights. Inspiration burst forth in Yuan's mind. With stellar laws at the core and metal, wood, water, fire, earth, sword, and thunder as branches, he created the divine ability, 7 stars 5 elements thunder sword. This was the divine evolution of the 7 stars mystic truth sword canon. Using laws as the guide, it could summon even greater heavenly might. As he nearly completed this divine ability, his cultivation time also ended. This divine ability is still somewhat. Yuan regretted that the cultivation time was too short. 5 years of converted cultivation time amounted to only 2.5 hours, which was simply insufficient, gone in the blink of an eye. Only then did Yuan turn his attention to the system panel. Name, Yuan. Region, Green Vine Continent. Level, Renowned, 4.88 m/10 m. Realm, Golden Core Peak, 99 out of 100. Trait 1, balance between work and rest. Current rest time, 0 days. Trait 2, Daoist techniques, naturally. Trait 3, 7 stars shine bright. Trait 4, mind echo. Trait 5, great talents bearing. Trait 6, duty in crisis. Lifespan, 100,894 years. Reaching Golden Core Peak immediately upon breaking through, Yuan wasn't surprised. He had accumulated too much true essence, and his insights into heaven and earth were sufficient, naturally propelling him straight to peak realm. The theoretical lifespan limit for the Golden Core realm was 800 years, meaning trait 6, had added an extra 100,094 years. Quite impressive. Su Yuan looked inward at his dantian. An ancient golden cauldron appeared in his perception. This was the Dao foundation condensed by the wood-fueled metal art, containing a cluster of flames within which 9 golden cores continued rotating endlessly. With a thought, the 9 flying swords nurtured in his dantian flew directly to the golden cores, accompanying them. He had ultimately transformed the 9 stars-linked pearl sword into his life-bound magic treasure. This spiritual artifact was perfectly suited to him, its spirituality largely nurtured by him. One could say it was tailor-made. Although it was still only at the spiritual artifact level, life-bound treasures could grow alongside cultivators, requiring cultivation from the very beginning. As the 9 swords accompanied the golden cores, the core's magic power and Dao insights began continuously tempering the 9 stars-linked pearl sword. Bathed in the golden core's energy, the sword's quality slowly improved. This was a gradual process. Once Su Yuan confirmed it was proceeding well, he left it to develop on its own. Returning to his senses, Su Yuan focused his consciousness once more on comprehending the virtual gold thundercloud. This rare wonder of heaven and earth was not something one encountered often, and since he hadn't accumulated any rest time, comprehending it now came at no cost. Without hesitation, he continued studying the virtual gold thundercloud. When he attempted to comprehend it with his normal aptitude, his mind immediately felt sluggish to the extreme. A transformation involving golden lightning flashed briefly in the thundercloud. Something that would have been instantly clear in cultivation state now stubbornly eluded his understanding. Failing to grasp it meant the transformation had ended, forcing him to catch the next one and abandon the previous insight. Despite his physical talents having transformed, despite the boost from Daoist techniques naturally, it still fell far short of the balance between work and rest cultivation state. Estimating at least 8 years to elevate metal insight to divine intent level, Su Yuan frowned. While that might not seem long, compared to the trait's effects, it was unacceptable. His metal affinity was his strongest, yet it would still take 8 years, and that was with the aid of heaven-earth wonders, demonstrating just how difficult comprehending laws truly was. He tried resting for 100 minutes to activate the trait for 1 minute of comprehension. During the intervals, he didn't idle but observed the virtual gold thundercloud with an appreciative mindset, accumulating material for insights. After 2 such sessions, Su Yuan calculated that the breakthrough time could be compressed to 3 years. Still too long. Su Yuan then calculated the virtual gold thundercloud's duration, 17 days total, with Lei Yin needing to escape midway to avoid being caught by its subsequent outburst, having the time to just 8 or 9 days. What could be accomplished in that time? Shaking his head, Su Yuan realized comprehending laws was impossible. He might as well grasp whatever he could. Turning his attention to the spectacle of golden lightning strikes, he attempted to create a thunder technique. 8 days passed in a flash. Lei Yin awoke from his comprehension. Feeling substantial gains, his thunder insight had improved significantly, taking a firm step closer to mastery. Cupping his hands toward the surroundings, he said, 7 stars ancestor. The virtual gold thundercloud has now gathered halfway and is about to enter its outburst phase. I must depart. Su Yuan condensed starlight, manifesting his form as he smiled. Elder Lei, I'm deeply grateful for this opportunity you provided. My gains have been plentiful. Lei Yin laughed heartily. I too relied on your protection, 7 stars ancestor, to cultivate without distraction. My thunder insight is nearing mastery, just 1 step from breakthrough, and my cultivation will advance accordingly. Su Yuan suddenly understood. That's excellent. How long until the breakthrough? Soon. This step won't take too long, just about 100 years to break through. Lei Yin's face showed faint confidence. Hearing this, Su Yuan fell silent briefly before nodding. Then I'll anticipate Elder Lei's successful breakthrough. Lei Yin looked delighted, clearly breaking through the bottleneck in merely a century brought him great joy. The difference between minor and major insight was like heaven and earth. Until we meet again, I'll await your return at the sect. Su Yuan nodded, his starlight avatar dissipating. Lei Yin chose to return the way he came. The Thunder Sea held many dangers, and venturing into unfamiliar waters risked death. The path already traveled was at least safe, so returning the same way was natural. However, halfway through his flight, a twin-winged thunder tiger emerged from the sea, pouncing toward Lei Yin. Lei Yin's expression changed as thunder energy condensed around him, forming a protective sphere before his body transformed into lightning, desperately dodging the attack. But this time the twin-winged thunder tiger had lain in ambush, its pre-gathered attack terrifyingly powerful. A bolt of lightning shot from its wings, striking Lei Yin directly and hitting his body. The destructive thunder force instantly blasted Lei Yin's body in half, his lower body obliterated by the lightning. Fortunately, Lei Yin had transformed into lightning form, his body in a quasi-spiritual state. Retreating several miles, he regenerated his lower half. But the cost was losing fully half his magic power and soul energy. Damn it, Lei Yin's face darkened, ambushed, and already outmatched. Losing so much soul energy and magic power made victory impossible. Human, who gave you the courage to covet this king's territory? The twin-winged thunder tiger spoke in human tongue, eyes filled with icy, killing intent. By offending me, you've chosen death. After speaking, it waited for Lei Yin's response. But after a moment, Lei Yin ignored it, his figure instead gradually dispersing under the beast's pressure. The thunder tiger froze, then turned to see Lei Yin had used its monologue to escape far away. Despicable human. Die. Feeling insulted again, the thunder tiger immediately gave chase. The wounded Lei Yin, now much slower, was caught within 15 minutes. Enraged, the thunder tiger filled the sky with lightning, battering Lei Yin relentlessly. Both were thunder-aligned. The stronger could directly suppress the weaker. Lei Yin's pressure mounted. 7 stars ancestor, save me. Lei Yin couldn't help but shout. His words startled the thunder tiger, which scanned the surroundings but detected no one. Turning back, it saw Lei Yin had used the distraction to flee another 1,000 miles. Deceitful human. Arg. Trick me again. The thunder tiger's fury reached its peak. At that moment, the Big Dipper in the sky suddenly blazed brightly. Lei Yin exclaimed joyfully, "Ancestor saves me." The thunder tiger sneered but still glanced around. Turning back, it saw Lei Yin had gained more distance, sending it into complete frenzy. Its intelligence felt utterly insulted. But Lei Yin hadn't lied. Su Yuan's consciousness descended once more. He hadn't expected Lei Yin to face life-threatening danger so soon after parting, initially thinking the virtual gold thundercloud had erupted too quickly. Upon closer look, pursued by a demonic beast, Su Yuan's true body stood atop his cave-dwelling's mountain peak. The myriad treasures heaven-earth cauldron transformed into a 7-star magic altar, the 6th-grade spiritual treasure, floating light pot, stabilizing the formation's eye. With solemn expression, he channeled magic power, activating the altar. The Big Dipper above instantly resonated, as if no distance separated them. When Su Yuan sought to borrow the Dipper's power, it responded immediately. 0 delay. Divine ability. 7 stars, 5 elements, Thunder Sword. Su Yuan unleashed his newly created divine ability. Streams of Dao-infused magic power poured into the altar, transforming into pillars of starlight shooting skyward. These would attract multiple times, even dozens of times, the Big Dipper's stellar power. With slight adjustments to their descent points, they could achieve cross-border strikes. The mana within Su Yuan's body surged like floodwaters through an open dam, madly pouring into the 7-star magic altar, thereby drawing down even more starlight. The 118 natural array restrictions inside him functioned like supercharged engines, frantically absorbing surrounding spiritual energy to replenish his depleted mana. Vast quantities of mana continued transforming into starlight, yet didn't immediately descend. Both old Qian and Xiao Li were astonished. They could sense that the attack Su Yuan was activating this time would be unprecedentedly powerful. Normally, instantly activated divine abilities were already formidable, but Su Yuan was persistently brewing and accumulating power, as if casting a forbidden spell requiring channeling time and mana drainage. His consciousness kept monitoring Lei Yan's situation. Seeing the elder could still hold on, he didn't rush to release the technique. The first strike would be the most threatening. He intended to achieve total victory in one move. This approach was rare in the cultivation world. Normally, opponents would interrupt such prolonged spell casting, but Su Yuan remained safely within 7 extremes sect, with starlight continuously transmitting toward the Big Dipper, the gathered stellar power held in reserve without release. Moreover, before descending, the divine ability accumulated directly above its target, naturally possessing extreme concealment. Especially since the enraged two-winged thunder tiger failed to notice the celestial anomaly. "Ancestor, how goes it? Can you save me? If not, I'll self-destruct and take it down with me." Lei Yin spoke to empty air. The two-winged thunder tiger briefly regained clarity, but upon seeing Lei Yin exploiting its hesitation to retreat hundreds more miles, its hatred peaked. Lei Yin was truly at his limit. Even his life-bound spiritual treasure, the Thunder Thistle Sword, showed damage. Meanwhile, Su Yuan's face flushed red. He'd condensed an attack equivalent to 100 times his normal mana expenditure, yet struggled to control it precisely. Missing would mean Lei Yan's demise. Fortunately, he instantly activated balance between work and rest. Upon secondary activation, his divine ability control became effortless. 7 stars, 5 elements, Thunder Sword, descend. Above the Thunder Sea, the Big Dipper suddenly shone hundreds of times brighter. 7 beams of multicolored starlight descended like divine retribution, utterly unstoppable. The two-winged thunder tiger looked up, pupils contracting sharply as its red glare faded into pure terror. Escape became its sole thought. Yet when it tried fleeing, overwhelming pressure abruptly immobilized it momentarily. Then 7 types of conceptual pressure arrived, miring it like quicksand, followed by law suppression, rendering it completely paralyzed. The 7 stellar beams struck immediately after. Pillars of light, swords of radiance, thunderous brilliance, a sea of stars. The terrifying starlight agitated surrounding spiritual energy, summoning countless lightning bolts from the Thunder Sea to converge upon the beast. Lei Yin glanced back just as dazzling prismatic light erupted, followed by thunderous shockwaves that sent him flying like a tiny boat battered by storm surges. Crashing onto the sea's surface as if hitting solid ground, he barely maintained bodily integrity. Rising shakily, Lei Yin observed where the two-winged thunder tiger had been. Now only a massive vortex remained, devouring surrounding waters to fill the enormous cavity. Countless lightning bolts rampaged there, with starlight crystallizing into peculiar minerals. The once roaring thunder tiger had vanished without trace. Gazing alternately at the normalized Big Dipper and gradually calming sea, Lei Yin felt dreamlike. Returning to the battle site revealed complete annihilation. Only after deep diving did he retrieve a pair of tattered wings. "Ancestor, your spoils seem reduced to this," he said. Su Yuan's starlight avatar examined the wings and sighed. "Too damaged for use. Keep them yourself." Lei Yin twitched his mouth, then recalled, "It had an island territory with remaining resources. I'll deliver everything later." "Acceptable." Su Yuan nodded before dissipating his avatar. Back in his cave dwelling, Su Yuan exhaled and checked system prompts. Ding. Fame points plus 666,000. Ding. Lifespan plus 610. The minor lifespan increase and fame boost confirmed it wasn't wasted effort. This attack had profoundly shocked Lei Yin to generate such fame. Normally, divine transformation beings only provided hundreds of points. This was quadruple amplification. Noticing someone outside his cave, Su Yuan waved open the restrictions. Sect leader Gu Qingzhu hurried in, glancing between Su Yuan and the recently activated altar. What happened? Why was the Big Dipper so radiant? I remotely assisted Elder Lei Yin against a monster, Su Yuan replied. Gu Qingzhu relaxed. Just a monster then, wait. He's startled. Wasn't that a divine transformation beast? Su Yuan nodded, slightly stronger than Lei Yin. Pity about the ruined materials. The sect leader froze. What materials? As Gu Qingzhu puzzled, Su Yuan added, I'm visiting the scripture pavilion. Please wait here, Elder Gu. The pavilion? Then I won't intrude. Gu Qingzhu departed upon confirming Su Yuan's well-being. Teleporting via starlight, Su Yuan arrived at the scripture pavilion where Yin Jiuzong immediately bowed. Greetings, Elder Su. His voice drew attention from many inside. Zhuge Jian, Nangong Huiyu, Guyu, Xia Yingying, Meng Changle, Liu Eshin, Yi Bufan, Lu Yuan, among others, all studying Su Yuan's 7 extremes techniques. Because the original manuals bore Su Yuan's Dao imprint, comprehension difficulty decreased and speed increased. Thus, studying his personal copies required contribution points and queuing. Over 600 techniques each had waiting lines, with many disciples bowing when noticing Su Yuan's arrival. Nodding in acknowledgement, Su Yuan proceeded to the collection's end where elite Qi condensation disciples with superior spiritual roots grew excited at his proximity. Pavilion Master, you've come. Guyu greeted cheerfully. How many volumes have you studied? Su Yuan asked, recalling this heavenly spirit root disciple. 6 volumes mastered, currently on the 7th. Guyu declared proudly, within 30 years, I'll complete all 9. Su Yuan appeared impressed. Not slow at all. With my heavenly spirit root and comprehension, naturally. Guyu smiled confidently. Su Yuan chuckled. You chose the complete collection path, right? Focusing on one branch might have you on the 9th already. Only the best and most complete for me. I'll master everything. Guyu thumped his chest, hoping to impress for potential apprenticeship. With an odd expression, Su Yuan asked, Do you possess a thunder spirit root? Thunder spirit root? What do you mean, Elder? Guyu puzzled as others grew curious too. Su Yuan's next actions explained everything. Addressing the pavilion's formation core, he announced, Formation Spirit, record additional techniques. Contribution costs follow existing standards. Acknowledged Elder Su. Please display the originals for replication across all pavilions. The spirit replied monotonously. Su Yuan nodded. This formation spirit was quite competent despite Gu Qingzhu's complaints about its stupidity. No improvements needed. Retrieving blank manuals from his spatial ring, he began imprinting them with Dao-infused writings and patterns, demonstrating live how Su Yuan's techniques were created. After recording, he waved his hand, sending the new manuals flying to their designated sections, 21 copies appearing beside each original. The formation spirit manipulated the pavilion structures, raising stone platforms to display them. 9 original techniques meant 189 new additions materialized simultaneously, stunning all witnesses. Guyu recovered first, immediately inspecting them. The first title, Thunder Method Analysis, Su Yuan's compilation, made his mouth twitch, though Metal Thunder Elucidation caught his interest. But checking his spiritual roots, his expression fell. Zhuge Jian told Nangong Huiyu, We shouldn't overextend ourselves. It's impossible to learn everything. Each technique now has 83 versions, plus today's 21 makes 104 total. Nangong Huiyu sighed. Indeed, despite her talent, facing Su Yuan's works made her feel insignificant. She'd settled on 5 main and 7 supplementary studies, abandoning the rest. Zhuge Jian watched Su Yuan's retreating figure heading to the 2nd floor and suddenly called out, Elder, please wait. This disciple has something to ask. Su Yuan turned back curiously. What is it? Speak freely. With a solemn expression, Zhuge Jian said, Elder Su, while studying your supreme techniques, I've found them profoundly difficult. Disciples with lower or medium-grade spiritual roots basically have no chance to comprehend these techniques. What a pity. Su Yuan nodded, signaling him to continue. Zhuge Jian immediately added, I frequently give lectures at Immortal Seed Valley and have considerable understanding of the nuances and characteristics of the qi refining stage. I believe my comprehension is decent. I hope Elder Su would permit me, after completing your 3-volume 9 Supreme Techniques, to use your scriptures as foundation, combine them with my years of study and teaching experience, to annotate Elder Su's techniques and derive some simpler versions. This would not only help me consolidate my own insights and comprehend the path to perfect Tao foundation, but also provide later cultivators with more accessible versions of your techniques, allowing those with lower and medium-grade spiritual roots to also grasp them. Zhuge Jian's words not only surprised Su Yuan, but also drew sideways glances from all the disciples in the scripture pavilion. Su Yuan scanned the disciples in the pavilion, discerning their spiritual root qualities from their auras. Indeed, everyone had at least high-grade spiritual roots, not a single medium-grade among them. This wasn't just because medium and low-grade spiritual root disciples had fewer contribution points. Medium-grade roots truly struggled with his techniques. Su Yuan nodded approvingly. Your proposal is excellent. My comprehension ability is relatively high, and the first volume already represents the limit of my simplification. I do lack in this aspect. If you can create more comprehensible versions to help more people learn, I fully support it. Zhuge Jian exclaimed joyfully. Thank you for your permission, Elder Su. Su Yuan then glanced at the formation spirit and said, Little spirit, did you hear that? Help me establish a Su Yuan Literary Award. Anyone can annotate, expand upon, or derive works from my techniques. All such books can be collected in the Scripture Pavilion. Those reaching low-grade yellow rank scriptures will receive 1,000 contribution points, mid-grade 2,000, and so on. Deduct the points from my account. He paused before continuing. You'll be responsible for evaluation. Repeats or worthless works won't be accepted. For valuable ones, you'll determine their rank. The formation spirit immediately responded. Understood, Elder Su. The award has been established. For some books where I can't determine rank, may I delegate evaluation to other elders? Sure, handle it as you see fit. Have a sect leader select qualified elders. Understood. This exchange left everyone dumbfounded. Out of nowhere, a new way to earn contribution points had appeared. The Su Yuan Literary Award? The disciples looked thoughtful. Su Yuan encouraged Zhuge Jian. You've done well. Keep it up. Only then did Zhuge Jian snap out his daze and say happily, I'll work hard to summarize everything. Su Yuan nodded indifferently. Contribution points were something he could never spend all of. Every disciple studying his techniques provided him points, and the frequent usage meant substantial amounts. Exchanging these points for spirit stones seemed petty. It was more satisfying to convert them directly into reputation. Establishing awards was another way to build fame without requiring additional effort. A beneficial and cost-free method he was happy to employ. Taking from disciples to use for disciples. An endless cycle. Su Yuan completely ascended to the second floor. Zhuge Jian stood up, sighing. Elder Su is truly magnanimous. Nangong Huiyu agreed. This way, most people will write down their insights to provide different perspectives for later learners. It's also an excellent way to gain understanding. Organizing scriptures can bring greater rewards. She paused curiously. How many books do you plan to write? Zhuge Jian replied. I've already planned, based on those 3 supreme techniques, I can expand them into 3 top-grade yellow rank scriptures, dozens of high-grade, hundreds of mid-grade, and about 1,000 low-grade ones. Nangong Huiyu's eyes widened. That many? She asked nervously. You're not trying to take advantage of the elder, are you? Zhuge Jian waved his hand. No, it's just that no one started writing yet, so there's huge gaps in basic content. And this is just based on 3 techniques. If we consider all of them, the derived scriptures would be even more numerous. Hearing this, Huiyu also began considering what she might write if expanding those techniques. To make them understandable for lower spiritual roots, they need to be detailed yet simple. Content that Elder Su's techniques glossed over could fill dozens of pages. Writing thousands of books suddenly seemed perfectly normal. Hey, so I can earn contribution points without leaving the sect? I should hurry back and write a few while few people know about this. Hi, you. You can't even understand the first volume, yet you want to write books. Don't you get it? I've already comprehended 1/10 of the 7 extremes mystic body tempering art. Based on that, writing 10 books is no problem. That makes sense. Come on, let's collaborate on a few, okay? Co-authoring? That's one approach. Yuan paid no attention to the discussions below. Upon reaching the second floor, he saw numerous Golden Core elders also studying his techniques, along with some nascent soul elders. Seeing Yuan, these elders saluted him. Yuan's status as a vein-opening founder was no longer secret. His position in the sect now equaled that of void refining elders. Nangong Xianweng approached with a smile, radiating Foundation Establishment peak aura, several times stronger than ordinary Foundation Establishment peaks. This was Nangong Xianweng's recultivated main body with rebuilt foundations. Yuan looked at him in surprise. You've already reached Venus stage peak? Nangong Xianweng smiled, correct. These years I've studied the 7 extremes techniques, integrating my own Dao insights. With my accumulated knowledge, I rapidly advanced. I've now learned up to volume 17 and will soon finish 18. But he hesitated before asking, I didn't perfectly cultivate volume 9. I still couldn't incorporate the natural formation restrictions, only using a simplified version. Now at Venus peak, I face the same problem. The techniques mention arranging 9 Venus stars, but I only have 1 Venus star, 2 golden pearls, and 4 golden beans, 7 cores total. No matter what, I can't increase quality or quantity. Yuan frowned. How could this happen? Could you examine me? Nangong Xianweng requested. Yuan nodded, sending his spiritual sense into Nangong Xianweng's body, who offered no resistance. After thoroughly inspecting his dantian, Yuan deduced, I see. Your conceptual comprehension is insufficient to suppress repulsion between golden cores, something I hadn't considered. You should comprehend a second concept to balance things. With 3 concepts, your dantian would stabilize, but you'd still max out at 7 Venus stars. For 9, you'd need comprehension of stellar concepts. Nangong Xianweng fell silent, exchanging glances with a nearby divine transformation elder. That elder shrugged as if to say, You heard right. Nangong Xianweng asked, Is there any solution for someone with only 1 concept? That's problematic, Yuan sighed. You could first break through to Golden Core stage, then slowly make up deficiencies while at that stage. But you'd still need 3 concepts ideally. Otherwise, you're walking a dark path with 1 leg. He admitted there was no easy solution. The divine transformation elder coughed. Actually, 1 golden core is normal. Yuan sighed. If that's the case, the volumes 19 to 27 I recently created will be hard to learn. Nangong Xianweng started, exclaiming, You've already organized golden core level techniques? Yuan nodded. With a sleeve wave, 189 supreme technique volumes landed on the second floor. Another wave sent 936 volumes flying consecutively from his sleeve to the 3rd floor scripture pavilion. The massive quantity left all elders dumbstruck. Nangong Xianweng felt both joy and trepidation. He couldn't help asking, after comprehending the Foundation Establishment chapters with my divine transformation insights, my accumulated knowledge is nearly exhausted. Quickly breaking through will be problematic. He looked at Yuan as if seeking advice. After brief consideration, Yuan said, You could focus on 1 branch, and you don't need to comprehend all 27 volumes. Succeeding at volume 19 would let you continue with my later techniques, though more difficultly. Nangong Xianweng sighed. It seems that's the only way. Yuan patted his shoulder. don't lose heart. If you could master all 27 volumes, breaking through to void refining would be simpler. So don't force it. Nangong Xianwing's scalp tingled. The golden core chapter techniques were harder than he'd imagined. When the path forward was unclear, he'd been anxious. Now that it was clear, he was equally anxious. Su Yuan stepped alone onto the fourth floor of the scripture pavilion. There he saw numerous nascent soul-level cultivation techniques sealed within protective formations. As Su Yuan approached one of the technique manuals, the formation automatically opened for him. He casually browsed through the contents. After studying dozens of manuals explaining nascent soul cultivation, he fundamentally understood the principles behind this realm. The nascent soul transformed the golden core into a humanoid form, allowing part of one's soul to inhabit it, mimicking an energy-based life form. This enabled spiritual energy to rapidly enhance soul strength, making it easier to comprehend the truths of heaven and earth and grasp conceptual realms. All cultivation before the golden core stage was merely preparation, creating an energy body for the soul. Following the fundamental principle of flesh nurturing the soul could then metamorphose into a nascent soul, bringing cultivators closer to cosmic truths. The nascent soul stage went further by merging most of one's soul with spiritual energy, fusing them into a single entity, the nascent soul form. This allowed the soul to evolve to higher levels, making it easier to perceive cosmic truths and eventually comprehend fragments of universal laws. Thus, the purpose of cultivating a nascent soul was precisely to comprehend these laws. In the void refinement stage, the so-called void referred to the elusive universal laws. Void refinement meant refining and integrating these laws into the nascent soul, endowing it with law-like properties for further evolution. The body unity stage then merged this law-enhanced nascent soul back with the physical body, allowing one's flesh to also gain law-like characteristics and making law comprehension even easier. Humanity's origin was as flesh and blood creatures. The intermediate nascent soul stage merely borrowed some traits of energy-based life forms for easier law comprehension, but this path had limits. As humans weren't true energy beings, continued soul growth still required physical support. Otherwise, progress would become immensely difficult. Hence the eventual return to bodily unity in the body unity stage. After this stage, one could wield laws with mere gestures. With a law-enhanced body protecting and nourishing it, the nascent soul could continue advancing until reaching a level where heavenly tribulations would descend. These tribulations further harmonized body and soul with universal laws, integrating more law power for greater strength. Beyond this lay the Mahayana realm and higher. Returning to the present, Su Yuan fell into deep thought. Examining his body, he could faintly see threads of stellar laws operating within. Due to his 100,000-year lifespan, his flesh had already reached a level comparable to divine beasts, naturally capable of integrating laws without nascent soul fusion. So did he even need to cultivate a nascent soul? The answer was yes, because nascent souls enhanced law comprehension talent. But he realized shattering his golden core wasn't necessary. Why not directly use spiritual energy to metamorphose his soul into a nascent soul while retaining his golden core? Others shattered their golden cores because their energy reserves were insufficient, requiring the core's entire energy plus supplements to form the nascent soul, using the conceptual power nurtured within the core as the foundation for their energy life form. A key point was that the Tao foundation established during foundation building was preparation for this nascent soul stage. The Tao foundation, nurtured within the golden core and enhanced with rare treasures, could then bear that conceptual power and enable the nascent soul's formation. Thus, the traditional cultivation system was an interlocking sequence. But Su Yuan's spiritual energy reserves were vast with rapid recovery. He didn't need to shatter his core for energy. The conceptual power needed for nascent soul formation could be easily extracted and fused. As for the Tao Foundation, formed from spiritual roots during foundation building breakthrough. Su Yuan had never integrated it into his golden core, instead using it as a vessel. The burning would forge his gold cauldron to contain his core. Now that his core no longer needed this protection, the foundation could directly bear conceptual power, eliminating the need for core shattering. If others could cultivate 7 or more golden cores like me, while comprehending sufficient conceptual realms, they might also skip core shattering to transform their souls into nascent souls. At most, they need to shatter 1 or 2 cores. Suddenly, Su Yuan realized something crucial. Wait, others must use their Tao foundation as the core to form a golden core, otherwise unified formation is impossible. But because I started condensation from the golden sand stage, gradually forming my core and never needed the foundation to construct it, leaving it available. This explained why he could form multiple golden cores while ordinary systems permitted only one. The golden sand to Venus stage cultivation not only reduced core formation difficulty, but eliminated the need for a Tao foundation. As Su Yuan pondered, he unconsciously transferred his Tao foundation into his sea of consciousness. The foundation, transformed from spiritual roots, automatically fused with his soul, generating intense hunger for spiritual energy. Su Yuan directly activated all 9 golden cores, fully supplying energy for the soul foundation fusion. Spiritual energy, Tao foundation, and soul gradually merged, taking humanoid form under Su Yuan's subconscious guidance. With his vast energy reserves and rapid recovery, he had no concerns about consumption during formation. But external spiritual energy became insufficient. Su Yuan stepped directly into the 6th grade cave treasure floating light pot. The Yuan pool formation enveloped him as pure spiritual liquid poured into his body. Work-rest balance was already active, but the accumulated cultivation time was insufficient. Using this brief period, Su Yuan reviewed all nascent soul breakthrough essentials to ensure smooth progress. Soon after, he exited cultivation state, relying on his own abilities for the final push. A sea of spiritual energy flooded his sea of consciousness as his soul began transforming into a nascent soul. This breakthrough surprised even Su Yuan, but his foundations were too profound. Just by studying nascent soul techniques, he'd intuitively deduced the advancement principles, making breakthrough seem natural and inevitable. Within just 2 hours, his nascent soul fully formed. Faintly, he sensed heavenly warning. Tribulation was coming. Su Yuan even deduced the reason. Transforming from flesh to energy life form violated cosmic rules, necessitating tribulation. Interestingly, subsequent nascent soul and void refinement stages wouldn't trigger tribulation, while the later tribulation passage stage would, when transforming from flesh to law life form broke rules again. Extending this logic, beast transformations likely followed similar principles. Changing from non-Tao body to Tao body, human form being the Tao body in this context, would also invite tribulation. In this moment, Su Yuan's understanding of cosmic principles deepened significantly, reaching new heights of cultivation comprehension. From heaven and earth's perspective, cultivation represented life forms breaking certain rules, triggering natural chain reactions, not some celestial jealousy or destructive intent. This understanding even allowed him to theorize methods to shield or delay tribulation. Since flesh-to-energy transformation didn't severely damage cosmic rules, the tribulation's power would presumably be modest. Thus, Su Yuan made no effort to avoid it, simply leaving the cave treasure to appear above his cave dwelling. The heavens responded, gathering tribulation clouds. Watching the sky, Daoist techniques naturally shone brilliantly, revealing the tribulation's formation process in unprecedented detail. This was heaven and earth's stress test for rule-breaking creatures, likely not some heavenly Tao control, but natural law operation. And since it followed natural laws, comprehension and mastery might be possible. Delighted by this discovery, Su Yuan attempted comprehension, but soon smiled wryly. Without work-rest balance effects, trying to understand tribulation law operations was laughably difficult, probably beyond even immortals. Meanwhile, the gathering tribulation clouds drew attention from most Seven Stars sect elders. Gu Qingzhu rushed back to Seven Stars Peak, formerly Three Peaks, cave number 6, staring slack-jawed at Su Yuan beneath the ominous clouds. Nascent soul tribulation? Su Yuan is breaking through to nascent soul. In the scripture pavilion, Nangong Xianweng's spiritual sense swept over in shock. He'd literally just watched Su Yuan ascend to the 4th floor. How was he already breaking through? Even prodigies needed process. Others took years in secluded meditation for such breakthroughs. How many hours had passed? 1? 2? Setting down his scripture, Nangong Xianweng joined other elders flying to cave number 6, both to protect and observe Su Yuan's breakthrough. Gu Qingzhu asked, "Elder Nangong, how many tribulation layers will Su Yuan face?" Nangong Xianweng replied, "Nascent soul tribulations are usually 99 heavenly tribulations, and incomplete ones at that, typically just a few thunderbolts. Mine had only 6 lightning strikes and nearly killed me." After a pause, he added, "With Su Yuan's terrifying talent, he'll likely face the full 9, possibly even escalating to double 9. Double 9? That's equivalent to nascent soul power. Impossible." Gu Qingzhu gasped. Nearby nascent soul elder Yang Pingji interjected, "Inevitable. At least double 9, though probably incomplete, 12 strikes total, matching early nascent soul power. That's terrifying. Can Su Yuan survive?" Gu Qingzhu worried. "He should," Nangong Xianweng said uncertainly. Other elders shared this mix of anticipation and concern as Su Yuan began hand seals, analyzing the tribulation's power evaluation criteria and potential benefits from enduring different intensity levels. His deduction process was essentially a quest for answers from the Big Dipper constellation. The Big Dipper wouldn't directly give him the answers. Instead, it searched through past starlight images based on his thoughts and then retrieved matching scenes for Su Yuan. Then Su Yuan would organize and calculate through a series of steps to derive the correct or nearly correct answers. The starlight of the Big Dipper has illuminated the world from ancient times to the present, recording everything that has happened. It contains countless pieces of information, but to find the needed information, precise search criteria must be provided. Of course, the higher the permission level and the more compatible a being is with the Big Dipper, the more and more accurate information it can access. The 7 Stars Shine Bright skill granted Su Yuan extremely high permission and maximum compatibility, making his deductions almost unstoppable. After guessing the origin of the heavenly tribulation and using it as a foundation for deduction, Su Yuan subconsciously received feedback from the Big Dipper, resulting in several conclusions. These included the Tao Foundation quality, magical power quality, soul strength fused into the nascent soul, and the depth and breadth of the universal principles of heaven and earth. Calculating roughly, with his current nascent soul strength, he would have to endure 12 strikes of heavenly thunder. The power of the heavenly thunder would reach the early nascent soul level. This early nascent soul level refers to the power at the moment the tribulation strikes. Cultivators can continuously weaken the thunder's intensity by attacking and confronting it. After weakening, defensive techniques can block it, so the damage to the body is obviously reduced multiple times. Heavenly thunder is a one-time attack. Unlike cultivators, it cannot continuously supply energy. Thus, heavenly thunder with early nascent soul power is not as difficult as imagined. The benefit of passing through it is simple, an enhanced perception of the universal principles of heaven and earth. The stronger the tribulation one passes, the easier it becomes to comprehend these principles later. Su Yuan glanced at his 5th grade and 6th grade spiritual treasures and fell into thought. With these 2 treasures protecting him and his own strength, resisting a heavenly tribulation at the transformation stage did not seem like a difficult problem. So he began to look for ways to increase his tribulation strength. Among the Tao foundation quality, magical power quality, and soul strength, none could be changed in the short term. The only modifiable factor was the universal principles fused within. Su Yuan immediately infused his comprehension of the star realm into the nascent soul's Tao foundation. When the intensity of the realm's power rose to rudimentary mastery, the tribulation clouds expanded once, increasing the thunder strikes to 14. When the star realm improved to minor success, the tribulation clouds expanded a second time, and the thunder strikes rose to 15. When he raised the star realm to great success, the tribulation clouds expanded again, reaching 17 strikes. Finally, Su Yuan infused the perfect level star realm into his nascent soul. The clouds in the sky displayed 2 complete layers of tribulation clouds, signifying the birth of a full 9 heavenly tribulation. At this point, the heavenly tribulation had reached the 9 level. The tribulation clouds began automatically brewing thunder tribulations. Su Yuan steadied himself and waited for the heavenly thunder to fall. Su Yuan's actions stunned the surrounding elders who had been observing. What? A full 9 heavenly tribulation. Nangong Xianwing's expression changed drastically. His face darkened as he said, "How is this possible?" Gu Qingzhu was completely flustered now. Does this mean the thunder tribulation's power will reach the peak of the transformation stage? Yang Pingji's face was solemn as she said, "Exactly. Activate the sect's mountain protection array. Be ready to support Elder Su Yuan at any time. Remember, let the formation's spirit control itself. Do not intervene manually." Understood. Gu Qingzhu nodded. He knew well that the heavenly tribulation could not be helped artificially. But the formation itself was not a true living being, so it could provide limited assistance. However, the heavenly tribulation inflicted great damage on the formation's spirit, possibly even erasing its intelligence. So he had to force the formation spirit to act by the sect leader's order. He immediately communicated with the Mountain Protection Array's spirit, instructing, "Formation spirit, I order you to protect Elder Su Yuan when he can no longer hold against the heavenly tribulation. Sect leader, please place the sect leader's token into the formation's core." The formation spirit's calm voice replied, "Just wait." Gu Qingzhu snorted coldly and hurried back to the sect's main hall. Before he could place the sect leader's token inside, he found a mountain protection array was already activated. The mountain protection array is activated and on standby. However, I believe it is unnecessary, the formation spirit said. Gu Qingzhu's face darkened. If you can activate without the sect leader's token, why must I use it every time to activate you? The formation spirit fell silent and did not respond. Gu Qingzhu immediately realized he had been fooled by the formation spirit all these years. This being's intelligence was far from the low and rigid performance he had previously shown. His face turned as black as a pop bottom, but in his heart, he breathed a huge sigh of relief. The formation spirit's words made him understand that Su Yuan would not be in danger. Standing beneath the heavenly tribulation, Su Yuan did not feel even a trace of oppression from it. Seeing the surrounding elders all struggling to withstand it, he realized that the great being's demeanor skill was shielding him from the tribulation's pressure. He thought to himself, why does this heavenly tribulation feel like it has no pressure at all? If I wasn't staring at it, I would think someone else was undergoing tribulation. But Su Yuan suddenly had a new idea. He looked at the great being's demeanor entry on his panel, then glanced at the tribulation clouds. Quietly, he activated this entry. Something amazing happened. A faint but unmistakable heavenly might began to rise from his body. Is this even possible? Su Yuan widened his eyes, feeling the pressure of might on him. It was the oppressive power of the heavenly tribulation, but at this moment, it transformed into his own pressure. This pressure was even one rank stronger than the 9 tribulation's pressure in the sky, reaching the 9 tribulation level. Su Yuan kept this heavenly might hidden, pondering a question. After the thunder strikes fall, what changes would occur if he used this heavenly might to suppress them? While he was deep in thought, the heavenly thunder finished brewing. Under the watchful eyes of all, the first faint and tiny heavenly thunder descended from the sky. This tribulation's power barely reached the early nascent soul threshold, something any nascent soul cultivator could resist. Yuan didn't even have the desire to resist. When the thunder approached his body, it met the heavenly might generated by his great being's demeanor. The thunder paused for a moment in midair. Yuan was stunned. It seemed he could control the thunder's movement. He instinctively manipulated the thunder to slightly change its trajectory. And surprisingly, it worked. He could even easily slow its speed. However, the command to attack him was unbreakable. The thunder still headed for his body. Yuan let the thunder fall smoothly onto him. At the moment it struck, Yuan seemed to fully gain the right to control this thunder, tempering himself with it and preventing it from causing damage. His physical body was already strong enough, so after only a few breaths, the thunder's energy was fully consumed. Yuan's physical strength increased slightly, but he didn't feel anything special. Outside, cultivators only saw Yuan effortlessly tank the first thunderstrike with his body and even use it to temper himself. No one showed particular surprise because this was normal. With the power of the 7 Stars Patriarch, it was only natural to tank the first thunder strike with the body. The heavenly tribulation continued. The second and third thunder strikes followed one after another. Yuan still endured them with his body. Whenever a thunder strike touched his body, it was completely controlled by him. It seemed the thunder had completed its assigned mission, and the tribulation no longer cared about its subsequent effects. This was actually very normal. The thunder had hit its target, and relying on its power alone, it was enough to give the tribulation cultivator a hard time. The aftermath did not need attention. But after the tribulation released control, Yuan's heavenly might took over. This instantly made the thunder's subsequent damage vanish into nothingness. With this, what threat did the tribulation still pose? His physical body was strong enough, so for the following thunder strikes, he controlled them to enter his spiritual sea, allowing them to temper his nascent soul. Under the careful tempering of the thunder, Yuan's nascent soul rapidly grew and even showed signs of evolving toward the Yang God transformation. This transformation was supposed to be done by a nascent soul at the transformation stage, but Yuan started early. He never expected such a change to occur. The value of the great being's demeanor entry was infinitely rising. Yuan dared say that anyone who knew about this entry would not remain calm. The thunder continued to fall. When the 9th strike arrived, its power was already terrifying. But this strike, which alone could shatter a peak nascent soul, vanished without a trace the moment it touched Yuan's body, as if his body had a powerful ability to devour thunder and consumed it entirely. In reality, Yuan had transferred the thunder into his spiritual sea, turning it into a thunder sphere waiting to be refined by his nascent soul. Yuan's nascent soul refining speed couldn't keep up with the thunder's arrival speed, which made him frown in thought. A serious problem arose. When the tribulation finished, wouldn't his great being's demeanor end without the thunder? At that time, the thunder would become wild again. Thinking this, he suddenly snapped awake and quickly summoned the myriad treasures heaven-earth cauldron. Old Qian, quickly devour and refine these thunders. Yuan immediately ordered, "What? Thunder? You want me to refine them?" Old Qian was dumbfounded. "Are you trying to extinguish my intelligence?" Yuan calmly said, "Don't worry. All these thunders are under my control and won't harm you." How was that possible? Old Qian rolled its eyes, then looked at the thunder that had floated in front of it. The wild thunder now appeared extremely docile, looking as harmless as a stray cat by the roadside. Old Qian was stunned. "This is thunder? Hurry up, stop wasting time," Yuan said. "Oh, right. Qian responded immediately. At this moment, Old Qian still couldn't wrap his head around what was happening. He had never heard of anyone being able to control heavenly thunder before. At most, cultivators would use it for body tempering, but Su Yuan's manipulation was completely beyond his comprehension. The myriad treasures heaven-earth cauldron automatically activated, devouring the heavenly thunder. Then it said, "This won't work. These heavenly thunders aren't treasures. They're raw materials that can't be refined. So troublesome? Let me process them first." Su Yuan casually imprinted a rune onto the heavenly thunder, transforming it from raw material into a disposable heavenly thunder bomb. Although this rune didn't enhance anything, it fundamentally changed the nature of the thunder from raw material to treasure. While adding this rune seemed simple, it would be nearly impossible for anyone else. The heavenly thunder would normally destroy such runes instantly. Yet under Su Yuan's control, the thunder obediently accepted the rune. Old Qian was utterly astonished, his voice trembling as he said, "Su Yuan, I'm speechless. Are you some immortal reincarnated, or something?" Old Qian quickly began refining this newly transformed heavenly thunder treasure. The myriad treasures heaven-earth cauldron rapidly absorbed and refined the thunder. Since the thunder offered no resistance and actively cooperated, the refining process was incredibly smooth. The cauldron transformed into a thunder pool, with lightning energy churning inside. Continue. At this moment, the 10th heavenly thunder strike descended. Su Yuan casually caught in his hand and tossed it into the myriad treasures heaven-earth cauldron. This action made Old Qian's eyes nearly pop out of his head. Not just Old Qian. All the elders watching the tribulation crossing from nearby gasped in shock. The sight of someone casually catching heavenly thunder with bare hands and playing with it so effortlessly was both mesmerizing and terrifying. What kind of technique was this? Gu Qingzhu had already returned and witnessed this scene. He immediately fell to his knees. I've heard legends of immortals plucking stars with bare hands, but never imagined I'd see our patriarch Su plucking heavenly thunder. This is too unbelievable. Absolutely insane. Nangong Xinwen responded after a moment of silence. The formation spirit then said, "See, I told you my intervention wasn't needed." Its tone carried a hint of relief. Apparently, even it hadn't been completely certain about the outcome before. Just seeing this display, even a fool could tell Su Yuan would survive this heavenly tribulation. The myriad treasures heaven-earth cauldron rapidly devoured the transformed heavenly thunder treasures. Its grade was improving at astonishing speed. The 10th heavenly thunder strike was theoretically equivalent to a 5th grade treasure, perfect for the cauldron's current refining capacity. Su Yuan repeated this process with each subsequent thunder strike. Every time a thunderbolt descended, he would catch it barehanded, imprint a rune to transform it into a treasure, then feed it to the cauldron for refinement. Meanwhile, his nascent soul continued refining energy from the initial thunder strikes at a much slower pace, completely incomparable to the cauldron's speed. This was understandable. One was a nascent soul requiring careful refinement, while the other was a 7th-grade spiritual treasure in recovery mode, effortlessly refining 5th-grade heavenly thunder. By the 18th thunder strike, Su Yuan felt there wasn't enough thunder. It simply wasn't sufficient. Observing the dissipating tribulation clouds, Su Yuan pondered briefly while sensing his nascent soul's condition. The nascent soul had grown significantly, transforming from an infant form to that of a 7- or 8-year-old child. At this moment, he transferred a wisp of the stellar law comprehension from his golden core to the nascent soul. As the stellar law merged with the nascent soul, it underwent earth-shaking changes. The essence of the nascent soul underwent a remarkable metamorphosis, evolving from an intent-level energy life form to a law-level energy life form. Though only containing a wisp of law, this fundamental difference was incomparable to before. The dissipating tribulation clouds in the sky seemed to sense something extraordinary and began churning violently again. Above the original 2 layers of tribulation clouds, a 3rd layer formed. Within these rolling clouds, new thunderbolts began swirling, their power reaching the void refining level. This development instantly tensed everyone who had just begun to relax. What's happening now? Gu Qingzhu gasped. No idea, Nangong Xinwen replied, completely baffled. Records never mention this phenomenon. The Double Nine Heavenly Tribulation is supposed to be the highest level for nascent soul tribulation. How could a Triple Nine Heavenly Tribulation appear? Can Patriarch Su survive this? Gu Qingzhu's gaze turned to the formation spirit. The formation spirit remained silent. If it were just one wave, it might risk intervention, but who knew how many thunderbolts would come? Su Yuan calculated. 3 more thunderbolts would descend. Old Qian said nervously, Su Yuan, take it easy. Absorbing these should restore you to 6th grade, right? Su Yuan asked. It should, but this feels too unreliable. Old Qian gulped. Clearly, he had never seen a nascent soul cultivator triggering a 999 heavenly tribulation before. Su Yuan calmly said, Relax, everything is under control. Su Yuan felt the pressure on him increase another level, reaching 4-9 heavenly tribulation intensity, while Great Being's demeanor continued shielding him. Then a thunderbolt as thick as a thigh descended from the sky, instantly reaching Su Yuan. As it approached, its speed drastically reduced under the influence of Great Being's demeanor as majestic pressure. Su Yuan reached out barehanded, suffering only superficial finger injuries as he caught the thunderbolt and passed it to the cauldron. Old Qian numbly accepted the thunder treasure for refinement. With this terrifying thunderbolt's help, the myriad treasures Heaven-Earth cauldron finally recovered to lower 6th grade spiritual treasure level. The idea of using heavenly tribulation thunder to restore a spiritual treasure's grade had never occurred to Old Qian. It still felt like a dream. As expected, the second void refining level thunderbolt was also caught by Su Yuan and given to Old Qian for refinement. The cauldron stabilized at 6th grade and began progressing toward middle 6th grade. Soon, the tribulation reached its final strike. Meanwhile, outside 7 Stars sect, a late-stage void refining elder from the demon's sect, relying on his exceptional movement speed, had arrived outside 7 Stars sect's protective formation, observing the heavenly tribulation above. A 999 heavenly tribulation. This elder, named Heavenly Spirit Sage, was one of the demon sect's renowned void refining elders. Not to be underestimated, he had killed 2 righteous path void refining cultivators in the past. When Heavenly Spirit Sage saw the tribulation clouds, his mind went blank. The 999 heavenly tribulation was extremely rare. Nascent soul tribulations weren't supposed to reach this level, while body fusion tribulations started from 4-9 at minimum. Thus, this theoretically possible tribulation level had never appeared in the cultivation world. Until now. This situation left him utterly perplexed. After some thought, he could only conclude 2 possibilities. Either the weakest body fusion expert in history, or the most monstrous nascent soul genius has appeared. Heavenly Spirit Sage's heart trembled. He naturally didn't believe 7 Stars sect had a body fusion expert, which meant they had produced the most powerful nascent soul cultivator in history. Though this conclusion seemed outrageous and hard to believe, it was theoretically the most plausible explanation. He recalled recent rumors about 7 Stars sect's 7 Stars Patriarch. Previously, he hadn't cared, but now this clearly exceeded demonic sect's expectations. If this 7 Stars Patriarch rose to power, the demonic sects would face catastrophe. At this thought, Heavenly Spirit Sage nearly turned back immediately to report to the demonic sections. But he wanted to see the outcome first. If the target failed to survive the tribulation, that would be ideal. He would retreat as soon as there was a result. Meanwhile, Su Yuan stared at the tribulation as the final thunderbolt, thick as a bucket, descended under his gaze. Once again, Su Yuan performed his barehanded thunder-plucking act, though his palm was now completely charred black. Still, these were merely superficial wounds. He passed the thunderbolt to Old Qian for refinement. Hurry! Once the tribulation dissipates, I'll lose control of this thunder. Su Yuan urged. Old Qian was shocked. there was such a limitation? Not daring to delay, it pushed the cauldron's refinement speed to the limit. But as the tribulation clouds completed their task, they had already begun dissipating. Su Yuan watched helplessly as the clouds scattered. "Forget refining the last portion," Su Yuan said immediately. "But what about the remaining thunder? Even at lower 6th grade, without a void refining cultivator's continuous energy supply, I can't withstand unrefined heavenly thunder," Old Qian said urgently. "Just toss it outside the sect randomly." Su Yuan replied nonchalantly. As he looked outside the sect, a particularly thick strand of mental attention caught his notice. Following this strand, Su Yuan spotted a suspicious-looking, unfamiliar cultivator hiding nearby. Just as the tribulation clouds were about to completely dissipate, white light flashed around this cultivator, the visual manifestation of fame value generation. Ding! Fame value plus 88,000. 88,000 fame value? And from a demonic cultivator. Seeing this, Su Yuan casually extracted the unrefined heavenly thunder from the cauldron and hurled it in that direction. Heavenly Spirit Sage was still reeling from witnessing a nascent soul cultivator surviving a 999 heavenly tribulation when he saw a terrifying thunderbolt streaking toward him. Simultaneously, unimaginable heavenly pressure pinned him to the ground, completely immobilizing him, as if he was experiencing another heavenly tribulation. He could only watch helplessly as the thunderbolt approached. "What is this? Stay away," was his last thought before the thunder completely engulfed him. Boom! A massive explosion erupted on a mountainside outside the sect. Only a gigantic crater remained at the site. Su Yuan flashed through the air and arrived above the location. After glancing at the pit's bottom, he stretched out his hand, summoning a finger charred black like coal from the crater. The ring on the finger slipped off directly into Su Yuan's grasp. Examining the pit again, Su Yuan found no other items remaining. Using Mind Echo to sense around, he detected no trace of Heavenly Spirit Sage's aura whatsoever. That's it. Su Yuan was slightly stunned. He hadn't expected that just a portion of the final heavenly lightning from the 999 heavenly tribulation could easily annihilate a nascent soul powerhouse. In truth, if the opponent had been able to use his techniques, he might have resisted. But Su Yuan's ambush, combined with the heavenly might suppression from Great Being's demeanor during the quadruple 9 heavenly tribulation, left Heavenly Spirit Sage completely unable to react in that critical moment. Thus, a formidable nascent soul expert perished just like that. Fortunately, this storage ring is high quality. Su Yuan examined the ring with satisfaction. Not only was it 5th grade, but it was also forged from extremely durable materials. Combined with Su Yuan deliberately avoiding attacking the arm, it had survived intact, infusing his spiritual sense into it. The previous owner's spiritual imprint quickly dissipated after death, allowing Su Yuan to complete the preliminary refinement effortlessly. A quick inspection revealed 1 5th grade spiritual treasure, 1 4th grade spiritual treasure, and some ordinary materials inside. Finding nothing particularly exciting, Su Yuan tossed the entire storage ring with all its contents into the myriad treasures heaven-earth cauldron. Refine it. Strengthen our foundation a bit. Old Qian unceremoniously began the refinement process immediately. The raw materials, spiritual plants, and books were automatically sorted and stored in the cauldron's internal space, a minor task requiring no specific instructions. Su Yuan inquired, after refining the heavenly lightning, "What new functions did you gain?" "I can simulate a thunder pool that converts ordinary lightning into lightning essence. This essence can be used for body tempering, spirit forging, pill refining, artifact crafting, and so on," Old Qian explained. None of the heavenly lightning's special properties remained. Su Yuan sounded surprised. None. The heavenly might contained within disappeared completely after refinement. However, my fundamental essence has increased as a result. This didn't raise my current grade, but elevated my potential ceiling instead, an extremely significant benefit. Old Qian elaborated. That kind of benefit exists. Su Yuan nodded in understanding. Additionally, after refining spiritual treasures from the demon sect, ghost fiend sect, and corpse demon sect, I unexpectedly extracted the ability to create Dao soldiers. Old Qian mentioned another new function. What does that mean? Su Yuan asked curiously. I can now refine a cultivator into an obedient Dao soldier for your command. The soul control banner controls souls. The corpse nurturing pagoda controls corpses, and the heavenly demon pool controls spirits. Combined, they create a complete Dao soldier. Sounds rather sinister? Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. They're originally demonic methods, but we can just repackage them. Old Qian said casually. Perfect for dealing with demonic cultivators anyway, making good use of waste. But I don't have any corpses to refine now. Su Yuan looked at the charred finger. Would this work? Old Qian fell silent. Do you have some misunderstanding about what constitutes a corpse? Want to give it a try? Su Yuan suggested. Fine. Old Qian stored the severed finger while internally complaining about Su Yuan's ridiculous request, trying to make a Dao soldier from a single finger. After confirming no other demonic cultivators were nearby, Su Yuan returned to the sect. Inside cave number 6, all 11 remaining nascent soul elders of the sect had gathered. With Gu Qingzhu included, 12 individuals sat surrounding Su Yuan. Prompted by Nangong Xianwing's meaningful look, Gu Qingzhu served as spokesperson and asked somewhat awkwardly, Elder Su, what level have you reached now? Seeing their expectant gazes, Su Yuan responded with amusement. I've only just broken through to nascent soul. Why are you all acting like I've reached void refining already? Initially disappointed, their expressions quickly shifted to relief. Su Yuan discerned their thoughts. You're worried I'll leave the sect if I reach void refining, aren't you? Gu Qingzhu nodded. Historically, founding ancestors who reached void refining all left to explore distant lands, eventually departing from Green Vine Continent entirely. We're not trying to stop you, but this seems too sudden. Su Yuan waved his hand. Rest assured, even if I break through to void refining or beyond, I won't leave the sect. What? Gu Qingzhu looked surprised. But our sect lacks the resources to support cultivation above void refining. Those require law-level materials. You might eventually need to leave to continue progressing. Nangong Xianwing interjected. Forget law-level resources. We're even short on intent-level materials. If not for protecting the sect, we'd all be out searching for resources. Cultivating in isolation makes progress painfully slow. Surveying the gathered nascent soul elders, Su Yuan said, currently, my combat power should be at nascent soul level. I can help protect the sect, allowing you to venture out in groups to seek resources rather than remaining here permanently. At the nascent soul stage, everyone sought further advancement, but sect protection required constant nascent soul presence. Su Yuan's words made their eyes light up with excitement. Many felt tempted, but quickly composed themselves. With just one nascent soul combatant, though. Gu Qingzhu hesitated. Su Yuan waved again. At nascent soul level, I could take on 5 opponents simultaneously and emerge victorious. Sect security shouldn't be an issue. Gu Qingzhu's eyes brightened. Checking his storage ring, he retrieved biographies of past ancestors and found descriptions matching Su Yuan's current displays of power perfectly. The book's credibility kept increasing. The other nascent soul elders also looked visibly impressed. If that's the case, I'd like to apply for an expedition. A nascent soul-level secret realm seems about to open, the Art Extremity Peak Elder declared immediately. And since I asked first, no arguments. The Technique Extremity Peak Elder retorted. You already went out last time. Remember when you came back missing an arm? It's my turn now. Enough arguing, the Mystery Extremity Peak Elder mediated. Let's maintain some dignity in front of Junior Gu here. I'll review your applications. Both of yours lack sufficient materials. Rejected. The nascent soul elders began bickering excitedly, clearly restless from prolonged seclusion. Su Yuan sighed before adding. Also, I'm opening the Floating Lights secret realm. Inside is the Silver Spirit Waterfall, a natural wonder containing 18 types of intent Dao charm, beneficial for nascent soul cultivation and insight. Those remaining can study there. The Art Extremity Peak Elder coughed. Since my application was rejected, I'll stay and study here instead. The Technique Extremity Peak Elder nodded. Let Elder Mystery go then. We wish him triumphant success. Wait, let's discuss this further. Elder Mystery hesitated. As the elders resumed quarreling, Yuan felt momentarily stunned. These previously dignified, immortal-like figures had suddenly turned into a bunch of comical old men. But he quickly realized, with his power surpassing theirs, they no longer felt constrained by nascent soul decorum. Gu Qingzhu shrugged at Yuan as if this were completely normal. The 11 elders moved to another room in Yuan's cave to debate who would stay or leave, while Gu Qingzhu remained sipping tea with Yuan. By the way, Yuan, what were you doing outside earlier? Gu Qingzhu asked casually. You rarely leave the sect, just curious. Oh, just spotted a suspicious demonic cultivator lurking about. So, I eliminated him, Yuan replied casually. I see. Gu Qingzhu remained calm. What level was he? Late-stage nascent soul? Didn't look closely. Called himself Heavenly Spirit Sage, or something. Found his token in the storage ring. Yuan tossed out a token casually. Clang! All 11 elders came rushing back from the adjacent room, crowding around the table to stare at the token in shock. Nangong Xianweng asked urgently, Elder, no, Ancestor Su, was it truly Heavenly Spirit Sage? Any remains left? We should ensure no contingency plans. Perhaps we should go destroy all evidence. Yuan frowned thoughtfully before producing the charred finger from the cauldron. This is all that's left. Useful for anything? Tried making a Dao soldier, but failed. Everyone stared silently at the coal-like finger. Without explanation, they might have mistaken it for charcoal. Instantly, they fully comprehended the weight behind taking on 5 opponents simultaneously. I think we can allow 2 more expedition slots, someone suggested. With Heavenly Spirit Sage gone, our burden is significantly lighter. After exchanging glances, the 11 elders returned to their discussions. Soon, decisions were made. 5 would embark on expeditions, 2 would guard sect assets, leaving 4 to protect the sect. The 7 departing elders left immediately to prepare, while the remaining 4 entered the Floating Light secret realm to study the Silver Spirit Waterfall, except Nangong Xianweng, who stayed drinking tea with Yuan. Aren't you going to study the waterfall's insights? Yuan asked curiously. Nangong Xianweng waved dismissively. My second nascent soul is still comprehending the 19th volume of Supreme Techniques in the Scripture Pavilion. Can't be disturbed. But shouldn't your main body go study too? Yuan pressed. Even immortals need balance between work and rest. Nangong Xianweng replied serenely. Though I should mention, I'm about to add volumes 28 through 36 to the Scripture Pavilion. Sure you have time for tea? Yuan asked pointedly. Elder Nangong Xianweng spat out his tea in shock. He stared dumbfounded and said, You've completed volumes 28 to 36? Didn't you just put volumes 19 to 27 in there? Indeed, but didn't I just break through to the nascent soul stage? Naturally, I can now compile new texts, Yuan replied. Elder Nangong Xianweng fell silent for a moment before cupping his hands respectfully. I take my leave. I'll come back for tea another time. With that, he departed immediately. Gu Qingzhu scratched his head and asked, Should I try learning this too? You? Don't bother. Your path is already set. Wait until you break through to the void refining stage before considering switching cultivation methods, Yuan said dismissively. Gu Qingzhu coughed awkwardly. Yuan, I appreciate your faith in me, but I doubt I'll ever reach void refinement. Yuan looked surprised. How could you not break through? Isn't the nascent soul just a grown-up version of the golden core? There's no fundamental difference. The requirements of heavenly principles aren't that demanding. Gu Qingzhu's mouth twitched. For a nascent soul to transform into a primordial spirit, it's not just about spiritual energy. The nascent soul must undergo a transformation from yin to yang. First, it must leave the body to endure the torment of yin winds and the tempering of baleful energy, gradually strengthening the nascent soul. Then it must undergo baptism by lunar and solar essences, refinement through the 5 elements, and finally be tempered by special heavenly thunder. Only after surviving this 9 deaths 1 life ordeal can it achieve yang transformation. Forget about the spiritual energy requirements. Just gathering these special resources would take a nascent soul cultivator ages. It needs to be that complicated? At its core, it's just about strengthening the nascent soul. The materials can be substituted. Yuan called out, "Old Qian." A white-haired youth materialized out of thin air. "Master," Old Qian greeted respectfully. "Fetch him a portion of thunder essence," Yuan ordered. Old Qian gave Gu Qingzhu a sidelong glance before tossing him a sphere of pure liquid essence. Gu Qingzhu examined the floating liquid curiously. "What is this?" "Thunder essence. It enhances the growth of both nascent souls and primordial spirits while accelerating yang transformation. Take it back and try cultivating with it. Consider an experiment for me to observe its effects," Yuan explained. "Wait, you haven't tested this yourself?" Gu Qingzhu asked, caught between excitement and apprehension. "Not yet," Yuan confirmed. "Ahem, is it dangerous?" Gu Qingzhu coughed nervously. "It probably won't kill you," Yuan replied after some thought. "Then I'll take it back for research first," Gu Qingzhu said reluctantly. "Fine, just let me know the results." As Gu Qingzhu left with the thunder essence, Old Qian clicked his tongue. What a lucky brat. That portion could save him 10 years of bitter cultivation. Yuan smiled unconcernedly. If this thunder essence truly enables easy yang transformation for nascent souls, it'll significantly increase breakthrough chances to void refinement. He'll come back for more eventually. Go ahead and demand treasures from them for your own improvement. Old Qian's eyes lit up. "You're truly clever." Yuan waved him off. "These are trivial matters. I'm going into seclusion. Don't disturb me." "Understood." Old Qian nodded solemnly. Then he watched as Yuan returned to his room, climbed into bed, pulled up the covers, and closed his eyes. Soon, rhythmic snoring filled the chamber. Is this what Yuan calls seclusion? He's just sleeping. Old Qian stood frozen in disbelief. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Stretching lazily, Yuan sprang out of bed, feeling refreshed. The exhaustion from his recent breakthrough and battles had completely dissipated after ample rest. A rare tranquility settled over him. Since transmigrating to this cultivation world, an undercurrent of anxiety had always plagued him, the fear that powerful enemies might appear to cut short his path. Now, with void refinement level combat power, 2 6th-grade spirit treasures, an incredibly robust physique, and 6 protective traits, he could finally relax. From now on, he could take it easy while waiting for his fame points to accumulate naturally, without any urgency. He could start building up his work-life balance, rest time properly. As Yuan exited his room, Xiaolan immediately approached. "Master, would you like your meal now?" she asked. "Yes, prepare it," Yuan nodded. Xiaolan hurried off to arrange the food. Nearby, Xiao Zhu timely brought over a pot of tea, poured a cup for Yuan, then naturally moved behind him to massage his shoulders. "Master, let me loosen your shoulders," Xiao Zhu said softly. Yuan acknowledged. Delighted, Xiao Zhu began kneading his shoulders and back with practiced motions, clearly having done this many times before. Yuan's gaze turned toward the spirit fields. There, the 3 fish demons, Suda, Su-Air, and Su-San, were busy loosening soil and removing pests from the spirit plants. By the stream, little Kai was splashing water onto a school of spirit fish, who darted about trying unsuccessfully to avoid her sprays. Scolding each fish by name, little Kai played joyfully without a care. Yuan smiled. Little Kai remained as childlike as ever. Was the 3rd stage still considered juvenile for her kind? After sipping his tea, Su Yuan checked his system panel. Name: Su Yuan. Region: Tianyuan Realm. Level: Continentally renowned, 14.2 m/100 m. Realm: Midstage nascent soul, 1 out of 100. Trait 1: Work-life balance. Current rest time, 7 days. Trait 2: Daoist techniques naturally. Trait 3: 7 stars shine bright. Trait 4: Mind echo. Trait 5: Great being's demeanor. Trait 6: Life in peril. Lifespan: 103,503 years. Trait 7: Unselected. Su Yuan started. What did my fame points increase so much? Activating Mind Echo, he saw countless threads connecting to him from all directions, so numerous it stunned him. He immediately activated several threads. Images flooded his vision. In an ordinary tea house, a cultivator exclaimed, "You're serious?" The founding ancestor of Seven Stars sect survived the 999 heavenly tribulation. Absolutely true. The tribulation clouds were visible for 10,000 li. Many cultivators recorded it with memory stones. Irrefutable evidence. But how do we know it was that founding ancestor? Are you stupid? Who else could draw the 999 heavenly tribulation at this time? Elsewhere in the demon sect, someone sighed, "Heavenly Spirit Sage's death is confirmed, killed by that very person." Unimaginable. To slay a late-stage void refinement cultivator right after breaking through to nascent soul. Terrifying. Another voice snapped, "Don't speak of him. Silence yourself." The first speaker paled and immediately began chanting a heart-clearing mantra to purge the thought. Soon the visions faded. Su Yuan gradually returned to himself. News of him surviving the 999 heavenly tribulation had spread, as had his slaying of Heavenly Spirit Sage, hence the fame point surge. He'd anticipated this. With many eyes on Seven Stars sect, such a grand tribulation couldn't remain hidden. As for Heavenly Spirit Sage's death, he wasn't sure how that got out. Checking life in peril and finding it completely stable, Su Yuan remained utterly calm. With this trait, he felt completely secure. Then he mentally selected Trait 7. 3 options appeared. World Traveler. Having reached the pinnacle of this continent and finding the path forward severed, you awaken an innate ability to randomly traverse worlds. Heaven's Proxy. Having reached the pinnacle of this continent and finding the path forward severed, you comprehend the will of heaven and earth, becoming this world's celestial proxy, growing and perishing with the realm itself. World Plunderer. Having reached the pinnacle of this continent and finding the path forward severed, you obtain a heavenly demon status, able to plunder the world's creation to nourish yourself, severing heavenly and earthly connections to conquer realms. Su Yuan frowned at these options. Had he really reached the continent's pinnacle? He was only at nascent soul stage. Void refinement and soul formation lay ahead, and surely some had reached at least soul formation before. These traits seemed to assume his current cultivation level represented the world's peak, perhaps equivalent to soul formation. But clearly he wasn't there yet. That didn't matter. What mattered were these traits themselves. They were extraordinary. One would make him the world's guardian, another its destroyer, and a third a transient passerby. Truthfully, Su Yuan had no interest in becoming either guardian or destroyer. Both sounded perilous. Without hesitation, he chose World Traveler. He could keep this trait in reserve. If true danger arose, he could simply activate it and make his escape. The moment World Traveler entered his trait panel, several others immediately lit up simultaneously. Mind Echo, Life in Peril, 7 stars shine bright, and now, World Traveler, all glowing brightly. This unexpected reaction gave Su Yuan pause. He first examined Mind Echo. Upon activating it, half his consciousness simultaneously triggered World Traveler, and a powerful spatial transmission ability automatically transported that consciousness to a distant world. When his awareness cleared, he looked down to see a golden dragon struggling in a pool of blood, while several other dragons battled a giant white-winged bird nearby. Looking up, Su Yuan saw 3 suns hanging in the sky, while the Big Dipper's 7 stars shone brightly even in daytime, more distinctly visible than in Green Vine Continent. In the distance, towering mountains and giant trees dominated the landscape, with mystic vapors swirling between peaks. Powerful beastly roars echoed through the air, shaking one to the core. Looking back down, Yuan realized the golden dragon, though much larger, looked strikingly familiar. Little 36, Yuan called out in astonishment through the starlight. The golden dragon weakly lifted its head, searching. Master! Yuan looked again at the other dragons battling the white-winged giant dragon. These were the spirit fish that had transformed into dragons after crossing the Dragon Gate. Judging from their aura, they had all reached the nascent soul stage. Their speed of advancement was even faster than his. He glanced once more at the white-winged giant bird, which was also a demon beast at the nascent soul stage. But its intelligence seemed very poor, its eyes filled only with violent killing intent. This situation was very rare on the Green Vine Continent. As long as a demon beast reached the Golden Core stage, its intelligence would be comparable to that of humans, and most could even take human form. It was unexpected that this nascent soul stage demon beast still appeared to have unopened intelligence. Yuan condensed a projection from starlight and appeared, smiling brightly. Little 36, you're in trouble, huh? Need some help? Master! Little 36 was startled. When he saw Yuan's familiar face, he was dumbfounded but quickly recovered and nodded. Master, please help us. This damn bird has gone crazy. Yuan nodded. He looked up at the Big Dipper. Here, he felt it was much easier to mobilize the power of the Big Dipper, as if a veil had been lifted, making everything much clearer. At the same time, he sensed that the Dao essence of the world was far richer than on the Green Vine Continent. Normally, this would mean his divine abilities should be more powerful, but the spatial stability of this world was also extremely strong, causing the sound and light effects to be much smaller. Yuan's real body began casting spells inside cave number 6. The myriad treasures heaven-earth cauldron transformed into a 6th-rank, 7-star magic altar, and the connection with the Big Dipper stars tightened more than tenfold. Yuan mobilized the nascent soul's divine power inside him, communicating with the star laws through his nascent soul, and activated the divine technique 7 stars 5 elements Thundersword. Streams of starlight shot up from the altar and disappeared without a trace. Yuan didn't actually know if his attack could cross dimensions. If it could, it would prove one thing. The Big Dipper stars above his head and those above the other world were the same constellation, and the status of the Big Dipper stars was high enough to wield such power. After tens of breaths of preparation, Yuan finished casting. The Big Dipper stars above his real body flickered briefly and then fell silent. At the same time, in another world, the Big Dipper stars above Yuan's mental projection suddenly lit up. 7 beams of starlight descended from the sky, and when they reached Yuan's control range, they quickly gathered the surrounding spiritual energy and the power of heaven and earth, transforming the starlight into 7 sharp sword beams. As the sword beams fell, their power grew stronger and stronger. That stupid bird still had some instincts of a demon beast. Upon sensing danger, the killing intent in its eyes slightly retreated. It flashed a moment of clarity and cautiously scanned the surroundings. However, it failed to notice that the danger came from the sky. The dragons nearby were no fools. Seeing reinforcements arrive, they immediately launched attacks to distract the stupid bird. The bird was furious and prepared to strike again. But at that moment, the attack arrived. 7 sword beams struck the white-winged giant bird like lightning, piercing through its body and pinning it to the ground. Countless thunderbolts exploded from the sword blades, unleashing powers of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The sword chi ravaged the giant bird's body recklessly. The celestial power poured down from the heavens, continuously fueling the 7 sword beams. The white-winged giant bird let out a miserable cry. Its strong vitality halved instantly upon being struck by the sword beams. Under the subsequent destructive force, its life force rapidly declined, soon falling into its death throes. The clarity in the giant bird's eyes finally restored, mostly. It looked at Su Yuan's projection with overwhelming fear and a sorrowful expression begging for mercy. Notification. Fame plus 0.08. Notification. Fame plus 0.07. Notification. Fame plus 0.07. Notification. Lifespan plus 700. Notification. Lifespan plus 871. A series of prompts rang in Su Yuan's ears. His lifespan had increased by 8,000 years, but his fame only increased by less than 1 point. Su Yuan looked at the system panel. Name: Su Yuan. Region: Immortal Origin Realm. Level: Unknown, 0.5 out of 100. Stage: Qi refining to nascent soul, 20 out of 100. Entry 1: Work-life balance. Current rest time, 7 days. Entry 2: Daoist techniques, naturally. Entry 3: 7 stars shine bright. Entry 4: Mind echo. Entry 5: Great being's demeanor. Entry 6: Accept danger mission. Lifespan: 111,610 years. Entry 7: World traveler. Entry 8: To be unlocked. Su Yuan fell into thought. The giant bird finally breathed its last as he pondered. Master. 7 true dragons gathered around him, respectfully kowtowing. Each true dragon was 70 to 80 meters long and looked very majestic. But this time, Su Yuan observed carefully and found that their scales appeared very youthful, like young dragons. Su Yuan noticed their injuries. He immediately gestured, and the Big Dipper stars above shone down their light onto the dragons. Their injuries gradually healed. Su Yuan smiled with satisfaction and then asked, "What's your situation now? How did you end up fighting this bird? What happened after crossing the Dragon Gate?" Little 36's dragon face showed frustration. "We don't know either. After crossing the Dragon Gate, we came to this wild forest filled with powerful demon beasts. We've been hiding here for years. We finally took over a mountain, but that bird somehow got the wrong idea and came here to fight us to the death." The other dragons all spoke at once, looking very distressed. Su Yuan's mouth twitched. Then he asked curiously, "How did your stages advance so quickly?" "Stages? I don't understand either. We're probably at the 2nd stage now." A golden dragon said confusedly. "Nascent soul. By standard, you are all nascent soul stage, comparable to the top fighters on the Green Vine continent." "What? Top fighters? We can only band together to survive here." Little 36 continued. "When we passed through the Dragon Gate, we received a cultivation technique inheritance. It said that if we fully refine the technique, we could return to being dragons. There are 4 stages: refining essence to Qi, refining Qi to nascent soul, refining soul to void, and refining void to Tao. When we came here, we had just reached the peak of refining essence to Qi. Now we've just broken through a bottleneck and reached the refining Qi to nascent soul stage." Su Yuan fell silent. That meant little 36 and the others had only just broken through one bottleneck. Their cultivation hadn't improved much, but their stage was already equivalent to nascent soul on the Green Vine continent. If they completed all 4 stages, they would directly reach the immortal realm, right? Another true dragon spoke up. "By the way, we heard voices earlier. This place seems to be called Dragon Transformation Island." "Dragon Transformation Island? Is this just an island?" Su Yuan's consciousness flew into the air and gazed into the distance, but he couldn't see the end of it. He shook his head and withdrew, saying, "I guess you're already in the immortal realm." Little 36 was shocked. This is the immortal realm. He had thought he was in some special secret realm, but he had actually come directly to the immortal realm. "Yes," Su Yuan nodded. "So, Master, have you come to the immortal realm too?" "No, my real body is still in the mortal realm. I sensed you were in danger and came temporarily to help." Little 36 was stunned, exchanging glances with his brothers. They all felt that this information was quite heavy. All right, since you're out of danger, I should leave. If you miss me or run into trouble in the future, you can call my name. If I have time, I'll come down with a projection, but my projection strength is limited, so take care of yourselves. Su Yuan said. Master, are you leaving now? Little 36 said reluctantly. They had all been raised by Su Yuan, from mortal fish to spirit fish to true dragons. To them, Su Yuan was like a parent, so they were very attached whenever they saw him. Oh, right, I've been refining my cultivation ultimate skill recently. Watching your fighting just now was too crude. I'll transmit it to you for you to learn properly. Su Yuan thought for a moment. Then, with a flicker of thought, the Big Dipper starlight transformed into 7 beams of star pillars that entered the minds of the 7 dragons. The principle of transmitting the ultimate skill was based on the art of deduction. Starlight could carry vast amounts of information, easily passing on the ultimate skill he wanted to teach the dragons. When all the dragons entered a state of comprehension, Su Yuan turned his gaze to the dead white-winged giant bird. Is the meat of a nascent soul-stage white-winged giant bird delicious? Su Yuan floated beside the giant bird and used starlight to form a blade, chopping off a large chunk of flesh. The chunk was big, but compared to the bird's body over 100 meters tall, it was just a scrap. At this moment, Su Yuan planned a bold experiment. He wrapped the chunk of flesh with his consciousness, then looked at the system panel. World Traveler, Mind Echo, and 7-Star Shine Bright all lit up simultaneously. Su Yuan's consciousness began returning to his real body. When Su Yuan's real body looked ahead, he saw half of his consciousness carrying the chunk of meat flying toward him. The consciousness released the meat, returning to the real body, and the chunk fell into Su Yuan's hand. The rising blood qi told him without doubt that this was indeed a fresh piece of bloody flesh, and the abundant energy aura contained within was truly at the nascent soul level. Su Ju, who was massaging Su Yuan's shoulder, was startled. The overwhelming, fierce, killing aura on the flesh turned her face pale, and she quickly hid behind Su Yuan. Yet after smelling the blood scent, a strange desire flashed in Su Ju's eyes. It was an instinct from deep within the bloodline. Even little Kai, who was playing nearby, immediately turned around, hurriedly running to Su Yuan's side, exclaiming, Master, this piece of bloody meat in your hand smells so good. Can I swallow it? Little Kai was also drooling. Su Yuan smiled and weighed the 1-meter-tall chunk of meat in his hand. So much meat. Can you eat it all by yourself? Yes, yes. Little Kai's drool dripped from her mouth and turned into multicolored spiritual liquid, dropped onto a wild grass on the ground. The grass immediately sprouted from the earth and quickly transformed into a spiritual herb as it absorbed the liquid. Seeing this, Su Yuan sighed. Taking a little something from a higher-level life form is a rare treasure for lower-level beings. Su Yuan tore off half of the meat chunk and tossed it to Little Kai. Little Kai happily flicked her fishtail and swallowed the meat in one gulp. Sisterly, open the door quickly. I need to go into seclusion. Little Kai urgently called out. A spatial portal materialized out of thin air. Little Kai dove straight into it. As the portal vanished, Little Kai disappeared without a trace. Soon after, streams of pure energy suddenly appeared within Su Yuan's body, rapidly spreading throughout his entire being. He immediately felt his magical power surging at an astonishing rate. To his surprise, Little Kai's refinement speed of the flesh was dozens of times faster than absorbing spirit stones. Xiao Ju gazed longingly at the remaining meat. Su Yuan chuckled helplessly. You can't handle this meat. It would explode you instantly. Xiao Ju showed a disappointed expression. But with some processing, it should be edible. Well, maybe just a sip of the broth at most. As he spoke, Su Yuan summoned the myriad treasures heaven-earth cauldron, which instantly transformed into a giant cooking pot. After tossing in a meat chunk, he instructed Old Qian, help stew this, would you? Old Qian sighed. Such a laborious fate. Su Yuan rolled his eyes. Don't worry, you'll get to taste some good treasures eventually. Old Qian then asked curiously, What's the deal with this meat? How did it appear out of nowhere? Su Yuan smiled faintly. This meat fell from the sky. He pointed upward. Old Qian scoffed. You can fool little Kai with that, but why bother lying to me? He went off to tend to the stew. Su Yuan was speechless. He had told the truth. Wasn't the immortal realm essentially the sky? Meat from the immortal realm literally fell from above. Just then, Xiao Lan brought out a table full of dishes. Master, please enjoy your meal, Xiao Lan said eagerly, her eyes curiously drifting toward the simmering meat broth, its rich aroma making her swallow hard. Excellent work. Su Yuan surveyed the spread. The large plate of chicken, roasted goose, spirit vegetables, and a jug of spirit wine, and nodded approvingly. You've done well, Xiaolan. Xiaolan grinned triumphantly, shooting a challenging glance at Xiaoju. Xiaoju continued massaging Su Yuan's shoulders, ignoring her. As he ate, Su Yuan pondered deeply. He hadn't expected the combined effects of the World Traveler, Mind Echo, and 7-star Shine Bright traits to actually enable cross-world item teleportation. Another attempt confirmed that within this world, item teleportation didn't work because the World Traveler trait couldn't activate. This seemed absurd, but it highlighted how system traits function like absolute rules. Either they worked or they didn't. Su Yuan's mind buzzed with possibilities. With 7 true dragons assisting him, he could frequently visit the immortal realm and bring back resources to accelerate his cultivation. He could literally sit at home while treasures rained from the heavens. However, the 7 dragons were confined to their territories, limiting the resources they could provide. The immortal realm was too advanced. Even the pre-immortal stages were condensed into just 4 realms. His current strength would barely place him in the second lowest tier there. Deep in thought, Su Yuan wondered how to make beings from other worlds invoke his name, allowing him to manifest there and harvest more resources, and more importantly, fame points. He gazed at the sky, where the Big Dipper constellation caught his eye again. Both the Immortal Origin realm and Tianyuan realm can see the Big Dipper. If other worlds share this feature, then perhaps there's a way. Su Yuan knew many star cultivators across worlds used the Big Dipper as their focal constellation. These cultivators could derive revelations through stellar divination. If he embedded cultivation techniques within the Big Dipper's light, would star cultivators in other worlds receive these transmissions? And if they chanted specific invocations, could they activate his mind echo? He recalled when Elder Nangong Xianwing sought the Big Dipper's approval. His consciousness had inexplicably traveled to the constellation. Could he have imprinted techniques there at that time? Celestial legacies from the stars, where every utterance is known. Outer gods invading, collecting offerings and bestowing boons. Su Yuan muttered, his expression turning slightly odd. Unintentionally, this was veering into peculiar territory. Damn it, I just want resources and fame points. He considered how ranking up his fame in the immortal realm might work, but gaining recognition there was difficult. Other worlds might prove easier and more controllable. Even if they mistake me for some evil god, so what? Can they cross worlds to confront me? This could actually work. Turning his thoughts to the scripture pavilion, he realized Guyu, Zhuge Jian, and the others should have met the stellar acknowledgement criteria by now. With a mental command, he summoned Suda. Bring Guyu, Xia Yingying, Zhuge Jian, and Nangong Huiyu here, Su Yuan instructed. Suda bowed. At once, master. Carrying Su Yuan's token, Suda left cave number 6 for the first time since gaining human form, happily exploring the sect grounds. Disciples stared curiously at this unfamiliar golden core expert until they noticed his token. This was actually a spirit beast. At the scripture pavilion, Suda sensed a familiar aura and followed it to a young cultivator. Guyu, who had been meditating on Su Yuan's techniques, was startled when the spirit fish in his pocket stirred. Taking it out, he saw it looking astonished at the approaching figure. Guyu immediately bowed. Greetings, elder. Suda waved dismissively. I'm no elder, just master's spirit companion. Or perhaps attendant. Noticing the fish, he greeted, 13th brother, you've reached second rank? How are the others? The fish replied, second brother, you broke through to third rank. What about our siblings? Suda smiled, I'm Suda now. With master's pills, I reached third rank. For others did too, and the rest are nearing breakthrough. The fish was stunned. All of them. So fast. Suda sighed. Master's resources are endless. Why did you leave? You're still only early second rank with impure bloodlines. Where are the others? The fish fell silent. Realizing this golden core expert was one of Su Yuan's transformed spirit fish. 13th's elder brother no less, Guyu felt guilty. 13th had sacrificed so much by staying with him. You needed me for something? Guyu asked respectfully, comforting the despondent fish. Suda said flatly, Master summons Guyu, Xia Yinging, Zhuge Jian, and Nangong Huiyu. Your Guyu? Fetch the others. Guyu nodded and used his token to call the three. When they arrived, all three paid respects to Suda, who remained unimpressed. Noticing Xia Yinging's spirit fish, he sighed again. Follow me. With a wave, Suda conjured a cloud that carried all four toward cave number 6. While Zhuge Jian and Nangong Huiyu were unfazed, the two spirit fish were awestruck by Suda's prowess. Suda would have laughed. After daily cloud herding practice, such skills came naturally. Upon arrival, the rich aroma of stewed meat made their mouths water. Su Yuan greeted them cheerfully. Perfect timing. This 5th-rank demon bee stew is almost ready. You're in for a treat. Zhuge Jian gasped. Ancestor, this is 5th-rank meat? Don't be shocked. Just a lucky find for fun. But you're too weak. Just have some broth. Su Yuan summoned 4 stone bowls and portioned out the soup, each containing only a sliver of meat. 13th peeked from Guyu's pocket, eyes glued to that precious meat strand. Su Yuan glanced at little 13, but didn't pay much attention. He scooped out a large piece of meat into his bowl and devoured it voraciously. The natural array restrictions activated as the meridians in his body automatically circulated, rapidly refining the beast meat in his stomach. Thick, pure energy surged into his meridians, spiritual apertures, and dantian, quickly transforming into magical power. The purity of energy in this beast meat exceeded Su Yuan's expectations. With just slight refinement, it directly converted into his magical power without needing further condensation or compression. Instead, it required absorbing heaven and earth spiritual energy for dilution. If one could eat such meat daily, nascent soul and divine transformation cultivators would save tremendous time accumulating magical power. Eat up. Why are you just standing there? Su Yuan casually instructed. The 4 disciples exchanged glances. Thank you for your generosity, elder. Guyu fished out a strand of meat and fed it to little 13 before carefully sipping some broth himself. The next moment, rich meaty fragrance flooded his taste buds. As the broth flowed down his throat into his stomach, dense spiritual energy rapidly dispersed. His expression changed immediately as he sat cross-legged to begin refining. The other 3 did the same after tasting the broth, entering meditative states with white steam rising from their heads, spiritual energy leaking due to inefficient absorption. Su Yuan motioned for Su Lan and others to drink the broth too. They happily served themselves. Then Su Yuan casually poured most of the remaining broth into the cave-dwelling's river, where the energy quickly dispersed downstream. Spiritual fish began gulping the water greedily, while many ordinary fish fortunate enough to drink the diluted broth saw their auras surge into spiritual fish level. Animals in the mountain forest seemed drawn by the river's energy, coming to drink. After consuming the water, their eyes gained increasing spiritual wisdom. The broth's spiritual energy rose above the cave dwelling, blocked by formations before condensing into a small spiritual cloud that eventually released a drizzling rain nourishing all plants. Su Yuan noticed many peak second-grade spiritual fish in the river experiencing breakthroughs toward the golden core stage. With a surprised expression, he took some spiritual liquid from the myriad treasures Heaven-Earth Cauldron, transforming it into streaks of light that merged with the breakthrough-ready fish. 2 to 3 hours later, spiritual fish leaped from the river, rolled on land, and transformed into young boys and girls. "Greetings, Master." The newly formed spirit children kowtowed repeatedly. Su Yuan smiled satisfactorily. These fish had been at peak second grade, but with stimulation from the immortal realm, giant birds' energy, and bloodline absorption, their breakthroughs to third grade were perfectly reasonable. "You'll be called Su He, and you Su Mei." Su Yuan appointed 2 most spiritually vibrant girls as maids before assigning the others to Suda for farming duties. Night soon fell. Zhuge Jian and the others finally finished refining their broth, their auras overflowing with spiritual energy. Were it not for deliberate suppression, they would have broken through to foundation establishment immediately. Pointing at their stone bowls, Su Yuan said, "Take these with you to refine slowly later." Zhuge Jian carefully sealed his bowl with remaining broth. This liquid was comparable to heavenly treasures. Guyu glanced enviously at the hard-working spirit children in distant fields, sighing. He now wished to become Elder Su's attendant given the tremendous benefits here. Zhuge Jian asked respectfully, "We are deeply grateful for your gifts, Elder. What task do you have for us? We would brave any danger without hesitation." Su Yuan chuckled. "Nothing so dramatic. Simply put, I need you to sequentially communicate with the Big Dipper stars, seeking their recognition. During this process, simultaneously call my name, essentially treating me and the Big Dipper as one entity." "Understood." After momentary confusion, all 4 nodded. "Understood. Good. Prepare yourselves." Su Yuan led them to a high tower where the myriad treasures heaven-earth cauldron transformed into 4 7-star magic altars for their use. Zhuge Jian went first. As he communicated with the Big Dipper, seeking recognition, he simultaneously called Su Yuan's name in his heart. Standing nearby, Su Yuan closely monitored the mind echo response. When 7 stars shine bright and mind echo activated simultaneously, Su Yuan immediately triggered mind echo. Half his consciousness instantly traversed immeasurable space to descend upon the distant Tian Shu star. Expanding his awareness, Su Yuan saw the vast stellar body below and the other 6 equally massive Big Dipper stars. Remembering his purpose, he mobilized the Big Dipper's stellar power, attempting to leave his cultivation legacy on Tianshu's surface. As this thought emerged, countless starlights gathered under Su Yuan's control, coalescing into lines of heavenly script upon the star's surface. Su Yuan was astonished. This actually worked. Tianshu seemed like an indulgent elder, allowing him to doodle freely. He worked feverishly as time ticked away. Before his consciousness returned, he first granted Zhuge Jian recognition. Then Nangong Huiyu's timely request extended his stay by another 12 breaths. Racing against time, Su Yuan condensed more heavenly script. These were fundamental characters of talismanic Dao containing universal truths, imparting cultivation methods regardless of language. The 4-Chi refining cultivator's successive petitions granted him only 60 breaths total. When time expired, half his consciousness was forcibly returned to his earthly body. Briefly disoriented, Su Yuan quickly regained focus. The Big Dipper appeared unchanged, but Zhuge Jian's group had already begun foundation establishment breakthroughs. The Big Dipper's feedback forced their advancement, Su Yuan observed, gathering surrounding spiritual energy to assist. One by one, their auras surged steadily into foundation establishment, continuing to rise afterward as golden sand condensed within them. Zhuge Jian, with the deepest reserves, reached late-stage golden pellet realm with exceptionally solid foundations. Overjoyed, the 4 expressed profuse gratitude. "Excellent progress beyond my expectations," Su Yuan praised. "Now return to consolidate your realms before beginning foundation establishment cultivation." Zhuge Jian's joyful expression froze momentarily. "We take our leave," he bowed. Smiling, Su Yuan dismissed them. Exiting the cave dwelling, the 4 immediately noticed the drastic drop in spiritual energy concentration. I didn't realize earlier. Elder Su's cave has spiritual energy dozens of times denser than outside. Xia, Ying marveled. I'm starting to envy those spirit beasts. Their breakthrough joy somewhat diminished. They departed shaking their heads. Back inside, Su Yuan continued gazing at the unchanged Big Dipper. Attempting divination through stellar communication, a special starlight beam suddenly shot into his consciousness sea. Startled, Su Yuan inspected internally to find an incredibly complex, square, illusory seal beside his nascent soul. This is, he probed carefully with spiritual sense, immediately receiving information. Name left upon Tian Shu, heavenly position. Su Yuan quickly understood. This was a heavenly position seal, representing status within cosmic hierarchy like human emperor, celestial emperor, or immortal lord. Position holders naturally accumulate and stabilize fortune while gaining certain authorities. However, positions themselves confer no direct power. Instead, holders can derive heavenly godhoods for others to borrow their power while receiving divine fortune to enhance their own destiny. Those obtaining godhoods become deities still controlled by the position holder. Only position holders enjoy true freedom. Su Yuan had accidentally obtained the Big Dipper Star Lord, heavenly position. Though the titles sounded impressive, his surface power remained largely unchanged while his essence had transformed. Suddenly, Su Yuan could see multicolored streams flowing around him, some purple currents emanating from him, others flowing toward him. After the position's recognition, the outgoing purple streams no longer dissipated but condensed onto the Star Lord position, making the seal more substantial while accelerating inflow of other colored streams. Fortune. Su Yuan's gaze sharpened. This was cultivator fortune. Looking upward, he saw a three-petaled purple fortune flower above himself. Third-grade purple fortune. He now knew living beings' fortune came in 9 colors: black, white, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple, highest. Purple represented supreme nobility. Commoners typically had only white fortune. When fortune clouds condense to their extreme, they form lotus flowers. Single-petal flowers already indicate immortal potential, with more petals signifying greater potential and luck. Presently, Su Yuan possessed third-grade purple fortune. Su Yuan gazed once more at the sky above the 7 stars sect. He saw an even more massive crimson cloud of fate enveloping the entire sect. Like his own before, this crimson fate cloud sometimes absorbed strands of fate energy, while at other times leaked some outward. Numerous strands of fate continuously drifted toward him, merging into his own fate cloud. The fate energy that had originally been leaking from him, most of which would have flowed toward the 7 stars sect's fate cloud, now ceased flowing to the sect due to the suppression of his heaven-earth status. Thus, the 7 stars sect's collective fate became one-sidedly nourishing Su Yuan while still naturally dissipating outward. Fortunately, the sect's fate cloud continued growing overall, absorbing more fate than it lost. Su Yuan's eyes focused as he examined his spiritual treasure. After some thought, he summoned the 6th-grade cave heaven-type spiritual treasure, the floating light sun-moon vessel. Shaoli materialized at the vessel's mouth, puzzled. Master, why have you summoned my true form? With a faint smile, Su Yuan replied, I need your true form to suppress the 7 stars sect's fate energy. What? Shaoli looked utterly confused. With a mighty throw, Su Yuan sent the floating light pot soaring into the sky. Within moments, it expanded to several hundred meters in size, drawing the attention of every sect disciple. Gu Qingzhu flew out from the main hall, staring in astonishment at the massive vessel hovering above cave number 6 on 7 Stars Peak. What is Su Yuan doing now? Ignoring the onlookers, Su Yuan guided the floating light pot into the fate cloud. Focusing his gaze, he activated his heaven-earth status from his consciousness sea and declared in a booming voice, I, Su Yuan, founding ancestor of the 7 Stars sect, hereby use this 6th-grade cave heaven spiritual treasure, the floating light sun-moon vessel, to suppress our sex fate energy. Let heaven and earth bear witness. His proclamation instantly echoed throughout the sex territory, reaching every corner under Seven Stars sex control. Countless living beings looked up in shock. Sect disciples gazed skyward with excitement and surprise, while demonic cultivators from various demonic sects turned toward the Seven Stars sect in astonishment. What nonsense is this? A sixth grade cave heaven treasure. Let heaven and earth bear witness? Such arrogance. What's actually happening? Where is this voice coming from? Who's speaking to me? As countless cultivators within Seven Stars sect's domain puzzled over the phenomenon, the sky suddenly transformed. A massive golden cloud coalesced above the sect. After a brief pause, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, illuminating the floating light sun-moon vessel. The vessel immediately absorbed the golden radiance, its aura surging dramatically until it reached the absolute peak of sixth grade, just a hair's breadth from seventh grade. Simultaneously, another golden beam shot towards Yuan himself. Celestial merit? How is there celestial merit? Yuan was genuinely surprised. When he had obtained his heaven-earth status, he'd also gained extensive knowledge about the world, including information about celestial merit, a blessed energy bestowed by heaven as reward for meritorious deeds. It could enhance cultivation, stabilize realms, temper the body, cleanse sins, and upgrade spiritual treasures. While holders of heaven-earth status found it easier to obtain such merit, Yuan never expected that simply using a sixth grade treasure to suppress sect fate would directly grant him celestial merit. Examining the golden energy in his hand, then looking at the floating light pot, Yuan decided, "I'll give it all to you." He tossed the golden energy toward the vessel. Upon absorbing the energy, the treasure's core spontaneously generated an entirely new set of natural restrictions. These additional formations caused a qualitative transformation in the treasure's core. The floating light pot's aura surged again, definitively breaking through to seventh grade. When the pot settled into the sect's fate cloud, the previously unstable energy immediately condensed. The cloud's color transformed from crimson to orange, and at its center, an illusory, first-grade orange lotus gradually took form. Yuan smiled in satisfaction. This indicated the Seven Stars sect now had potential to become an immortal sect. The sect's fate cloud now maintained only a single channel leaking energy towards Yuan while retaining all other fate energy. Moreover, the rate of fate energy flowing into the sect increased dramatically. The floating light pot floated serenely within the fate cloud, being slowly tempered by the fate energy. As long as the sect's fate continued strengthening, the pot's grade would gradually improve. From this moment, the treasure became bound to the sect's destiny. If the sect fell, the pot would degrade or even be destroyed. This was the way of fate, shared prosperity and shared downfall. From his vantage point, Yuan observed changes in his disciples' personal fate clouds. Sect leader Gu Qingzhu's originally orange fate cloud, under the influence of the enhanced sect fate, transformed directly to green, skipping yellow entirely, while becoming much more condensed. This indicated his fate had strengthened many times over, with significantly increased potential. Not just Gu Qingzhu. Every disciple experienced improvements of varying degrees, some jumping 3 color grades, others rapidly expanding their fate clouds. These individual enhancements in turn accelerated the sect's collective fate growth and the rate at which energy flowed towards Yuan. Only Yuan could perceive these intricate changes. Others merely marveled at the transformed aura of the floating light pot. With a thought, Yuan recalled the vessel back to his hand. Shally popped out excitedly, exclaiming, "Master, what did you do? I've advanced to 7th grade. This is incredible. Now that dry old man won't dare look down on me." Nearby, old Qian manifested from a myriad treasures heaven-earth cauldron, looking bewildered. What just happened? How did the floating light pot advance so suddenly? He looked at Su Yuan hopefully. Can I get some too? Su Yuan shook his head. No, this was Xiao Li's destined opportunity. There's deep karmic connection between the floating light pot and Seven Stars sect. The sect cultivation methods all originated from it. That's why it could become the sect's fate-suppressing treasure. Though old Qian didn't fully understand, he grasped the main point. He wasn't qualified. Xiao Li lifted her chin proudly. I can feel myself growing stronger every moment. Jealous. Old Qian snorted dismissively. All I need is to refine more treasures to advance. My progress will be much faster than yours. Examining old Qian, Su Yuan was surprised to discover the myriad treasures Heaven Earth Cauldron also had a fate cloud, a green one no less, indicating noble status where averting disaster became basic instinct. Moreover, the cloud contained a third-grade green lotus, suggesting the cauldron had potential to become an immortal artifact. Noticing the fate threads connecting the cauldron to himself, Su Yuan realized this exceptional fate stemmed from their connection. If someone else possessed the cauldron, its fate wouldn't be nearly as strong. These observations gave Su Yuan much to contemplate about fate's workings. More importantly, these events had shaken the entire Green Vine continent. Cultivators everywhere discussed the Seven Stars sect and its founding ancestor Su Yuan. Within the sect's sphere of influence, every living being now knew Su Yuan's name. Countless mortals in human kingdoms who'd never heard of Su Yuan before now enshrined tablets to the Seven Stars ancestor in their homes. Similarly, various mountain spirits and demonic beasts spread Su Yuan's name among their kind. Consequently, Su Yuan's fame points skyrocketed. The system notifications about increasing fame became a continuous stream that Su Yuan temporarily muted. Checking his system panel revealed the fame points counter-racing upward at astonishing speed. While 100 million points seemed an enormous sum, with so many beings learning his name, filling the quota would only be a matter of time, and not much time at that. The density of mind echo threads instantly multiplied 10,000-fold as countless beings spread Su Yuan's name. In this moment, Su Yuan's reputation truly resounded across the entire Green Vine continent. This outcome didn't surprise Su Yuan. After obtaining the World Traveler trait, he'd gained several escape routes. He could abandon the Tianyuan realm for other worlds if necessary. This security had allowed him to act more boldly. Within just a few days, breakthrough auras erupted throughout the Seven Stars sect. Many disciples stuck at bottlenecks found their obstructions loosening during meditation, their minds clearer, thoughts more agile, allowing them to overcome previous limitations. Disciples training outside the sect found themselves encountering more fortuitous opportunities. While each individual's improvement seemed minor, collectively the sect's power grew at staggering speed. Witnessing fate's effects firsthand amazed Su Yuan. Ironically, his dangerous mission trait activated far less frequently as disciples encountered fewer perilous situations. Just as Su Yuan observed these fate phenomena, a distant consciousness finally connected with him. Both World Traveler and Seven Stars Shine Bright lit up sequentially. Su Yuan immediately activated Mind Echo, Black Demon Realm. Under the pitch-black night sky, secrets unknown to most lurked in the darkness. Dozens of evil-eyed demons imbued with spiritual energy gathered furtively in a basement. They were arranging an altar with common black demon realm sacrificial offerings prepared beneath it. Demon crystals containing pure demonic energy, vials of refined demon blood rich in essence, condensed bone beads from skeleton demons, along with various demonic artifacts and treasures. Great leader, can we truly succeed? Will we really receive blessings from the righteous gods? Asked one evil-eyed demon, radiating spiritual energy hesitantly. Evil gods. We're praying to evil gods, not righteous ones. Are you trying to summon those disgusting demon enforcement squads? Roared another evil-eyed demon exuding righteousness. We are demonic disciples bringing darkness to the black demon realm. Only the starry sky demon god can save our tainted bodies and purify our souls. He continued, even if the starry sky demon god is considered righteous, so what? As long as they grant us power, we can destroy this filthy world. Remake the universe. Ha ha ha. The great leader is wise. Strangely, all the evil-eyed demon's eyes shone with clarity, completely at odds with the demonic nature pervasive in the black demon realm. Outside, a squad of skeleton demons quietly surrounded the building. Captain, according to reports, there's a group of righteous cultists conducting a divine ritual inside. Capturing them will earn us a huge amount of demonic merit, transmitted one thoroughly demonic skeleton demon. Their leader might be that disgrace to evil-eyed demons, Suda, the remnant of the righteous path from the Starry Sky cult. Ha! What a ridiculous name. These heretics always have such hard-to-pronounce names, another skeleton demon said excitedly. These righteous cultists are dangerous elements that must be eliminated to protect our demon town, the skeleton demon captain said gravely. They're insane, slaughtering demonic beings en masse, using terrifying arrays to refine demon flesh into spiritual essence crystals. That spiritual energy can harm us on contact, yet they use it for cultivation. Absolutely terrifying. After a moment's thought, he added, though we're fourth-tier demons facing mostly third-tier cultists, be extremely careful of spiritual energy contamination. Those essence crystals are highly corrosive and difficult to purge. Understood. The skeleton demons' demonic auras surged, their eyes filled with pure demonic essence as proper demonic cultivators. Dealing with righteous cultists posed no real challenge. Their only concern was preventing escape, not combat. These rat-like cultists only knew how to hide. They slowly closed in, forming an airtight perimeter to ensure no cultist escaped. In the basement, the evil-eyed demons continued preparations. Humanoid in shape, but with a large sinister eye on their foreheads, their race could naturally perceive souls and detect hidden things. Innately evil, yet curious about all things, some evil-eyed demons became fascinated with the legendary spiritual energy world, even researching how to refine spiritual energy from demonic energy. Such research was naturally unacceptable in the black demon realm. Those who succeeded in developing methods to convert demonic energy or even refine demon flesh into spiritual energy became outcasts, forced to operate in shadows. Suda's spiritual energy was exceptionally pure. His evil eye seemed to swirl with majestic righteousness, giving him an aura of nobility. As the cult leader, he had reached the fourth tier, far surpassing his followers. Prepare to begin the sacrifice to the starry sky demon god, Suda commanded. Yes, the cultists took positions around the array, solemnly channeling their spiritual power into the formation. As the stellar array activated, Suda in the center gazed through the building at the starry sky above. He decided to try connecting with a different star this time. After scanning with his evil eye, he randomly selected Tian Shu, the central star of the Big Dipper, for the sacrifice. When the array fully activated, a pillar of spiritual light shot skyward, piercing through layers of demonic energy to connect with starlight from above. O true God who commands the stars, source of spiritual energy, master of all creation's end. Your devout follower Suda offers the purest sacrifices, begging for your blessing to light our path forward. While performing stellar cultivation techniques to commune with the heavens and deduce secrets, Suda chanted words even he barely believed. His apparent worship was merely a pretense for stellar communication. The Big Dipper glowed brightly as celestial inscriptions on Tian Shu's star resonated across vast distances through the starlight. Instantly, Suda found numerous Dao texts appearing in his mind, an incomplete legacy of the seven extremes technique. Eyes closed, he studied the contents and unconsciously recited. The seven extremes Dao Venerable transmits teachings across realms. At that moment, a strand of his thoughts ascended to the Big Dipper, crossing infinite worlds until sensed by someone on green vine continent of Tianyuan realm. Immediately, a consciousness traversed dimensions along this connection, manifesting above the altar. Su Yuan had arrived. Extending his perception, Su Yuan saw a group of strange creatures kneeling below. Puzzled, he shifted position and realized they weren't actually seeing him, but something above. Following their gaze, he saw Big Dipper starlight penetrating the building to illuminate the righteous-looking leader on the altar. Channeling a wisp of starlight, Su Yuan deduced recent events. The starlight had recorded everything, making it easy to understand these creatures' actions. They were actually worshipping a non-existent starry sky demon god. Amused, Su Yuan's consciousness passed through the building into the open sky, where he beheld an alien demon town. The bizarre demonic denizens, skeleton demons, lesser demons, greater demons, evil-eyed demons, rotten corpse crawlers, even high-tier shadow demons, and heavenly demons, presented a fascinating sight. But what truly astonished Su Yuan was the pervasive demonic energy, dark, evil, and fundamentally opposed to spiritual energy. The spiritual energy on those cultists had seemed impure and chaotic, hardly worth notice. Now, realizing they'd cultivated it in this demonic environment? Damn impressive. Managing any spiritual energy here was miraculous. Achieving their level made them absolute demonic prodigies. Returning to the basement, Su Yuan nodded approvingly at Su Da's relatively pure spiritual energy. Su Da was ecstatically studying the newly acquired 7 Extremes technique when suddenly, the building above exploded into dust. Only the basement's protective array saved the cultists from annihilation. Su Da's face darkened as he saw the surrounding 4th-tier skeleton demons. Well, if it isn't Starry Sky, cult leader Su Da, laughed the skeleton demon captain. Nowhere to run now. Damn it, how are we exposed? Su Da glanced suspiciously at his panicked followers, but knew this wasn't the time for finding traitors. Seeking escape routes, he instead found powerful demonic arrays sealing them incompletely. Why? Just after receiving this legacy, must I perish here? Despair gave way to determination as Su Da gazed at the Big Dipper. My followers, the 7 Extremes, Tao Venerable, has heard us. Pour all your power into the sacrificial array. The Tao Venerable will descend to save us. Knowing they were doomed, the cultists desperately channeled their energy regardless of whether their leader was bluffing. Su Da shouted, 7 Extremes, Tao Venerable, ruler of starry rivers. Let starlight shine forever, delivering all beings. Big Dipper's myriad venerables, kingdom of stars. He spewed whatever grand phrases came to mind, begging for divine intervention. The skeleton demons sneered. Enough with your nonsense, Su Da. Your made-up starry sky demon god and 7 Extremes Tao Venerable might fool your stupid followers, but don't fool yourself. Waving his team forward, the captain ordered, make sure to record this. Now wipe them out. 12 4th-tier skeleton demons unleashed murderous intent as watching demons cheered for the enforcement squad. 12 massive bone projectiles hurtled toward the altar, shattering the basement's protective array in an instant. Just as Su Da's face twisted in despair, the Big Dipper suddenly erupted with dazzling starlight. Countless beams descended, illuminating the entire demon town sky. Starlight blazed brilliantly, as if the entire starry sky was enveloped in radiance. Multicolored starlight coalesced midair, forming a translucent figure dozens of miles tall. As the starlight continued gathering, the luminous figure gradually solidified. This figure astonishingly possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, with each of the 3 faces bearing different expressions. The front face was featureless, no nose or mouth, holding the phantom image of a mysterious treasure jar within which countless stars seemed to tumble. The left face appeared gentle, cradling an ancient cauldron that glowed with dazzling spiritual light and emitted treasure chi that soared skyward. The right face looked ferocious, gripping 7 swords, utterly savage with sword energy crisscrossing the air. At this moment, the demon residents of the demon town all widened their eyes in shock and horror. Inside the basement, 12 skeletal weapons still smashed toward the altar. This action seemed to draw the attention of the three-faced demonic shadow. The vicious right face tilted slightly, its eyes flashing with 7 stars that instantly transformed into 7 sword shadows shooting toward the basement. The sword beams arrived faster than expected, directly repelling the 12 skeletal weapons and sending them flying back. The watching demons suffered as a result. Those struck by the bones were either dead or severely injured, their agonized cries filling the area. The sword beams continued unabated, flying toward the 7 skeleton demons. These 7 fourth-tier skeleton demons had no time to react before being struck by the sword beams. Their life force vanished in the blink of an eye, dying instantly. What is this thing? The skeleton demon captain paled in terror, staring uncertainly at the three-faced shadow. Suda, overjoyed, immediately prostrated himself. The leader of the 7 Stars cult pays homage to the 7 Stars Tao Lord. This humble believer has prepared precious, demonic offerings for your enjoyment. The massive, gentle left face of the three-faced star shadow turned slightly, its benevolent smile calming Su Da's nerves. A beam of starlight fell upon the offerings, and in the blink of an eye, with the starlight gone, the offerings had disappeared. In the Yuan realm, beside Su Yuan's main body, a pile of inexplicable items suddenly appeared, some demon flesh and blood among them, along with demonic artifacts. He casually sealed them away, then pondered what to give Suda in return. He glanced at the myriad treasures Heaven-Earth Cauldron. I remember there was a 4th-tier spirit treasure called the Soul Gathering Banner, right? Can you recreate it? I can, but I need to make a sub-banner first. Once the sub-banner evolves, it can nourish me in return. Are you planning to collect souls? You don't need that now. Old Qian sounded puzzled. Good. Quickly make a soul gathering sub-banner for me. No. Rename it 7 Stars Banner. What for? It'll consume my origin energy. Old Qian grumbled, but still expended origin energy and spiritual power to condense a soul gathering banner. No, a 7 Stars banner. Make some 3rd-tier ones too. 3rd-tier ones are easy. As many as you want. Old Qian replied calmly. Thus, Su Yuan soon held several 7 Stars soul gathering banners. Though typically used by demonic cultivators, these banners still relied on spiritual energy as their power source, meaning orthodox cultivators could use them too, albeit at moral cost. The demonic cultivators of Green Vine Continent were essentially unethical spirit cultivators, fundamentally different from the demonic cultivators of other worlds. Su Yuan's consciousness enveloped these 7 Stars banners while also gathering some spirit stones, then activated his World Traveler ability. Black Demon Realm. After collecting the offerings, the three-faced star shadow's gentle left hand glowed as the cauldron it held flashed with treasure light. The next moment, the light condensed into dozens of streaks that materialized on the altar as dozens of banner-type treasures brimming with spiritual energy. The banners bore patterns of the Big Dipper, appearing profoundly mysterious. Pure spirit stones also appeared, radiating spiritual energy that the demons found highly corrosive. Suda was overjoyed at the sight. Many thanks for the Tao Lord's generosity. The featureless front face inclined slightly as if casting an enigmatic gaze. A beam of starlight flew from the jar, instantly entering Su Da's sea of consciousness. In that instant, vast information flooded his mind. Suda immediately understood what offerings would please the 7 Stars Tao Lord next time, along with how to use and refine the 7 Stars banners. The incomplete 7 Stars cultivation method in his mind was also perfected in this moment. With its mission complete, the three-faced star shadow gradually faded. We send off the Tao Lord with reverence. Suda's expression changed. He swiftly collected the treasures from the altar, then shouted to the other excited Orthodox believers, "Follow me." Leading the way, he immediately departed through the underground passage. The other Orthodox believers followed without hesitation, not daring to delay. The skeleton demon captain's face darkened. Glancing fearfully at the fading but not yet vanished three-faced star shadow, he could only watch helplessly as the Starry Sky cult, now calling themselves the Seven Stars cult, made their escape. This was a major dereliction of duty, but he valued his life more. His 7 fallen comrades served as stark warnings against reckless action. Fortunately, he'd only issued orders earlier rather than acting himself. Otherwise, he might have shared their fate. As the starlight dissipated, the night sky darkened again. But the agonized cries of injured demons around the basement snapped many demons back to reality. 7 stars, Tao Lord. Chill. Don't say it. That's an evil god. Those Orthodox believers actually communicated with a true god. Unbelievable. I saw some mysterious treasures appear on the altar. Wonder what they were. They say Orthodox believers live several times longer than others at the same realm. True or not? Stop talking. You'll get us killed. Commotion spread through the town. News of these events spread at shocking speed, reaching the demon imperial city within hours and drawing the demon emperor's attention. The demon emperor didn't underestimate the reports, having seen recordings of the three-faced divine shadow himself. Taking it extremely seriously, he ordered all demon cities to hunt down remnants of the Orthodox sects, whether Starry Sky cult, 7 Stars cult, or others, with 7 Stars cult leader Su delisted as a top priority fugitive. Simultaneously, all towns were forbidden from spreading 7 Stars cult teachings, with those discussing the 7 Stars Tao Lord branded as Orthodox believers. Though not stated publicly, the 7 Stars Tao Lord was secretly classified as either a true god or evil god to be vehemently opposed. Yet some demons in the black demon realm grew perversely curious about the banned teachings, secretly beginning to worship the 7 Stars Tao Lord, thus spreading his name deeper into demonic hearts. Su Yuan's consciousness, carried by strands of thought, appeared throughout the black demon realm. His understanding of this world grew steadily deeper. This was clearly a mortal world saturated with demonic energy, where the highest cultivation was 8th tier. Upon breaking through to 8th tier, one could ascend to the demon realm. 8th tier demons were equivalent to tribulation transcension cultivators, also undergoing demonic tribulations to forge demonic bodies, similar to spirit cultivators. Su Yuan observed casually while focusing his real attention on the system panel. Name: Su Yuan. Region: Black Demon Realm. Reputation level: famous 7.12m/10m. Cultivation: 5th tier mid-stage, 50 out of 100. Entry 1. Work rest balance LV2, 3/10 current rest time, 31 days. Entry 2. Daoist techniques naturally LV2, 3/10. Entry 3. 7 stars shine bright LV2, 3 out of 10. Entry 4. Mind echo LV2, 2 out of 10. Entry 5. Great Being's Demeanor LV2, 2 out of 10. Entry 6. Rise to Crisis LV2, 2/10 lifespan, 111,815 years. Entry 7. World Traveler. Entry 8. To be unlocked. Su Yuan's expression turned peculiar. He hadn't expected that gaining reputation in another world would upgrade his system entries. The level 2 work-rest balance effect doubled cultivation efficiency. Previously, 10 days of rest converted to 1 day of cultivation time. Now, at level 2, it's still converted to 1 day, but both comprehension and cultivation effects were doubled. Level 2 Daoist techniques naturally doubled his efficiency in perceiving natural laws, making future insights easier. Level 2 7 stars shine bright heightened his sensitivity to the Big Dipper, boosting all related techniques. Even his Big Dipper Star Lord's Heaven-Earth status seemed more refined. Level 2 Mind Echo made target locking easier while allowing Su Yuan to project thoughts back, enabling two-way communication. Level 2 Great Being's demeanor now simulated both pressure and aura. Overall, the enhanced entries were pure gains. His reputation in the Black Demon realm had skyrocketed because of his playing God act, posing as a Dao Lord, with news reaching the world's upper echelons. Their acknowledgement of his status fueled his fame explosion. But this very suppression made further reputation gains extremely difficult. A top-down clampdown. Yuan didn't mind. This cross-world operation's main value was revealing how reputation gains in other worlds affected his system. Now he had a reference for future actions, though data from just one world wasn't enough. Activating his thoughts, Yuan's consciousness instantly appeared in another world. While activating the Black Demon Realm connection, he'd also linked to other worlds through the Big Dipper. Arriving in this new world, Yuan found it remarkably small, barely larger than a secret realm, housing only hundreds of thousands of humans who naturally resonated with starlight, cultivating with stellar energy. Their strongest cultivators only reached 3rd tier. Yuan spent some effort quickly boosting his reputation until his fame spread worldwide. His reputation level here jumped directly from somewhat famous to world-renowned, maxing out immediately. Only the first 3 entries gained experience. The rest missed out, let alone unlocking new entries. Exploring these 2 worlds elevated Yuan's understanding of the entry system. Pondering future directions, he mused. Worlds like the Black Demon realm seem rare, while lower-tier worlds like this Star Spirit realm are plentiful. Maybe I can have 7 stars sect disciples spread my fame instead of doing it myself. This tiny Star Spirit realm took nearly a month. Exhausting. Yuan realm. Beyond the 9 heavens. The thunder giant trembled slightly in his sleep. He seemed to sense something, suddenly opening one eye and looking down below the 9 heavens. Then he saw the fortune cloud above a sect's base at the center of Green Vine Continent, along with the illusory lotus flower at its center. Because of the sect's fortune cloud covering it, the thunder giant could not see Yuan's fortune cloud at a glance. But when he saw that fortune lotus, he frowned. What's going on? How did a sect with the potential of an immortal sect suddenly appear in the Yuan realm? An expression of displeasure crossed his face, and a flash of lightning shot from his eye, instantly striking downward. The Yuan realm's heavenly Dao will manifested, weakening the lightning. The thunder giant sneered coldly, but his smile quickly froze. A 7th-rank spiritual treasure's phantom suddenly appeared within the fortune cloud, blocking the weakened lightning. The entire sect's fortune cloud remained completely undisturbed and incredibly stable. This time, the thunder giant was truly shocked. Both eyes snapped open as he stood up his enormous body. His every movement stirred the surrounding sea of thunder. The moment he fully rose, the sea of thunder formed by his breath crashed down below the 9 heavens. The heavenly Dao will of the Yuan realm appeared, trying to prevent the sea of thunder from damaging the world. But some fragmented power still fell into the world, appearing over the sea on the eastern side of Green Vine Continent. That sea of thunder would become even more violent. As the thunder giant tried to approach the 9 heavens, strands of law chains immediately sprouted between heaven and earth, blocking his advance. The thunder giant looked at the law chains with a sneer. A mere mortal realm's heavenly Dao, weakened to this extent. If I weren't worried that destroying you would incur the great Dao's tribulation, I would have wiped you out long ago. There's no need to wait for you to fade naturally. The thunder giant clearly looked down on the Yuan realm's heavenly Dao. The heavenly Dao lacked intelligence and naturally did not respond. Instead, it simply followed the established rules to prevent beings exceeding the heavenly Dao's limits from entering the Yuan realm. Standing above the 9 heavens, the thunder giant still frowned as he stared at the illusory top-grade fortune lotus. If this really gave birth to an immortal sect, the Yuan realm might not only fail to fade away naturally, but could even rebound. Then his mission would be impossible to complete. What a headache! The thunder giant frowned. Now his plan was to send some beings within the heavenly Dao's limits to slaughter that sect with immortal sect potential. But such an action was like sending resources to the Yuan realm. If those beings didn't return, they would only become nourishment for the Yuan realm. The Thunder Giant scanned the entire Yuan realm, but found not a single cultivator in the Foundation establishment stage. He was certain of this. If any Foundation establishment cultivators had appeared, he would have been awakened. Yet that 7th-rank spiritual treasure was roughly equivalent to half a Foundation establishment stage. A pain. The Thunder Giant snorted coldly, then turned and headed to the other side of the Void Island where a teleportation formation was located. He activated the teleportation formation and waited for a moment. A small stone giant filled with thunder suddenly appeared atop the teleportation formation. Lei Meng pays respects to the clan leader. The small thunder giant immediately knelt on one knee, looking extremely respectful. Umph. The thunder giant snorted lightly, indifferent to this junior. Mid-Foundation establishment? Just barely at the upper limit. Your mission is to eliminate this sect. Understand. The thunder giant pointed to the world below, marking the location of the 7-star sect. Lei Meng immediately understood and said, I will do my utmost to complete the mission. Go! The thunder giant grabbed Lei Meng and threw him toward Green Vine Continent. Lei Meng transformed into a lightning ball and directly charged into the Yuan realm. The heavenly Dao will of the Yuan realm appeared, forming a net of law chains, but Lei Meng easily passed through the net and entered the Yuan realm. The thunder giant sneered. Useless thing, knowing it's an enemy, yet refusing to stop it. He mocked the Yuan realm's heavenly Dao, but the Dao still did not respond. This made him feel bored. He shook his head and lay down to sleep. In his eyes, Lei Meng had already reached mid-Foundation establishment. Dealing with a mortal realm sect without Foundation establishment cultivators was a cinch. The real difficulty was how Lei Meng would return. He didn't care about that. Even if Lei Meng couldn't come back, it didn't matter. After all, he was just an ordinary Foundation establishment clansman. After entering the Yuan realm, Lei Meng immediately felt the world suppression weaken countless times. His body suddenly expanded, growing from the original 5 meters to 500 meters tall. He even felt he could easily transform into a humanoid form. The world's restrictions were almost non-existent here. So, this is the mortal realm? The spiritual energy is too scarce. The Tao essence of heaven and earth is extremely thin. Lei Meng initially felt good, but soon realized the mortal realm's drawbacks. If he stayed here, his cultivation realm could not advance further. This made him eager to return, planning to finish his task and then leave. After confirming the direction of the 7-star sect, he flew straight toward it. By now, 5 months had passed since Su Yuan's last cross-realm experiment. During this time, Su Yuan did nothing much, just fished, drank tea, and read books. In the blink of an eye, 5 months flew by. On this day, the weather was bright and clear. Su Yuan quietly watched the system panel. The fame value paused briefly at 999.9 million before finally stepping up again, reaching 1 point. Ding, level up. Ding. Current fame level has reached the Yuan realm cap. Su Yuan's eyes lit up as he opened the system panel. Name: Su Yuan. Region: Yuan realm. Level: world-renowned. 1E/1. Realm: mid-nascent soul. 80 out of 100. Entry 1. Work-life balance LV2. 3/10 current rest time. 182 days. Entry 2. Daoist techniques naturally LV2. 3/10. Entry 3. 7 stars shine bright LV2. 3 out of 10. Entry 4. Mind Echo LV2. 2 out of 10. Entry 5. Great Being's Demeanor LV2. 2 out of 10. Entry 6. Responding to Danger LV2. 2/10 lifespan. 120,005 years. Entry 7. World Traveler. Entry 8. To be chosen. Finally reached it. Su Yuan smiled slightly and clicked on Entry 8. 3 lines of text appeared again before him. Time corridor. Condense a time corridor within the soul. allowing previously experienced scenes to be simulated again. Mirror space. Open a mirror space in consciousness, able to record and replicate the images of living beings. After destruction, it must be recorded again. External avatar. Condense an external avatar in the dantian, possessing 100% of one's cultivation but cannot inherit entries. Can be recondensed after destruction or death. 1 or 2 or 3. The appearance of these 3 entries plunged Yuan into deep thought. He had reached entry 8, and each option was extremely useful. Choosing one caused great hesitation. The first was very mysterious. From the description, it could record past experiences. He thought of a practical use, recording the mysteries of heaven and earth. He had been eager to comprehend the virtual gold thundercloud, but rushed because its duration was short. If he could record it and wait until accumulating more work-life balance, rest time, then comprehend it again, the effect would be excellent. The second entry made him think of combat trials. Since it opened a mirror space in consciousness, it was training within the mind. Recording the mirror could be used to fight and hone combat experience, useful for simulating combat secrets. The third entry was simpler. Directly condense an external avatar. Sending the external avatar out to fight or comprehend nature meant he could do so without worry. It combined the advantages of the first 2 entries. Which entry to choose? Yuan was truly conflicted. In the end, he chose Time Corridor. Combat experience could be improved later, and the external avatar could be condensed on his own. But missing Time Corridor meant no second chance. Moreover, this entry fit well with work-life balance, Daoist techniques naturally, Mind Echo, 7 stars shine bright, and World Traveler. He could record all his otherworldly experiences and concentrate on comprehending them, greatly improving the efficiency of work-life balance. He would no longer hesitate when encountering strange scenes or Tao essence of heaven and earth, whether to comprehend immediately or accumulate rest time. The moment the entry was chosen, he felt as if a mysterious time corridor had opened in his soul dimension. From that moment on, everything he experienced began automatically recording on the time corridor. Everything within his perception, be it the wind moving through heaven and earth, sunlight, grass and trees, rivers, spirit beasts, or humans, was recorded one by one. Yuan tried to intercept a segment just recorded on the time corridor. He seemed to return to a few minutes ago, reliving everything that just happened. He could accelerate or slow down the process, allowing him to observe the past events more freely. He saw that during that past time, a spirit rabbit was sneaking toward a spirit field, but was driven away by a boy transformed from a spirit fish. He had never paid attention to this scene before and had no memory of it, but the image had been automatically recorded on the time corridor. Unfortunately, he could not find this scene again on the time corridor. It was like a one-time time image, allowing him to reflect on himself from the past. Perhaps the entry's greatest use was to temper one's mindset, but Yuan believed its true path was for comprehending the ultimate principles of heaven and earth. Yuan activated Mind Echo and directed his consciousness to another location in the Tianyuan realm. A disciple of the 7 Stars sect unexpectedly mentioned Yuan, and his consciousness descended there. He glanced around the surrounding mountains and forests, silently waiting for a moment. Once satisfied, he withdrew his consciousness and returned to his body. Then he activated Time Corridor again. To his surprise, when he arrived at the previous time segment, the time corridor split into 2 branches, one showing Yuan's main body scene, and the other showing the scene around his other consciousness. The 2 time images recombined into a single time corridor when Mind Echo was closed. Yuan continued experimenting and happily discovered that time segments in the time corridor could be cut and pasted together, allowing him to concentrate his comprehension on important time fragments. The experimental result pleased Yuan greatly. The time corridor entry was a perfect piece of his entry system puzzle. Yuan was contemplating how to use the entries next. On the system panel, the responding to danger, entry suddenly lit up brightly, its intensity comparable to when he faced the thunder giant before. What's happening? Su Yuan's expression changed. As he focused on the responding to danger entry, he immediately sensed a wave of crisis emanating from afar. That direction? Su Yuan quickly activated Mind Echo, continuously sending his thoughts toward that direction, sensing the surroundings and searching for the source of danger. Following that path rapidly forward, he finally appeared above Immortal's head and saw a flash of lightning streak across the sky. The lightning was incredibly fast. Within it, a 1 li, roughly 500 meters, tall stone giant was swiftly fleeing, heading straight toward the Seven Stars sect. Su Yuan's gaze sharpened as he rapidly switched Mind Echo several times. After confirming, he was certain that this being was indeed targeting the Seven Stars sect. This being, why does it look a bit like that thunder giant? Su Yuan immediately recalled when he used Mind Echo before to see the thunder giant above the ninth heaven, clearly a powerful existence beyond the immortal realm. But this thunder giant, by activating Great Being's demeanor, he could confirm it was a mid-foundation establishment stage entity. Why is the thunder giant targeting me? Su Yuan suspected that his cross-realm actions had been discovered by the thunder giant, or perhaps the previous oppression of fate had attracted attention. No matter what, he could not let this enemy have an easy time now. At this speed, it will arrive in 3/4 of an hour. Su Yuan's expression remained calm, without panic. At that moment, Elder Lei Yan's thoughts came through repeatedly. Su Yuan sent a portion of his consciousness over. He then saw Elder Lei Yan fleeing in terror at high speed toward the distance. Su Yuan was also shocked by the scene ahead. Above the sky, it looked as if a giant hole had been torn open. A massive ocean of thunder was pouring down toward the sea below. Help! Patriarch! The sky is falling. This time it's really the sky falling. Elder Lei Yan was terrified. Su Yuan was equally stunned. It truly seemed as if the sky had collapsed, the thunder ocean pouring into the sea. A spectacle so magnificent it defied belief. What exactly is going on? Su Yuan's voice directly echoed in Lei Yan's mind. This was a level 2 Mind Echo ability. I don't know. I was cultivating when suddenly there was a muffled boom in the sky. A tremendous thunderclap shattered my eardrums. I hurried out of seclusion and saw a thunder ocean collapsing from the sky. It's absolutely ridiculous. Elder Lei Yan was already accelerating away from the area where the thunder ocean was pouring down. This was a natural disaster. Seeing this, Su Yuan said, "Run quickly. There's danger here too. A powerful enemy is about to attack the Seven Stars sect. I can't help you much, but this thunder ocean, although huge, still needs some time to fall. Hold on a bit. Once I solve that trouble, I should be able to assist you. Keep recalling my name. Don't stop." Elder Lei Yan smiled wryly but summoned his spiritual turtle spirit to chant the name while he kept his head down and ran outward. Su Yuan immediately activated Work-Rest Balance. 4 activations in a row increased his comprehension by thousands of times. His cultivation efficiency skyrocketed thousands of times as well. At his main body's location, Su Yuan directly leapt into the myriad treasures heaven-earth cauldron and began absorbing the thunder essence inside to temper his nascent soul. His nascent soul started growing at an astonishing speed. Under Su Yuan's mental control, the cauldron instantly transformed into a 6th grade 7-star magic altar, comprehensively amplifying the communication efficiency with the Big Dipper constellation, unleashing an incredible magnetic force. The Big Dipper shone brightly as a star pillar hundreds of meters wide descended from the sky. Inside his dantian, 9 golden cores formed the Big Dipper 9-star formation, immediately drawing in the starlight from the Big Dipper above. Countless starlights converged in the dantian, absorbed and refined by the 9 golden cores, transforming into golden core mana. This mana was absorbed by the nascent soul, rapidly filling it. The floating light pot hurried over and deployed a 7th grade Yuan pool formation restriction, crazily absorbing surrounding spiritual energy, converting into spiritual liquid to supply Su Yuan's absorption and refinement. Within a 100-mile radius, a massive spiritual energy whirlpool formed, with Su Yuan seated cross-legged at its center. Such an extravagant cultivation scene immediately alarmed the entire Seven Stars sect. One by one, cultivators flew into the air, dumbfounded as they looked towards Su Yuan's cave dwelling. Gu Qingzhu swiftly flew outside Su Yuan's cave and gawked at the scene of Su Yuan rapidly absorbing spiritual energy. What's going on? Why is Patriarch Su suddenly cultivating so wildly? Gu Qingzhu was deeply puzzled. Nangong Xinwen also arrived, hastily saying, "Immediately take out the sect's spiritual stone reserves. I feel a trace of unease in my heart. Something catastrophic is coming." Su Yuan should sense it too. Clearly, he is breaking through his realm temporarily. Gu Qingzhu's expression changed sharply. He raised his hand, opening a storage ring on his finger, and a mountain-like pile of spiritual stones poured into cave number 6. The natural formation restriction set by the 7th grade floating sky pot was like a giant millstone, crushing the spiritual stones Gu Qingzhu poured into powder. Countless spiritual energies were rapidly compressed and refined into pure spiritual energy, flowing into Su Yuan's body. Gu Qingzhu inhaled sharply. Can Su Yuan's physical body withstand this kind of intake? But Su Yuan's physical body was as solid as a mountain, resisting starlight, spiritual energy, and thunder essence alike. His 1,200,000-year lifespan physical body unleashed astonishing potential. What those around him didn't know was that all these changes were controlled by a thread of Su Yuan's consciousness. His main energy was focused entirely on comprehending the sky-shattering thunder. The entire sky had collapsed. That was an unimaginably terrifying scene. After activating Daoist techniques naturally, Su Yuan was even more shocked to see chains locking the Thunder Ocean in place. Those chains looked extremely profound, filled with the mysteries of laws, mysteriously preventing the Thunder Ocean's descent. No wonder the Thunder Ocean's falling speed didn't seem fast. There was a chain network holding it back. Under the sensing of Daoist techniques naturally, those thunders were far more terrifying than they appeared on the surface, filled with all kinds of thunder, the aura of thunder laws dense to the extreme. This scene was too terrifying, too magnificent, and too profound. Countless insights drilled directly into his mind. His thunder realm almost broke through the law tier within a few breaths. He looked at those law chains. They were too refined. He couldn't glean much from them, so he continued to study the Thunder Ocean. Golden thunder, water thunder, fire thunder, earth thunder, countless types of thunder. Su Yuan was stunned by this opportunity. It was like the mysteries of thunder laws were being fully revealed before him without reservation. His thunder law was slowly improving, and along with it, he gained a hint of understanding of the 5 elements laws: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Thunder, the power of heavenly punishment, destruction, brutality, annihilation of all. Su Yuan comprehended the Thunder Ocean, advancing along one path of thunder law, the path of thunder destruction. He abandoned comprehending other thunder law attributes, focusing solely on destruction. With each insight, he felt his thunder law grow stronger. Every bit stronger in thunder law insight increased his attack power by tens of %. Time passed quickly. His cultivation time was less than half an hour. At the final moments of cultivation, Su Yuan adjusted the divine abilities he had created before integrating his new thunder law comprehension. In a brief instant, the cultivation time ended. At his main body, the nascent soul's growth speed sharply dropped from rocket speed to turtle pace, and due to the excessive absorption speed, the nascent soul even showed signs of fracturing. Su Yuan immediately stopped absorbing spiritual energy, reversing the flow back into the floating light pot and the myriad treasures heaven-earth cauldron. The terrifying cultivation scene above his main body disappeared, and everything returned to calm. Several nascent souls hurried over, all looking anxiously at Su Yuan. At this moment, Su Yuan emitted a mighty aura, clearly having reached the nascent soul peak. Gu Qingzhu gasped, Patriarch, have you completed nascent soul cultivation? Just a bit more of the Yang Thunder Baptism, and you can transform into nascent spirit. This is unbelievably fast. Su Yuan nodded. The nascent soul's growth is actually the process of adapting to the energies of heaven and earth. I only accelerated this process a bit. Gu Qingzhu was silent for a moment, then asked, Can I accelerate mine too? Hearing this, Su Yuan shook his head. No. If you cultivate too fast, your mana will become unstable, affecting later growth. I'm different. My foundation isn't in the nascent soul, but in the golden core. Gu Qingzhu was baffled and a little lost. Suddenly, Su Yuan turned toward outside the sect, his expression serious. That guy is coming. Prepare yourselves and protect the sect. Only then did Nangong Xianwing ask, What kind of enemy is it? A foundation establishment stage? Monster? Su Yuan answered. Everyone gasped in shock. Gu Qingzhu said gravely, Patriarch, can you handle it? Should we immediately activate the seed plan? Obviously, Gu Qingzhu had already prepared for the sect's destruction. Don't panic, I'm here. Su Yuan calmly said to everyone, You just protect the sect. I will deal with this monster. He actually wasn't worried at all. If it came to the worst, he could use World Traveler to send this Thunderstone monster to the Black Demon Realm. In the sky, a violent thundercloud spanning hundreds of miles came rushing from the distance. At its center stood a terrifying creature several hundred meters tall. Its entire body was composed of ice-blue crystals, with mysterious patterns carved on the crystal surfaces. Bolts of lightning energy coursed through and around the crystals. Its pair of dark green crystal eyes radiated an arrogant superiority as it gazed down at the group of human cultivators gathered at the Seven Stars sect's entrance. Its gaze filled with brutal, killing intent. Lei Meng had no intention of communicating with mortal realm creatures. With a swing of its massive stone arm, the hundreds of miles of violent thunderclouds came crashing down toward the Seven Stars sect. Without even bothering to look at the results of its attack, Lei Meng turned and flew upward, clearly believing this single strike would be enough to annihilate the Seven Stars sect. The hundreds of miles of thunderclouds, extremely violent and hurled by a mid-stage void refinement thunder spirit, carried power at the very limit of this realm's capacity. Lei Meng had already begun accelerating, its body soaring into the sky. But after flying for a while, the expected thunderous explosions failed to materialize, causing Lei Meng to pause in its departure. It turned back to look at the Seven Stars sect. There, an enormous jade cauldron had expanded to cover a 10-mile radius, its interior seemingly generating an astonishing suction force that was madly devouring the hundreds of miles of thunderclouds. The violent thunderbolts became as docile as kittens before the jade cauldron, offering no resistance whatsoever. Old Qian laughed heartily. After devouring heavenly thunder, I gained the ability to transform into a thunder pool. I thought I'd only be able to refine a bit of thunder essence, but I never expected such absolute dominance over lightning energy. These thunderbolts will all become my nourishment. The white-haired Su Qian was exerting full control over the myriad treasures Heaven-Earth Cauldron as it devoured the massive thundercloud. At the bottom of the cauldron, a pool of thunder essence had already formed. The violent thunderclouds had become the finest raw material, producing thunder essence that could aid countless nascent soul cultivators in their cultivation. Su Yuan was also assisting in activating the Heaven-Earth Cauldron, his magic power continuously refining the thunderbolts. The hundreds of miles of thunderclouds were completely refined in just over 10 breaths through the combined efforts of man and treasure. The myriad treasures Heaven-Earth Cauldron shrank back down and returned to Su Yuan's hand. From its mouth came a satisfied burp. Burp. I'm full. Su Yuan looked up at Lei Meng in the sky and cupped his hands. Many thanks for your generous gift, fellow Daoist. Safe travels. No need to see yourself out. Lei Meng hovered midair, now acutely aware that his dignity had been compromised. He couldn't help but glance up at the sky before quickly looking back down, his expression darkening as he glared at Su Yuan. This human had made him lose face before his clan leader. He would extract this human's soul and condemn it to suffer 10,000 years of thunder torture in the endless thunder prison. Meanwhile, Su Yuan was analyzing the creature before him. Streaks of starlight descended from the heavens, bringing him accurate divination results. Su Yuan gradually gained a general understanding of the being before him. He mentally compiled the key data. Name: Lei Meng. Race: Thunder Spirit Giant. Cultivation: Mid-stage Void Refinement. Weak point: Thunder Source Core. Law Comprehension: Thunder Law. Just begun. 9/1 600. Divine Abilities: Thundercloud Descent, Thunder Teleportation, Water Thunder, Thunder Domain. Weapon: Thunder Hammer, 7th grade lower tier spiritual treasure. Physical defense: comparable to 7th grade mid-tier spiritual treasure. Through gradual analysis, Su Yuan came to understand his opponent's information. The opponent's cultivation was extremely high, with formidable physical defense, possession of a 7th grade spiritual treasure, and considerable divine abilities, only slightly lacking in law comprehension. Earlier, while contemplating the Thunder Law, Su Yuan had perceived that the complete Thunder Law contained 129,600 mysteries. His opponent had comprehended 9, barely scratching the surface. In contrast, during his recent enlightenment of the heaven-overturning Thunder Sea, Su Yuan had focused specifically on Thunder's destructive properties, comprehending 72 mysteries, enough to step across the threshold of law comprehension. His physical body was also exceptionally strong. A lifespan of 120,000 years placed him in the category of super life forms, not inferior to his opponent. He similarly possessed 2 7th grade spiritual treasures. Though the myriad treasures Heaven-Earth Cauldron hadn't fully recovered to 7th grade, its fundamental nature remained. The greatest disparity lay in the quality of their magic power. Peak nascent soul magic power was 2 major realms below peak void refinement. However, because Su Yuan's magic power quality far exceeded others at his level, his peak nascent soul magic power actually equaled mid-stage soul transformation and potency, meaning the actual gap was only 1 major realm. He wondered whether his law comprehension could compensate for the magic power disparity. If it could, it would prove one thing. In cultivation, enlightenment is paramount, while magic power is secondary. All these thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Having turned back, Lei Meng was now furious. A massive hammer appeared in his hand, and with a single step, he teleported right outside the 7 Stars sect. Die! With one hammer strike, the sky filled with thunder. Su Yuan snorted coldly. The myriad treasures Heaven-Earth Cauldron transformed into a 7-star sword. Channeling his magic power through the sword, Su Yuan unleashed his modified divine ability. 7 stars, 5 elements, Thunder Sword. With one sword stroke, 6 sword shadows followed. As the 7 flying swords formed a sword formation, countless thunderbolts spread among them, ultimately coalescing into one gigantic thunder sword. The thunder essence stored within the myriad treasures Heaven-Earth Cauldron further empowered this thunder sword, causing its might to skyrocket. The giant thunder hammer clashed with the giant thunder sword midair. Boom, boom, boom. Countless thunderbolts exploded upon contact. Both spiritual treasures were sent flying back by the impact. The violent energy spread across a 100-mile radius, tearing a fine spatial crack in the sky. The instant this crack appeared, it generated an incredible suction force that swallowed all the scattered thunderbolts into the spatial rift. Even the thunder hammer and myriad treasures Heaven-Earth Cauldron were nearly pulled into the spatial crack. Fortunately, the spatial crack lasted only a moment, and neither treasure was drawn in. But the close call startled both Lei Meng and Su Yuan. Lei Meng hastily retreated dozens of miles. Su Yuan caught the Heaven-Earth Cauldron, hearing Old Qian's frightened voice, a spatial crack. That was a spatial crack. Scared me to death. If we'd been sucked into the spatial turbulence, that would have been the end of me. Su Yuan hadn't expected a spatial crack to appear either. Their attacks had reached perfectly balanced power. Su Yuan hadn't borrowed any special abilities. Relying purely on his own law comprehension, he'd fought evenly with an opponent one major realm above him. The combat enhancement from law comprehension was terrifying indeed. Regaining his composure, Lei Meng snorted coldly. Lower realm human, I underestimated you just now. This time I'll concentrate my attack. You're dead. In the blink of an eye, his 500-meter form shrank to 5 meters, with the thunder hammer shrinking proportionally while growing even more powerful. The compacted Lei Meng became far more agile, blinking through the air as he rapidly closed in on Su Yuan. Specializing in close combat, the instant Lei Meng reached Su Yuan, a 5-mile radius around him transformed into his personal thunder domain. Within this divine ability, enemies suffered suppression from heaven and earth's thunder laws, their movements severely slowed. A flash of killing intent crossed Lei Meng's eyes as he prepared to deliver a thunderous strike while his opponent was impaired. A perfect plan, yet the moment he got close to Su Yuan took a step back through a spatial portal. How can you still move? Lei Meng frowned, realizing his law domain hadn't restricted his opponent. But he didn't dwell on it. A secret realm portal? Trying to flee? With a cold laugh, Lei Meng charged forward fearlessly. In an instant, space shifted. Su Yuan and Lei Meng entered the 7th grade cave heaven spiritual treasure one after the other. You actually dared to follow me in? Su Yuan said in shock. Why wouldn't I? Lei Meng retorted. But when he sensed his surroundings, his expression drastically changed. Wait, this is inside a spiritual treasure? Bingo. Seems you couldn't even be bothered to gather intelligence. Didn't know I possessed a cave, heaven, spiritual treasure? Shall we suppress him? On it, a silver fox materialized in midair, its little face stern as it shouted, Suppress. Within the spiritual treasure, numerous restrictions instantly formed a super formation that came crashing down on Lei Meng. In that moment, Lei Meng felt 30% of his strength vanish. Though his expression darkened, Lei Meng remained calm. But Su Yuan wasn't done. Great being's demeanor. Suddenly, an aura that should belong to a mid-stage body unity cultivator emanated from Su Yuan. Locking eyes with Lei Meng, Su Yuan directed this oppressive aura at his foe. The close-range pressure from this higher cultivation realm delivered a stern warning. Under this body unity pressure, Lei Meng's strength dropped another 30%. Simultaneously, the Big Dipper shone brightly in the sky above. Countless starlight pierced through the spiritual treasure to envelop Su Yuan, boosting his strength by 70%. All these changes occurred within a single breath. Only then did Su Yuan address Lei Meng. Now we can have a fair fight. Lei Meng's face darkened to the point it seemed water might drip from it. Cheap tricks. Su Yuan frowned. You're calling me cheap? He maneuvered the floating sky pot to the center of the 7-star sex formation and commanded the formation spirit. Activate the formation. The formation spirit immediately complied. From each of the 7-star sex 7 mountain peaks, a beam of light shot into the sky. The 7 lights converged overhead, forming a 7-colored ribbon that instantly passed through the floating light pot and landed on Lei Meng. Lei Meng's strength was suppressed yet again as the colorful ribbon transformed into rainbow chains that restrained his movements. Now, Lei Meng panicked. His remaining strength was barely 10 to 20% of his peak, while his opponent kept growing stronger. With losses here and gains there, he was in grave danger. How did this happen? Lei Meng realized his situation had become extremely precarious. Attack! Su Yuan shouted loudly, charging resolutely toward Lei Meng. Within moments, the two clashed hundreds of times, sword light and thunder hammer intertwining, emitting sharp, piercing screeches. On Su Yuan's body, dozens of tiny wounds appeared, but under the starlight, they gradually healed. The starlight was filled with abundant vitality, enough to sustain Su Yuan's continuous fighting. On the other hand, Lei Mang's body looked completely unscathed. Such a tough physique, such strong regeneration. Su Yuan thought to himself, "Damn it, how do I get out of this place?" Lei Mang kept searching for a way to escape, but it was not easy to find an exit within the spiritual treasure cave. This kind of spiritual treasure was incredibly strong in trapping and suppressing enemies, but the difficulty lay in luring someone inside. Lei Mang had been too careless, which led to his passive situation now. With no other choice, Lei Mang could only continue fighting Su Yuan. Su Yuan kept attacking Lei Mang, his use of divine powers becoming increasingly skilled, and his body movements more agile with each maneuver. His wounds gradually decreased as well. Lei Mang quickly realized the problem. The human's combat experience was extremely raw, as if he had never truly fought before. Now, however, the opponent's experience was steadily improving. The frequent sword strikes landing on his body caused him considerable trouble. Anxiety grew in Lei Mang's heart. Meanwhile, Su Yuan's expression grew more and more relaxed. The two fought continuously within the floating sky pot for several days and nights. Su Yuan took a breath, stepped back slightly, and his expression turned contemplative. Work-rest balance activated. Time corridor activated. In an instant, the battles of the past several days replayed rapidly within his soul. Su Yuan swiftly absorbed and enhanced his combat experience and learned to master Lei Mang's divine power techniques one by one. "I see now." Su Yuan revealed a look of sudden realization. The fundamental principle is the law, and divine power is the application. His comprehension of the laws was sufficient. Through the opponent's continuous sparring, Su Yuan had become extremely proficient in using divine powers. He struck again with his sword. This time, the sword move was extremely concise. No longer the seven swords shining together, nor did it invoke any heavenly phenomena. Instead, it combined the seven swords into one, seemingly plain but piercing directly toward Lei Mang. Lei Mang sensed the danger of the sword light and hurriedly retreated. But the sword light flickered across a distance in an instant, striking Lei Mang directly and leaving a more obvious wound on his body. Thunder teleportation? When did you learn my thunder teleportation and integrate it into your divine power attacks? Lei Mang's face was full of disbelief. Su Yuan naturally would not explain anything to his enemy. He struck several more times. The 7 stars 5 elements thunder sword technique continuously landed on Lei Mang, sometimes leaving scorch-like wounds, sometimes corrosive wounds caused by the 5 elements law. The damage from the thunder law was comparatively subtle and caused little harm to Lei Mang. Lei Mang's resistance to thunder was too high. Su Yuan's strongest thunder law caused less damage than the newly learned 5 elements law. Enraged, Lei Mang flickered and crossed a distance to appear beside Su Yuan. However, Su Yuan also flickered, teleporting aside with thunder teleportation, then slashed back with his sword, cutting Lei Mang. Lei Mang fell into a highly passive situation. After several attempts, Lei Mang realized he had no chance of winning against this human. Under the spiritual treasure suppression, he could only endure the attacks. Trying to escape now was extremely unlikely. He recalled the spatial crack accidentally torn during their previous fight. The lower realm space was fragile. If he could unleash his full power again to tear a spatial crack, he could break the spiritual treasure's confinement and escape. With this thought, Lei Mang acted swiftly. The Thunder Source core inside him erupted with tremendous energy, all converging onto the thunder giant hammer in his hand. Su Yuan's expression tightened, ready to dodge at any moment. Lei Mang gathered a thunderbolt containing the power of the law of destruction, but did not strike Su Yuan. Instead, he smashed it fiercely into the space above. Crack! Inside the spatial spiritual treasure, a spatial crack was suddenly torn open. Terrifying spatial destruction power instantly engulfed the surroundings. Lei Mang took the brunt of it first. His body uncontrollably was dragged toward the spatial crack. No! Terror filled Lei Mang's face. The spatial tearing force erupted instantly. Under the merciless destruction of the spatial crack, Lei Mang's body was shredded into pieces in an instant. A thunder source core was swept into the spatial crack, immediately showing dozens of cracks on its surface. A large amount of thunder power spilled out, and Lei Mang's aura weakened sharply. Lei Mang's soul energy also grew extremely faint, like a candle flame flickering in the wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment. Fortunately, the spatial crack disappeared. Otherwise, the entire thunder source core would have been swallowed. Lei Mang's soul body hurriedly began repairing the cracks in the thunder source core. The core barely recovered to a complete state, but was still covered with fractures. Lei Mang's soul body, drained from repairing the core, fell into a deep slumber. Before falling asleep, Lei Mang had only one thought. It's over. Su Yuan stared blankly at the severely injured enemy, who instantly fell into a sleeping state, dumbfounded. He suspected a trick, but Lei Mang's shredded body did not seem to suggest any deceit. He even sensed that the opponent had truly lost consciousness. Su Yuan fell silent. With a wave of his hand, the floating light pot's suppressive power sealed Lei Mang's thunder source core. One restriction after another easily settled upon the core, sealing its power inside. The entire space offered no resistance to Su Yuan. With a single move, the thunder source core fell into his hands. Inside was a faint soul body, sleeping quietly. Su Yuan had captured a foundation establishment stage powerhouse alive. Old Qian appeared, looking at Lei Mang, who was now sealed, and asked blankly, "Is that it?" Su Yuan smiled bitterly. "Exactly. I was prepared for a long fight. His physique was too tough, and his regeneration strong. I couldn't finish him quickly, but he found it hard to explain briefly. He suddenly got a wild idea, thinking that tearing a spatial crack would open a spatial channel. But he didn't expect the crack's power to be so exaggerated that it crippled himself instantly." Old Qian scoffed. "Doesn't he know how terrifying spatial cracks are?" Su Yuan shook his head. "He probably doesn't. In his world, space isn't so easily broken." Old Qian was stunned. "You know where he's from?" Su Yuan shook his head. "Not sure. Probably from the Immortal realm." Old Qian's expression tightened. "The Immortal realm again?" Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" Old Qian sighed. "That great war from long ago is a bit fuzzy in my memory, but I know the enemies we face seem to be messengers from the higher realms. Those messengers wanted to exterminate the cultivation world, and cultivators had to unite and fight to the death." Su Yuan's face grew solemn. "Did you win?" "No idea, but probably not good. The strongest now can only reach foundation establishment stage. But back then there were those who reached the great ascension stage." Old Qian warned seriously. "Su Yuan, be careful. Think about your retreat options. Those messengers' power will surpass your imagination. These foundation establishment cultivators are just ordinary folk. Back then, even those crossing tribulation to great ascension appeared." Su Yuan nodded. "I know. I prepare my fallback." Old Qian's expression relaxed. Then his gaze involuntarily fell on the thunder giant hammer on the ground. His eyes gleamed greedily. "Su Yuan, let me devour this hammer. If I refine it, my rank can recover to 7th tier." Su Yuan's expression changed. "No, this is a 7th tier spiritual treasure. It would be a waste to let you devour it." He looked at the shattered ice blue stone body fragments, then at the thunder source core in his hand. "I can try to refine a spiritual treasure from these materials since they're all ready-made." "Are you serious? You want to refine a 7th tier creature into a treasure?" Old Qian was shocked. "Are you capable?" "Not now, but that doesn't mean I never will. You're not in a hurry to raise your rank anyway. Wait." Su Yuan found a special stone block among the ice blue fragments. When he sent his divine sense into it, he encountered strong resistance. Using the pressure of his consolidation stage realm, he quickly dispelled the resistance. Inside the stone block was a small, stable pocket dimension, storing some items. Su Yuan scanned it and quickly took out 3 spiritual treasures. All 3 were hammers, ranked upper 6th tier, middle 6th tier, and lower 6th tier. Su Yuan threw them to old Qian. That's enough for you to devour, right? Su Yuan asked. Enough, enough. Devouring these 3 6th-tier treasures gives me a chance to recover to 7th tier. Old Qian said excitedly. Su Yuan waved his hand, and his gaze suddenly caught a special compass. HM? What's this? He fiddled with it, and after infusing spiritual power, the center of the compass lit up. A holographic image quickly appeared above it. It was the image of a thunder giant. Meng, have you completed the clan chief's task? The thunder giant asked. Then it suddenly widened its eyes. Who are you? Where's Lei Meng? The thunder giant quickly noticed the thunder source core in Su Yuan's hand and immediately realized Lei Meng had failed the mission. Damn it! How dare you harm a member of my Thunder Spirit Giant clan? You're asking for death. The thunder giant was filled with rage. Su Yuan snorted coldly. If you dared come, be prepared to be wiped out. Such audacity. Just you wait. The thunder giant roared furiously. At this moment, Su Yuan saw a thick thread of consciousness extending toward him. He stopped operating the compass. Then he activated Mind Echo. In the next moment, he arrived inside a stone mountain. This place was inhabited by many thunder giants. Thunderbolts often fell from the sky, but were absorbed by the stones on the ground. Inside a stone building, a thunder giant tens of meters tall was furious. This was clearly the other thunder giant who had just communicated with Su Yuan across dimensions. Su Yuan's consciousness shrank into a sphere, enveloping the thunder giant inside. When the Big Dipper's starlight descended from the sky, enveloping Su Yuan's consciousness, the enraged thunder giant suddenly sensed something was wrong. World Traveler, activate. In an instant, this consciousness completed a cross-world leap, appearing out of thin air above the Black Demon Realm's Imperial City. The thunder giant wrapped inside Su Yuan's consciousness was also brought along by World Traveler. At this moment, the thunder giant was extremely confused, looking around as a group of demonic aura-wreathed figures rushed toward him from the sky, surrounding him completely. Wait, what's going on? Am I hallucinating? Demon Emperor Eudes, accompanied by 12 8th-rank demon lords, surrounded the Thunder Spirit Giant Elder. They watched the Thunder Spirit Giant with wary eyes. Just as this Great Ascension Realm Elder of the Thunder Spirit Giant race stood confused, the Big Dipper constellation in the sky suddenly blazed brilliantly. 7 radiant stars projected their light downward, falling upon the Thunder Spirit Giant's body. The Thunder Spirit Giant's aura abruptly surged. Though the increase was minuscule, it was clearly a beneficial effect. The Thunder Spirit Giant Elder grew even more bewildered. In the sky, starlight condensed into a 3-headed, 3-faced figure as Su Yuan's voice resounded. I am the 7 Stars Tao Lord. Those who sincerely believe in me shall receive the gift of eternal life. Those who slander and revile shall be deemed heretics. I bestow upon you the Thunder Envoy to bring your destruction. After these words, the 3-headed, 6-armed starlight figure transformed into dense starlight that all converged upon the Thunder Spirit Giant Elder. As a result, the Thunder Spirit Giant's body shone even more brilliantly. By now, the Thunder Spirit Giant Elder had realized something. His expression changed as he looked toward the heavens, but the phantom figure had already vanished, leaving only the Big Dipper constellation in the sky, still shining upon him and providing negligible power support. Wait, everyone, I have something to say. I'm not any so-called Thunder Envoy. We mustn't be fooled by that bastard. The Thunder Spirit Giant immediately sent a mental message to the 13 demonic cultivators around him. Mental communication could convey general meaning even across language barriers. He believed they wouldn't be so foolish as to fall for such an obvious trick. However, the Thunder Spirit Giant's attempt failed. Upon hearing the beginning of the message, Demon Emperor Eudes immediately blocked the Elder's consciousness from entering his mind. Instead, he warned the 12 demon lords, don't listen to his mental message. Who knows if this otherworldly being's abilities can affect us through speech alone? Understood, Demon Emperor, this Thunder Envoy is too powerful. We must go all out against him. Another demon lord complained. I told you we shouldn't have offended deities from other realms. If worst comes to worst, we should submit to this 7 stars Dao Lord. There's no harm in worshipping him. A nearby demon lord immediately objected. Mandala, are you an idiot? With a powerful enemy before us, you dare shake morale? After this battle, you'll answer for this crime. Demon Emperor Yudi shouted. Enough arguing. First we defeat this Thunder Envoy. In the demon realm, strength is all that matters. If we can't defeat this envoy, there won't be any afterwards to discuss. At his words, demon lords of all opinions nodded in agreement. Their gazes toward the Thunder Spirit Giant Elder grew increasingly hostile. Frowning at the escalating tension, the Thunder Spirit Giant realized he had no choice but to fight. Where's this place? Why is there so much demonic energy? The concentration, this doesn't seem like the demon realm, but rather a mortal world beneath it. Damn it, there's no spiritual energy here to replenish my consumption. I can't drag this out, or the situation will turn dire. Though wary of the enemy who had transported him here, the Elder remained calm. If his opponent could easily kill him, they would have done so already. Why bother moving him here? Perhaps they could only manage this teleportation technique, and nothing more. There was still hope. True Demon Subjugation Formation. Activate. From 12 city gates of the imperial capital, towering demonic energy rose, coalescing into 12 super demonic effigies, each a kilometer tall. The 12 demon lords stepped forward, merging with the effigies to control the formation's nodes. A massive formation activated instantly, bringing tremendous pressure down upon the Thunder Spirit Giant Elder. His originally powerful aura was abruptly suppressed as the surroundings transformed. The imperial city vanished, replaced by a sea of black flames. Before the Elder could react, countless flaming meteors descended from the sky, hurtling toward him, seeking death. The Thunder Spirit Giant Elder raged. He had hoped to avoid fighting through discussion, but these demonic cultivators had struck first. Were they fools? Didn't they understand the principle of the snipe and clam, fighting only for the fisherman's gain? A giant hammer appeared in the Elder's hand. Swinging it skyward, hammer shadows transformed into a thunderstorm that surged upward. The collision between demonic fire meteors and thunderstorm within the formation space created shockwaves spanning tens of thousands of miles. This violent battle far surpassed Su Yuan's previous minor skirmish in scale. Watching from high above, Su Yuan marveled at the terrifying spectacle below. Impressive. This thunder giant is incredibly strong. Su Yuan noticed continuous flashes of teleportation light elsewhere in the imperial city. Streams of demonic cultivators emerged, including many 7th and 8th rank practitioners. Under the human emperor's direction, they swiftly joined the true demon subjugation formation, visibly multiplying its power several-fold. They're gathering all of Black Demon Realm's strongest experts for a life-or-death battle against this celestial being. The scene felt eerily familiar to Su Yuan, reminding him of old Qian's words about immortal envoys attempting to destroy the Tianyuan realm. Wasn't this the same scenario? Su Yuan rubbed his head sheepishly. Had he accidentally become what he despised most? Within the formation, the Thunder Spirit Giant Elder wreaked havoc. His thunder hammer seemed to contain an ocean of lightning. Each strike dealt significant damage to the formation. Demon cultivators' bodies began rupturing. Those below 7th rank could only endure momentarily before needing replacement. 27 8th rank demon lords had gathered, nearly all in the Black Demon Realm. Even with the formation's assistance, they could only barely maintain a stalemate against the single Thunder Spirit Giant Elder. Hold on, everyone, the Demon Emperor shouted. He comes from another realm, using spiritual energy. There's none here to replenish him. Victory will be ours. The 27 demon lords nodded solemnly. The Thunder Spirit Giant Elder roared in frustration. Fools, stop fighting. If this continues, I won't hold back. But with no shared language and his mental messages ignored, his fury mounted. The Demon Emperor interpreted differently. He's cursing us. Our attacks are working. Enraged, the elder laughed bitterly. Stupid lower realm barbarians. Then witnessed the might of immortal techniques. He bellowed, summoning the thunder law to manifest. Countless lightning bolts descended from the heavens, converging on his body. In an instant, he grew dozens of miles tall. The Dharma aspect manifestation. Take this hammer. The now colossal elder brought his equally enlarged hammer crashing down. A streak of lightning split the sky as the hammer struck the formation. Boom! Destructive thunder power tore through the formation, ravaging the imperial city. Buildings crumbled to dust. Countless demonic cultivators perished instantly, their screams cut short as they turned to ash. Even the surrounding demonic energy was obliterated. The entire imperial city vanished, replaced by a thunder-scorched wasteland. The formation shattered. Hundreds of thousands of demonic cultivators died, their demon infants and nascent souls incinerated by the residual thunder force, transforming into pure demonic energy that dispersed, then converted into spiritual energy under the lightning's power. The thunder spirit giant elder inhaled deeply, absorbing the spiritual energy converted from his victims' remains to replenish his depleted reserves. The 27 surviving 8th-rank demon lords escaped in disarray, all wounded, staring in horror at the elder who had returned to normal size. Though the formation's remnant flames distorted the air with heat, icy dread filled their hearts. The elder snorted coldly. Now you know my power? Don't provoke me. He turned to leave, seeking a way home. Watching him go amidst the ruins of his capital and countless dead, the Demon Emperor shouted, "Don't be fooled." That was his desperate final attack. Now's our chance. If we let him recover, the Black Demon realm is doomed. The Demon Lord's expressions hardened. "We fight," they chorused. The Demon Emperor charged forward, his demonic blade radiating terrifying bloodlight, condensed from the resentment of billions of dead souls, a truly malevolent weapon. The Thunder Spirit Giant Elder turned, swinging his hammer to meet the blade. Clang! Their collision split earth and sky for hundreds of miles. The Demon Emperor's eyes lit up. He blocked it. He's weakened. Indeed, the Elder looked strained. Not yet a mortal realm. He couldn't quickly reuse such techniques. Damn it! As the Demon Emperor pressed the attack, the other 27 demon lords struck simultaneously. The Elder dodged some attacks, withstood others harmlessly, but several soul-based attacks rattled his consciousness. Shaking his head irritably, the Elder revealed his weakness. A demon lord exclaimed, "His soul is vulnerable. His physical defense is strong, but not his spiritual defense." The Demon Emperor's eyes lit up. So that's it. He's finished. Their demon cultivators were actually quite skilled at soul attacks. At first, when the Demon Emperor saw the Thunder Law manifest, he instinctively dared not use soul attacks, since thunder naturally suppresses the soul. But it was clear that the Thunder Spirit Giant Clan was not good at soul attack or defense, despite the Thunder Law's natural suppression of soul attacks. The demon cultivators immediately changed their battle tactics. Countless soul attacks and divine sense strikes surged toward the Thunder Spirit Giant Elder. The Thunder Spirit Giant Elder's expression changed drastically. The soul entity within the Thunder Source core immediately began showing signs of damage. Damn it, our Thunder Spirit Giant Clan's soul weakness has been discovered. Curse it. Once I break through to the immortal realm, where soul and immortal body merge, this weakness will disappear. I'm only one step away from immortality. The Thunder Spirit Giant Elder was furious. But the battle situation did not change according to his will. He began to fall into disadvantage. The violent thunder attacks tore huge fissures in the earth, but the demon cultivators stayed far away, launching soul attacks from a distance. This made the Thunder Spirit Giant Elder roar angrily again and again. He charged off to escape, but 28 demon cultivators relentlessly pursued him. "If you dare keep chasing me, I'll annihilate your entire realm's people," the Thunder Spirit Giant Elder roared. But the demon cultivators still did not respond. The Thunder Spirit Giant Elder was enraged. He crossed the distance and arrived at another city. The city's defense formation was already activated, but under a single strike from the Thunder Spirit Giant's hammer, the city and its people were reduced to ruins. A large number of demon cultivators perished. The demon lords' faces darkened like water, but they continued to unleash soul attacks. Every time the Thunder Spirit Giant tried to counterattack, the Demon Emperor stepped forward, using his demonic blade to block the giant's strikes. With the other demon lords restraining him, the Thunder Spirit Giant could not inflict any substantial damage on them. The Thunder Spirit Giant roared fiercely again and again. His speed was faster than theirs, but they could chase him through various teleportation arrays. Looking around, he was surrounded by enemies everywhere. In this way, the Thunder Spirit Giant Elder destroyed 180 cities in succession. Finally, in front of the 181st city, he was severely wounded by the demon cultivators. Within his Thunder Source core, his soul entity was already shattered beyond repair, and destruction was imminent. But the damage he inflicted on the demon clan was also considerable. Hundreds of billions of demons died beneath his hammer, including a large number of demon cultivators. His contribution was enough for Yuan to remember. The 28 demon cultivators still maintained a safe distance, continuously releasing soul attacks. They did not dare approach until the Thunder Spirit Giant Elder's soul aura completely dissipated. Yuan watched the entire scene from nearby. Seeing that they did not move forward, he felt their extreme caution. He looked at the mind echo, where the consciousness had already vanished, and confirmed that the Thunder Spirit Giant Elder had perished. His mind immediately stirred with activity. The Big Dipper suddenly shone brightly, enveloping the Thunder Spirit Giant Elder's corpse. The demon cultivators' expressions changed. Under their watchful eyes, the aura-faded Thunder Spirit Giant Elder instantly disappeared without a trace. The Demon Emperor stared blankly at the vanished giant, his grip on the demonic blade relaxing involuntarily. He glanced at the surrounding demon lords. Each of them looked exhausted and badly wounded, but fortunately, all were still alive. He looked up nervously at the Big Dipper. However, the starlight gradually dimmed and did not change further. Whoosh! The exhalations of the demons stirred up waves of dust. Demon Emperor, withdraw those orders, a demon lord said. The Demon Emperor clenched his demonic blade, glanced at the ruined city, and finally sighed heavily. Understood, return. Rebuild the demon's city. Swish, swish, swish. One figure after another instantly vanished, returning to handle follow-up affairs. Yuan's consciousness, however, remained. On the system panel, his fame value was skyrocketing at an astonishing speed. Name, Yuan. Region, Black Demon Realm. Rank, Supreme of One Realm, 2.2 E/10E. Stage, Peak Nascent Soul, 100 out of 100. Entry 1, Work-Rest Balance, LV2, 3/10 current rest time, 0.3 days. Entry 2, Daoist Techniques, naturally LV2, 3/10. Entry 3, 7 stars Shine Bright LV2, 3 out of 10. Entry 4, Mind Echo LV2, 2 out of 10. Entry 5, Great Being's Demeanor LV2, 2 out of 10. Entry 6, Responding to Danger LV2, 2/10 lifespan, 120,005 years. Entry 7, World Traveler LV2, 2/10. Entry 8, Time Corridor LV2, 2/10. Entry 9, To be unlocked. Yuan was shocked. Just now, after breaking through 1E fame, he actually advanced further to reach the Supreme of One Realm fame level. The Black Demon Realm's ceiling is higher than the Tianyuan Realm's. Yuan immediately realized this. This obviously meant he had the chance to obtain a 9th entry. And this entry, if nothing unexpected happened, might be the last. After reaching supreme of one realm, could there be a higher level? Not necessarily. Su Yuan pondered briefly and decided not to dwell on it. His fame in the Black Demon realm continued to surge rapidly. The fame value quickly soared to 5 points, only halfway to 10 But the speed of increase then began to slow. Obviously, the well-informed demons already knew about Su Yuan's matter. But the Black Demon realm's territory was much larger than the Green Vine continent of the Tianyuan realm. For other beings to learn about this, time was still needed to brew. However, Su Yuan estimated that reaching 10 fame without intervention would be difficult in the short term, possibly requiring decades. This was easy to understand. Those at higher stages basically already knew. Further spread would only reach some lower-level cultivators, and many lower-level beings might never learn what happened before. Ordinary demons might know a great battle occurred, but not why or what the outcome was. Such a catastrophe, hundreds of cities destroyed, hundreds of billions of lives lost, would obviously not be publicized by the Demon Emperor, who would instead deliberately block information spread. Of course, if Su Yuan summoned another Thunder Spirit Giant Elder, this process would accelerate countless times. But he guessed that the place was already on alert, making it hard to move a Thunder Spirit Giant away as easily as this time. It will be difficult to lock onto a moving object for relocation. There will be opportunities later. Su Yuan's consciousness returned to his body. Above cave number 6. Suddenly, a gigantic thunder giant corpse appeared out of thin air. This giant was enormous, over 900 meters tall, like a small mountain. It immediately startled all the cultivators in the sect. "It's nothing, just a corpse." Su Yuan's voice spread out, calming those rushing toward his cave. Several nascent soul elders looked at each other. They had lost count of how many times they had overreacted to Su Yuan's antics recently. His deeds kept escalating. Su Yuan moved his mind and stored the corpse inside the floating light pot. He followed and entered, gazing at the mountain-sized Thunder Spirit Giant, marveling what a huge body. He stepped forward, but the myriad treasures heaven-earth cauldron on him suddenly darted out, trembling as it retreated. "What's wrong?" Su Yuan asked in surprise. "Didn't you feel it? A terrifying, murderous aura is rushing over. I simply can't get close." Old Qin said. Even Xiao Li, who had transformed to physical form, could not approach. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. With great being's demeanor, he truly felt no pressure at all. But when he stood before the corpse, he hesitated, scratching his head. How should I make use of this? He struck the corpse with all his might. With a clear clang, the sound echoed out. But the Thunder Spirit Giant Elder's corpse surface showed not the slightest damage. Su Yuan pulled a corner of his mouth. Over 28th rank attacks, and no damage. I seem even weaker. This is too tough. Suddenly, Su Yuan heard a cracking sound. He looked over and saw Shao Kai Su Si had broken free from evolution within the Silver Spirit Waterfall. Her body glowed with the 6-colored radiance of the 9-colored celestial fish as she happily flew out. I broke through. I'm 4th rank now. Shao Kai joyfully flew around for a while, then noticed Su Yuan, Su Li, and Su Qian watching her. Shao Kai blew bubbles and shyly said, "Why are you all staring at me?" Su Qian asked suspiciously, "Don't you feel anything unusual?" "What?" Shao Kai was puzzled. Su Yuan cleared his throat and said, "Turn around and look." Shao Kai turned her body and then saw an ice blue wall. She flew a little higher and saw a huge ice blue giant. She jumped in fright, exclaiming, "What is this?" "A corpse," Su Yuan said. "Higher rank. Didn't you sense any murderous aura or pressure?" "No." Shao Kai shook her head, then her eyes brightened. "A corpse? Meat? Can I eat it?" Su Yuan was stunned and hesitated. "This isn't meat, it's stone. I don't know what it is either. I'll try eating it," Shao Kai immediately said. She flew to the giant's finger and bit down hard. Crunch! The 9th rank stone was actually bitten. Shao Kai chewed twice and swallowed it. Su Yuan's eyes went wide. "Wow, Shao Kai, your teeth are that strong." Shao Kai's body glowed brightly with 6-colored light. As Shao Kai's master, Su Yuan sensed a new spatial dimension seemingly formed inside her. The ice-blue stones entered this space and began slowly dissolving. The speed was slow, but this was the flesh and blood of a ninth-rank Thunder Spirit giant. Shao Kai could really swallow and digest it. Thus, under Su Yuan's watchful eyes, Shao Kai bit into the giant's fingers one by one. The 10-meter-long palm gradually disappeared into her belly under her consumption. At one moment, Shao Kai frowned and spat out a piece of stone from her mouth, complaining, "This isn't flesh and blood. Can't eat it." Su Yuan scanned with his divine sense, and his eyes brightened immediately. "This is a Thunder Spirit giant's storage device." He joyfully took it and began to refine it with his divine sense. However, he quickly found that the refining speed was slow. The core restrictions on this storage device were difficult to dissolve. But since it was ownerless, refining was only a matter of time. After Shao Kai had eaten half the hand, she sighed and said, "I'm going to sleep again." Shao Kai wagged her tail and returned to the bottom of the Silver Spirit Lake to continue sleeping. Meanwhile, Su Yuan saw the Thunder Spirit giant's hand, half devoured, automatically regenerating, soon returning to its original form. Su Yuan sensed strands of magical power spontaneously forming inside him, confirming it was non-illusion. He looked at the Thunder Spirit giant corpse with new eyes. This was an endless food source. Fortunately, he didn't have to eat it. Shao Kai could. I broke through in cultivation. Su Yuan was surprised to discover that, aided by Shao Kai's six-colored energy feedback, his cultivation had silently advanced to the nascent soul stage. The abundant, positive thunder energy easily transformed his nascent soul into a nascent spirit. A ninth-grade life-bound treasure, just one step away from becoming an immortal artifact. Su Yuan turned his attention to the hammer held in the corpse's other hand. This hammer had reached ninth grade, barely missing the immortal artifact threshold. Originally, it could have advanced alongside its master to immortal status, but now that opportunity was lost forever. As a life-bound treasure without an artifact spirit, it would slowly develop one over time without an owner, eventually transforming into a ninth-grade spiritual treasure. Old Qian gulped audibly. "Should I devour this? Can you even digest it?" Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. "I can now, though it'll be slow. But once it starts developing spiritual awareness, I won't be able to refine it anymore. This is a critical window. With ninth-grade treasure's potential, it could develop spiritual awareness within moments." Old Qian urgently explained. Su Yuan frowned. Consuming a ninth-grade treasure seemed wasteful, but since he couldn't refine it himself, this was the next best option. "Fine, go ahead and devour it." Old Qian was overjoyed. The myriad treasure's heaven-earth cauldron flipped upside down, its opening facing the ninth-grade life-bound treasure as it exerted a powerful suction force. The masterless ninth-grade thunder hammer floated up and was drawn into the cauldron. The cauldron suddenly became immensely heavy, crashing to the ground before sinking deep beneath the surface. "So heavy." Shaoli frowned. "Master, should we throw it out?" "Throw it beneath cave number 6, Su Yuan nodded. Su Li promptly tossed the cauldron into the spiritual vein below the cave dwelling. Old Qian didn't care about his location. He was already fully focused on refining the ninth-grade treasure. Meanwhile, Su Yuan remained deep in thought, staring at the Thunder Spirit giant's corpse. With a flip of his hand, a scripture appeared. 7 Extremes Sect Secret Transmission. Second Nascent Soul Record. Shao Li's eyes widened. "Master, are you thinking of—" Su Yuan looked at the Thunder Spirit giant elder's corpse. "Exactly. I want to cultivate a second nascent soul and attempt to possess this Thunder Spirit giant." Shaoli gasped sharply. "But this is a ninth-grade being." Su Yuan smiled faintly. "Who's already dead, and whose soul has perished while the body remains perfectly intact." Shaoli remained stunned, but upon reflection, realized this plan actually had remarkable feasibility. Activating his work-life balance trait, Su Yuan quickly comprehended the second nascent soul technique. This extremely difficult method required splitting one soul in half to cultivate a second nascent soul, an excruciating process that could cause severe damage if recovery couldn't keep pace. Reading the scripture, Su Yuan's enhanced comprehension from work-life balance immediately allowed him to derive an optimized version of the technique. In one step, he exited the cave treasure and arrived at cave number 6. In the medicinal fields stood a thriving, soul-nourishing wood. Under constant nourishment from the Big Dipper's starlight over years of cultivation, it had reached lower 4th grade. Suda hurried over. "Master, is there a problem with the soul-nourishing wood?" Su Yuan waved his hand. "No, you've cultivated it well." With a beckoning gesture, a soul entity identical to Su Yuan emerged from the wood, radiating nascent soul-level spiritual energy. The moment the soul emerged, Su Yuan activated the second nascent soul technique. Complex, mystical patterns materialized, imprinting onto the soul entity. Within moments, the second nascent soul was preliminarily completed. Su Yuan's consciousness split in two, gaining dual perspectives, one from his main body, the other from the soul entity in his hand. The dormant soul awakened, opening eyes that met Su Yuan's main body's gaze. Both original and second nascent soul smiled simultaneously. Who knew the sliver of soul I left in the soul-nourishing would develop into a complete soul entity after years of nurturing? With minimal refinement, it became my second nascent soul, since it was originally part of me anyway. With a sigh, Su Yuan extracted another soul fragment from his main body and implanted it into the wood, instructing Su to continue cultivating this. "It's one of my lifelines, don't slack off. This task is critically important, understand?" Su Da's expression turned solemn. "Master, I swear to protect the soul-nourishing wood with my life." Su Yuan smiled. The wood's safety wasn't really in question under his watch. He'd just given Su a sense of purpose. Nodding, Su Yuan returned to the cave treasure in one step. Placing the second nascent soul into his dantian, he began elevating its cultivation. Channeling his own spiritual energy and the power feedback from Little Kai into the second nascent soul, it rapidly transformed from a nascent soul entity toward a full nascent soul form. The technique states second nascent souls can't advance independently. Why is that? If possessing another body with high innate cultivation, would that affect the second nascent soul's advancement? Difficulty advancing second nascent souls was common knowledge, but the underlying reasons remained unexplored, either ignored or beyond ordinary cultivators' ability to investigate. This piqued Su Yuan's interest as potential future research. While reading the technique, he noticed this limitation. Though his trait state offered no solution, he discovered that possessing a high-level body wouldn't restrict the second nascent soul from reaching that body's original cultivation. Before him lay a perfect vessel, a near-immortal body, meaning his second nascent soul could theoretically advance all the way to pre-immortal levels. After half a day, the second nascent soul reached nascent soul level under massive energy infusion. Taking a deep breath, Su Yuan had his second nascent soul leave his body and approach the Thunder Spirit Giant Elder's Thunder Source core. The second nascent soul plunged inside. The powerful physical defenses couldn't stop this soul-level invasion. The second nascent soul successfully entered the core and began merging with it, an unexpectedly smooth process. The original soul had been completely scrubbed away by the 8th grade demonic cultivators, leaving no remnants. Su Yuan's hostile takeover proceeded without resistance. At a certain moment, Su Yuan's consciousness successfully took over the Thunder Spirit Giant Elder's body. A massive finger twitched slightly, then nothing more. Su Yuan's main body smiled awkwardly. Success. But the body's too powerful. The nascent soul needs time to adapt. He could clearly sense his second nascent soul advancing at astonishing speed, nourished by the Thunder Spirit Giant's energy. Another half-day passed. The Thunder Spirit giant finally stood up slowly. Su Yuan felt the incredible power of his new body, eyes shining with brilliant light. Such energy depletion, an intense hunger struck him. The body was completely drained after successive battles. Suddenly remembering something, Su Yuan's consciousness spanned vast distances to see Elder Lei Yin still fleeing across the sea. The descending thunder sea above him gradually approached the surface. Countless creatures fled in panic, but none could escape the thunder sea's massive range quickly enough. Su Yuan's eyes lit up. Perfect energy replenishment opportunity. Activating Mind Echo, part of his consciousness appeared on Dragon Transformation Island in the Immortal Origin realm. 7 true dragons miserably calculated the Big Dipper's patterns, expressions utterly defeated. Why is the master making us learn this? Shouldn't we just eat and sleep to advance? One dragon complained. Little 36 smacked its head. Idiot! That just makes you power's slave. True dragons who can't control their strength are bad students. Oh! The dragon extended 5 claws, staring at the Big Dipper while calculating, until it fell asleep mid-calculation. Su Yuan watched speechlessly as all 7 dragons soon succumbed to sleep. Then he activated World Traveler. Instantly, a massive Thunder Spirit giant body materialized above Dragon Transformation Island. Terrifying 9th-grade pressure erupted, jolting all 7 dragons awake. Master, save us! Dragon slaughter! Wah! Their panic cries went ignored as Su Yuan immediately reactivated World Traveler, making the Thunder Spirit giant avatar vanish. But in the next instant, a massive dragon claw appeared, snapping at where the giant had been, just missing as Su Yuan teleported away. The residual consciousness Su Yuan left behind shuddered violently. Then, an enormous dragon head emerged from clouds, several miles tall, attached to hundreds of miles of serpentine body undulating through the clouds. In the immortal realm, achieving such size indicated unimaginable power. The dragon sounded surprised anyone could evade its grasp. Thunder Spirit giants dare trespass on Dragon Transformation Island? The mighty dragon snorted coldly. A mere heavenly immortal level race. I'll exterminate half your kind as warning. Its claw pierced through void space, striking down across unimaginable distances. When withdrawn, it held countless Thunder Source cores. Chewing them contentedly, the dragon nodded. Not bad. This scene shocked Su Yuan and countless dragon-blooded creatures on Dragon Transformation Island. They all stared blankly at the sky, feeling deep admiration and intense pride towards the dragon expert's power. The 7 little dragons stood dumbfounded, their eyes sparkling as they gazed at the dragon head. The dragon head glanced down and exclaimed in surprise, You 7 young dragons have unexpectedly pure bloodlines. How strange. The dragon elder calculated with his fingers and said in astonishment, You've been tainted by the bloodline of the myriad-colored, heaven-swallowing carp? It washed away all your impure bloodlines. Then you transformed into true dragon blood through the dragon gate. Interesting. Since your bloodlines are so pure, there's no need to stay on this island anymore. Come with me. With one claw, he grabbed the 7 little dragons. Then, with a flick of his dragon tail and turn of his head, he vanished without a trace amid clouds and mist, leaving only the excited roars of countless dragon-blooded creatures on the island. What just happened? Su Yuan was completely baffled. Meanwhile, beyond the 9 heavens of Tianyuan realm, on a floating island, the slumbering thunder giant suddenly awoke. Damn it, what are those dragons doing? They suddenly attacked our territory, wiping out nearly half our clan. 13 Earth Immortals fell. This represents millions of years of accumulation for our Thunder Spirit giant clan. My children and descendants were among them. The Thunder Giant went mad with rage. Their clan had always been peaceful. Who could have imagined the dragons would do this? Damn it, I must report to our patriarch and demand justice. He hurriedly stood up and headed for the teleportation array, glancing back at Yuan realm. With Lei Meng there, Yuan realm won't fall into chaos. I'll make this quick. The round trip won't take more than 10 years. Nothing major can happen in that time. With that thought, the Thunder Giant hastily entered the teleportation array and disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving only the island slowly orbiting beyond the 9 heavens. Yuan quickly withdrew his consciousness, his main body's heart pounding wildly. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. What kind of existence was that? Probably an incredible powerhouse, even in the immortal realm. After catching his breath, Yuan muttered, "Wait." He said the 7 little ones were tainted by the myriad-colored, heaven-swallowing carp's bloodline. His gaze turned to little Kai, who was currently undergoing metamorphosis. Any bloodline valued by such an expert must be extraordinary, yet little Kai seemed like nothing more than an ornamental pet. Aside from being able to feed back cultivation and having a voracious appetite, there didn't seem anything special about her. Yuan had completely forgotten how little Kai had devoured ninth-order beings as easily as eating radishes. His attention then shifted elsewhere. His Thunder Spirit giant avatar, after 2 inter-realm crossings, had directly achieved spatial teleportation and arrived beside Elder Lei Yin. Elder Lei Yin was swept by the overwhelming pressure from the Thunder Spirit Giant and plunged headfirst into the sea, swallowing a mouthful of water. Sensing deadly danger, he immediately dove deeper without daring to look back. "Don't panic, Elder Lei Yin. It's me." Yuan's voice transmitted directly into the Elder's consciousness. Elder Lei Yin froze as he felt the pressure above the sea's surface recede. He swam back up and looked. A terrifying ice-blue giant, nearly 2 li tall, was staring expressionlessly at him. "An ancestor," Elder Lei Yin stammered. Yuan controlled the Thunder Spirit Giant to nod slowly. "Your current form?" Lei Yin asked cautiously. "I seized this creature with my second nascent soul." "Don't worry," Yuan explained. Elder Lei Yin nodded in understanding, then suddenly realized something. He asked dumbfoundedly, "You've reached the nascent soul stage? In just a few years. And this new body, what was its original cultivation? I can barely breathe in its presence. I just broke through yesterday by luck. This body was at the Great Ascension Realm. Ask me about it when you return to the sect. Right now, I need to absorb this thunder sea. No time to explain." With a wave of his hand, Yuan made Elder Lei Yin disappear, first sending him to a remote location in the Black Demon Realm before instantly teleporting him back to the sect. Elder Lei Yin stood before a smiling Yuan, his mind completely blank. "Elder, welcome back to 7 Stars Sect," Yuan said cheerfully, pouring him tea. The Elder's trembling hands nearly spilled the tea as he accepted it. Quickly controlling the spilled liquid back into the cup, he drank mechanically. "Good tea," he muttered numbly. Meanwhile, the Thunder Spirit Giant Avatar stepped directly into the Thunder Sea. Violent lightning immediately surged toward him, only to be rapidly absorbed by his body. His instincts automatically converted the surrounding thunder into energy, rapidly replenishing his depleted reserves. How familiar this thunder energy feels, like returning to a mother's embrace. The Thunder Spirit Giant body felt incredibly comfortable absorbing the lightning. Surprisingly, fragments of thunder law comprehension spontaneously appeared in his mind. These lightning bolts contained pieces of thunder law. Why doesn't this lightning reject me at all? It's as if we share the same origin. Yuan watched in amazement as the lightning willingly merged with his body. Some bolts even approached immortal-level thunder. Originally planning to avoid the immortal thunder, Yuan now decided to try absorbing it. As he approached one strand, it naturally drew near and merged into his body, beginning to temper his thunder form. Yuan was stunned. This is incredible fortune. He took a deep breath of thunder energy. In truth, these immortal thunder strands were originally exhaled by the Thunder Spirit Giant Patriarch. Discarded energy from his cultivation, essentially waste thunder. But for pre-immortal Thunder Spirit Giants, This was invaluable nourishment, even a foundation for immortality. The patriarch had intended to weaken Yuan realm's heavenly power with this waste thunder, never expecting another thunder spirit giant would come reclaim it. The enormous thunder sea rapidly converged towards Yuan's body like water draining into a bottomless pit. Each crystalline cell of the thunder spirit giant formed its own spatial pocket capable of storing vast amounts of thunder energy. Moving swiftly through the sea, Yuan found the lightning entering his body more easily than refining natural thunder. Though unclear why, he decided to absorb first and ask questions later. Within half a day, the massive thunder sea had been completely devoured. The area that had known constant thunder for countless years finally became calm again. Yuan burped contentedly. He was stuffed. The amount of immortal thunder within him was terrifying. He felt this avatar might achieve physical immortality. Just then, golden clouds suddenly appeared in the sky. Yuan looked up in surprise. Is that celestial merit? As he wondered, a golden pillar of light descended upon his second nascent soul. The celestial merit automatically merged with it, causing its cultivation to rise uncontrollably. Wait, no. Yuan's expression changed. His second nascent soul's power was skyrocketing. He urgently stopped the merit infusion, instead using it to perfectly fuse his soul with the thunder spirit giant body. True to its reputation as a universal remedy, the celestial merit worked wonders. The previous incompatibility between his human soul and giant body began resolving astonishingly. His control over the form became increasingly natural. When the merit light faded, Yuan's second nascent soul had completely fused with the thunder spirit giant. His eyes shone brightly. The limitation on the second nascent soul's advancement seems lifted. They've truly become one. The inherent flaw preventing the second nascent soul technique from progressing had been fixed by the celestial merit. Just as Yuan rejoiced, numerous law chains connected to him. His face fell. Are they cutting the bridge after crossing the river? When he tried breaking free, many chains shattered effortlessly. Bewildered, Yuan suddenly sensed a heavenly restriction being lifted. A quick calculation revealed the truth. Yuan realm's upper limit had been raised from the foundation establishment stage to the great ascension realm. Oh no! Yuan was horrified. A tremendous roar came from Green Vine continent's direction. Looking over, Yuan saw the continent rising. Coastlines expanded as submerged land emerged. The continent's area multiplied hundreds of times as spiritual energy surged upward, flooding the entire landmass. Looking down, Yuan saw the former Thunder Sea Islands rapidly ascending. Seas split as new continents formed, the ocean floor transforming into vast plains. Yuan realm's land area was expanding thousands of times over. Anxiously looking skyward, Yuan knew such changes couldn't escape the notice of that immortal thunder giant station beyond. We're doomed. Time to consider fleeing. The sky was completely still. The worry that Yuan had did not immediately come to pass. But he did not relax because of that. He knew very well that the guy in the sky loved to sleep. Right now, he was probably asleep. Once awake, he would definitely bring a crisis to the Yuan realm. Especially the Seven Stars sect, which had previously dispatched thunder spirit giants at the Foundation establishment stage to attack them. Now, they would likely send Great Ascension realm experts directly, and probably more than one. The thunder spirit giant clone, after passing through the Black Demon realm as a relay, returned to the sect in the blink of an eye. Its size shrank to about 2 meters tall, but it still retained the appearance of a thunder spirit giant. Yuan patted the clone's body and praised. With his clone guarding the Tao, the sense of security is overwhelming. At this moment, 5 nascent soul elders inside the sect, along with sect leader Gu Qingzhu, hurried again to the entrance of Yuan's cave dwelling. Coincidentally, Yuan also wanted to find them, so he waved his hand and opened the cave's protective formation. The 6 of them came to Yuan's side. Gu Qingzhu was the first to speak. Ancestor, just now there was a massive tremor in the earth. The ley lines have undergone great changes. Do you know what happened? Gu Qingzhu gradually stopped addressing Su Yuan by name. This change had appeared gradually as Su Yuan's strength rose. Su Yuan sighed softly in his heart, but did not stop Gu Qingzhu's change in address. This was unavoidable. In the cultivation world, strength spoke louder than anything. The world just advanced. The ancient continent, which had been submerged, has risen anew. Its area increased by roughly 10,000 times. But the spiritual energy concentration of this newborn continent is low. It's currently unsuitable for establishing settlements, Su Yuan said. Nangong Xianwen was shocked. The ancient continent has reappeared? This is truly witnessing history. Besides the continent's changes, foundation establishment is no longer the cultivation ceiling. It has now been raised to the great ascension realm. Su Yuan said. Everyone was filled with awe. Gu Qingzhu sighed softly, such a change appearing now. If it had come earlier, our previous ancestor wouldn't have had to leave the green vine continent. Su Yuan asked in confusion. They were only at the foundation establishment stage before and couldn't ascend. How did they leave the green vine continent? Nangong Xianwen explained. When our ancestor left the legacy secret realm, he also left a spatial coordinate. He said that breaking the space, there would open a temporary spatial passage, through which one could leave the green vine continent. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. Interesting. Nangong Xianwen immediately handed over a jade slip. Su Yuan took the jade slip and saw the spatial coordinate indicated on it, not far from the Seven Stars sect. He casually put it away, having no intention to go there for now, keeping it as a backup escape route. There is one more matter. I sense that the Tianyuan realm will face a great tribulation. Before that, we must find a way to send the disciples to other worlds to avoid the disaster, Su Yuan added. Tianyuan realm? You mean our green vine continent? Gu Qingzhu asked in surprise. Yes, including all current continents, oceans, and places accessible by flight. All belong to the Tianyuan realm. How do we travel to other worlds? Through that spatial passage. Elder Lei Yin asked. Su Yuan calmly replied, I can send you to other worlds. Besides refuge, you can also train there and help me with some matters. Gu Qingzhu immediately felt a burst of joy. Ancestor, please give your orders. We will definitely fulfill them. No one doubted Su Yuan's words much, because Elder Lei Yin had already told them about being instantly teleported back to the sect by the ancestor. Su Yuan said, It's simple. Spread my name and preach my supreme techniques. Of course, the outer sect can only spread part of it. If they want to learn more of the Seven Stars techniques, they will need to join the Seven Stars sect. Hearing this, everyone nodded knowingly. Such a task didn't seem too difficult. Recall the sect disciples. Also recall the nascent soul elders. Su Yuan added. Understood, they replied. They hurriedly left, busy with Su Yuan's orders. Su Yuan thought for a moment and waved his hand. In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared out of thin air before him. Song Kai looked around bewildered, still holding a ledger to read. But upon seeing Su Yuan, his expression immediately became respectful. Song Kai pays respects to the ancestor. Su Yuan smiled gently. How are the shops doing recently? Song Kai was delighted, quickly answering. Our chain shops have spread across the green vine continent. Every city has our stores, well loved by scattered cultivators and small sections. Every shop's business is good. Now, the monthly profits reach nearly 1 billion spirit stones. Su Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, but what I care about isn't your spirit stone income, but that you've spread my name. That is more useful to me. Su Yuan roughly calculated that because of Song Kai's chain stores, the fame value reached over 10 million, which was excellent and more covert, not too flashy. Song Kai was shocked to hear this secret information revealed by Su Yuan. He truly felt recognized by the ancestor. Your cultivation is a bit low. Only 7 layers of qi refining now. Song Kai scratched his head. Ancestor, I'm not like those geniuses. This level is already the result of a large resource supply. Su Yuan thought for a moment, then looked inward into his spirit sea. Inside his spirit sea, the Heaven-Earth status of the Big Dipper Star Lord had become more concentrated than before. Heaven-Earth divine position condense. With a thought, Su Yuan's Heaven-Earth status lit up with a ray of light. An extremely complex Heaven-Earth divine talisman gradually formed. He stretched out his hand and summoned the talisman, which appeared in his palm out of thin air. Song Kai looked puzzled at the extremely complex talisman. This is a divine position, Su Yuan said. I name it the 9th rank star official. It belongs to the lowest level divine position. Song Kai stared at the talisman in shock. Divine position? Could it be something like the legendary local earth god? Something like that. The power of this heaven-earth divine position comes from me. I share part of my strength to form the position. Whoever bears this divine position will automatically gain corresponding power and certain abilities, Su Yuan said calmly. Song Kai was overwhelmed by the enormity of the information. This divine position naturally has pros and cons. The advantage is that it easily grants power. The bearer doesn't need to cultivate themselves, but only needs to raise the divine position. Its lifespan is tied to mine. How long I live, the divine position can sustain. Su Yuan paused and continued. The downside is obvious. Once refined, the bearer cannot betray me. Autonomous cultivation becomes difficult, and the divine position can be withdrawn by me at any time. His gaze deepened as he looked at Song Kai. As a reward for your hard work these years, you qualify to have it. Do you want to refine it? Yes. I want to. Thank you for the ancestors' favor, Song Kai said excitedly. Su Yuan nodded and tossed it casually. Song Kai immediately caught it. The heaven-earth divine position automatically fused into Song Kai's body. Song Kai opened his spirit sea, allowing the divine talisman to enter. His soul smoothly entered the talisman. At this moment, the heaven-earth divine position became his core essence. Once the refinement succeeded, the divine talisman activated. Song Kai automatically comprehended several of the 7 stars techniques, including all content from books 1 to 9. The divine talisman sank into his dantian, sweeping away all spiritual energy inside. Then it emitted a suction force, rapidly gathering surrounding spiritual energy towards Song Kai. At the same time, the Big Dipper lit up and streams of starlight descended, merging into Song Kai's body. Su Yuan, standing nearby, also felt his heaven-earth status tremble slightly. A faint trace of his extremely weak magical power was drawn into the divine position. Then, a divine power of a nature completely different from ordinary cultivators surged within the talisman inside Song Kai's body. The divine power flowed as if tiny stars were shining, full of a dazzling, mysterious, starry glow. The divine power coursed through his meridians, spreading throughout Song Kai's body. His physical body was gradually transforming toward a divine body. His physical constitution began approaching the early foundation establishment level. The quality of the divine power inside reached the early foundation establishment level, though the quantity was small, only several hundred strands. Song Kai looked at his palm joyfully and subconsciously used a divine art recorded in the heaven-earth divine position. He immediately stepped on starlight, performing the 7 stars flowing light steps. His figure swiftly moved through the air at extremely high speed. Su Yuan saw strands of yellow fortune flowing out from Song Kai's body, entering the divine position, then crossing space to enter Su Yuan's heaven-earth status. His fortune increased slightly as a result. Seeing this, Su Yuan felt thoughtful. The divine position shared out his strength, but simultaneously allowed him to gain the other's fortune. It was fortune, not faith. At the same time, he saw faint wisps of incense flame aura gathering around Song Kai. The divine position automatically absorbed the incense flame, converting it into divine power. The fortune contained within the incense flame was transferred by the divine position into the heaven-earth status. Divine spirits enjoy incense offerings and bear the cost that comes with it, while position holders enjoy fortune without bearing the cost. And to an extreme, I don't even need to share strength, only cultivation insights. The divine spirits can gather incense flame power on their own. Su Yuan understood. Song Kai calmed down and hurried to Su Yuan's side. Thank you for the ancestors' gift. This is what you deserve. But this is only the 9th rank star official. Above it are the 8th rank, 7th rank, 6th rank, all the way to the 1st rank, and even the true star gods. Su Yuan said leisurely. Song Kai's expression trembled upon hearing this, and he immediately respectfully said, Ancestor, please give orders. You are good at business. I will let you cross worlds to trade under the name of the 7 Stars Commerce Association. Of course, you can use other methods. As long as you spread my name wider, you will gain more merits that can be exchanged for more 7 Stars techniques or to improve your divine position. Su Yuan smiled at Song Kai. This was an experiment. He was very curious whether the divine position could bear the power of attributes. Su Yuan gazed towards the horizon. Countless threads of mental connection linked back to him. After temporarily concealing the mental connections from his own world, he could still see an enormous number of mental threads connected to him. Among them was one exceptionally thick strand. So many mental threads had converged that they formed a chain firmly locked onto the direction of the Black Demon realm. There was also another connection leading to the Star Spirit realm, consisting of tens of thousands of threads. Beyond these 2 previously explored worlds, thousands of other mental connections leading to various worlds appeared before Su Yuan's eyes. Stretching in different directions, there were at least 3,000 such connections, and the number was still increasing. During this period, the cultivation techniques he left on the Tianshu star had begun taking widespread effect. Many living beings across different worlds had obtained these technique inheritances. While practicing them, they would unconsciously chant about the 7 stars. Now, 7 stars referred to him personally. With so many worlds, it would be truly difficult for him to personally spread his fame everywhere. He needed the disciples of the 7 Stars sect to help propagate his name. He only needed to intervene at critical moments. The 7 Stars sect acted swiftly. In just half a month, nearly all disciples had been recalled. Gu Qingzhu stood on the sect's Grand Plaza, addressing hundreds of thousands of disciples. A great calamity approaches this world. Those who remain here will face disaster. Our 7 Stars ancestor has employed great divine powers to open passages to other worlds. You will be sent in groups to live and train in these other worlds. This will be an unprecedented challenge, but opportunities will also present themselves before you. You may obtain various fortunes and treasures while completing sect missions. You can earn substantial contributions, not only securing chances to return, but also receiving generous rewards. The highest reward even includes heavenly divine positions. What are heavenly divine positions? They're like the legendary earth gods, coexisting with heaven, eternal life guaranteed. At that point, you'll no longer worry about lifespan, becoming celestial beings roaming freely between heaven and earth. Su Yuan sat on the highest viewing platform, muttering speechlessly. He really dares to say anything. Nangong Xianweng remarked, Ancestor, you will undoubtedly become an immortal existence. Eternal life alongside heaven isn't an exaggeration. Su Yuan nodded. Nangong Xianweng hesitated. Could I also obtain a divine position? Su Yuan glanced at him. Are you willing to give up opportunities for self-improvement? This means sacrificing freedom. Nangong Xianweng coughed. Actually, freedom isn't my main concern. Your merit is insufficient. Su Yuan stated. I've calculated. You only have 800 minor merits, still 200 short of 1,000 minor merits, which equals 1 major merit. Nangong Xianweng couldn't contain himself. That Qi refining kid Song Kai qualifies, but I don't? That's exactly why I say divine position advancement is rigid. If you choose this path and get stuck later, don't come complaining to me. Su Yuan said calmly. In his evaluation system, 1,000 fame points equaled 1 minor merit. 1,000,000 fame points equaled 1 major merit. Only those who could bring him 1,000,000 fame points qualified for heavenly divine positions. The power of a 9th-rank star official might be limited, but the key benefit was longevity. With his ability to receive missions in times of crisis, Yuan might not just match heaven's lifespan, he might outlive heaven itself. Well, I can persist a bit longer, Nangong Xinwing said. As you wish. Gu Qingzhu's speech lasted a full 2 hours. Even Yuan grew sleepy, but the hundreds of thousands of disciples below remained excited, nervous, and enthusiastic, no drowsiness whatsoever. Exploring different worlds? Gu Yu's eyes brightened. Xiang Ying looked around puzzled. Where's Nangong Shanyu? Disappeared again. Valley Master Lan Si muttered. Do I even need to remain Valley Master now? Amidst the discussions, many disciples began forming teams. Interdimensional training would be dangerous indeed. Some who had heard rumors earlier had already formed teams and now applied to sect elders for interdimensional travel. The sect elders collected all applications. Eventually, everything was compiled and sent to Yuan. Through Mind Echo, Yuan projected his consciousness to other worlds, mainly selecting safer immortal cultivation worlds. Then on the Grand Plaza, groups of disciples became enveloped in starlight before vanishing from their spots. Batch after batch of disciples were sent to different worlds. The spectacle made everyone both nervous and expectant. Soon the plaza's disciple population had decreased by 1/3. Then sect leader Gu announced, the first batch of interdimensional slots are filled. The second batch will be announced later. Prepare yourselves. The disciples collectively sighed. They'd missed the first opportunity. However, most were actually adopting a wait-and-see approach, uncertain about the risks. They'd wait for others to return with reports. In one particular world, Yi Bufan materialized out of thin air. Accompanying him were 30 loyal disciples. They appeared in a valley with no immediate threats. Everyone relaxed. Senior Brother Yi, what's our next move? All disciples looked to Yi Bufan. Yi Bufan's demeanor had grown much steadier. Among Yuan's batch of disciples, besides Yuan himself, he had performed the best. After successive humblings by Yuan, his arrogance had been tempered into resilience. Now his cultivation had reached mid-foundation establishment, golden bean stage, with extremely solid foundations. Yi Bufan instructed, first gather intelligence about our surroundings. Stay alert. Yes. The 30 disciples began scouting outward. Yi Bufan also carefully surveyed the area. After half a day, Yi Bufan looked at the gathered information speechlessly. This vast 9ly continent's strongest cultivator is only at nascent soul stage, and they're already considered legendary. This world seems weak. Weak? Yi Bufan waved his hand. There's still plenty of golden core cultivators. Everyone awaited Yi Bufan's decision. After consideration, Yi Bufan declared, we'll proceed steadily. In this world, we'll establish a new 7 stars sect branch, then gradually spread the name of our 7 stars ancestor. Agree, all disciples approved this cautious approach. In another world, Yin Jiuzong led his Yin family disciples into this new realm. Yin Jiuzong felt his chest. The 7-star token remained. He relaxed. Then he too began investigating this world. Soon he discovered this was actually a high-level world with legends of body unity stage experts. Elder Jiuzong, what's our plan? Yin Jiuzong announced. First master this world's language. Then establish 7 stars pavilions everywhere, selling and collecting low-level techniques and texts, while subtly incorporating stories about our 7 stars ancestor. We'll spread his name gradually among this world's common populace. The Yin family members brightened. They excelled at compiling texts. They had abundant low-level techniques. Setting up bookstore-like shops would be effortless. While spreading his name, we must also collect texts. Our ancestor particularly enjoys various writings. These being from another world, all texts are completely new. After translation, we can present them upon our return. This is actually our most important mission. Understood. Within just half a month, 7 Stars pavilions appeared in several nearby cities, specializing in low-level techniques while quietly spreading the 7 Stars ancestor's name. In yet another world, Guyu arrived alone, now at late Foundation establishment, Golden Pearl stage. He quickly assessed this world and found it actually had great Ascension Realm existences. After brief consideration, he headed straight for this world's most powerful sect. His goal: become its leader, then transform it into a 7 Stars sect subsidiary. In another realm, after years undercover, Zheng He had reached early Foundation establishment. Tainted with wickedness, he arrived in a low-level world. After contemplation, a cold, killing intent surfaced. I'll unleash terrifying slaughter across this world, then stage a final act where the 7 Stars Dao Venerable destroys me. Wouldn't it spread his name worldwide? Zheng He smiled sinisterly, eyes icy. One by one, 7 Stars sect disciples arrived in foreign worlds, some choosing gradual approaches, others drastic measures. But regardless of method, all worked diligently on Su Yuan's mission. Su Yuan only needed to reap the rewards. Suddenly, Su Yuan noticed mental connections from the Immortal realm resuming. Dragon World. After bringing back 7 young true dragons, the dragon expert disappeared, leaving them with other dragon elders. You're still young dragons. Learning from that basic technique would be too slow. A graceful beauty stared at the 7 dragons compressed to 2-meter lengths. Then, Elder, what do you suggest? Little 36 asked cautiously. Don't call me Elder. I'm only 20,000 years older. The beauty smiled. Follow me to the Dragon Clan's Sea of 10,000 books. Sea of 10,000 books. Little 36 wondered. What's that? Our Dragon Clan's accumulated knowledge across ages. Besides our own collections, there are classics from races we exterminated, plus countless texts obtained through trade or other means. You'll immerse yourselves there, study hard, and select proper dragon techniques. The beauty explained cheerfully. More studying. Little 36's draconic face scrunched miserably. The beauty wrapped his head. Fool. We're true dragons. We must understand universal truths to maintain our supremacy. Did you think we could advance just by eating and drinking? Isn't that so? Little 36 muttered. Don't complain about good fortune. Only true dragons may enter the Sea of 10,000 books. Leading the 7 youngsters through layers of gates and checkpoints, they arrived at a world composed entirely of books. Like droplets forming an ocean, books comprised this vast sea. The 7 young dragons stood utterly dumbfounded.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.